A group of people returned to the cave, helping each other along the way, seeming to regain some strength. Outside the cave, Zhang and a few children looked on anxiously. When they saw Su Shi, they hurried forward, worried and sad, saying, "Mother, Xian Xiaohong is dead." Perhaps that dagger hit a vital spot. Xian Xiaohong didn't survive even an hour. That's why Zhang and the others stayed outside. They were too afraid to go in. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, Su Shi still couldn't help feeling sad. Xian Xiaohong was also a person with a hard life. Shen Nanfeng, covered in dirt and dust, stepped forward and said, "I'll go see." When someone just passed away, there's usually a chance for rescue. But when Shen Nanfeng entered and touched the cold body, he knew there was no hope. A large crowd rushed in, filling the small cave. "She died from blood loss," Shen Nanfeng said. Lu Chong quickly asked, "Annie Su, how did Xian Xiaohong end up here?" "Yes, I thought she was also." Others looked surprised. Su Shi raised an eyebrow. She looked at Su Mingyi. Did Su Mingyi and the others not say anything after they arrived? Su Mingyi shook his head, looking unhappy. "I didn't have time to explain back then. At that moment, they were busy trying to see if they could still save someone, so they didn't think about explaining what had happened." Later, everyone was too sad to remember to ask how Su Mingyi and the others ended up on the mountaintop. Su Shi sighed and immediately told everything that had happened. He only admitted that he killed Niu Niu. Everything else was true. Everyone was very shocked. But no one asked how Niu Niu died. They were more shocked by how cruel Niu Niu was. How could he be so cruel at just a few years old? How did he do it? Unbelievable, it's Niu Niu, such a beast. He caused so many deaths. He will face justice. The villagers reacted strongly, and their eyes toward the Su family changed. One man even spat and cursed. "No wonder they took us in kindly. Turns out their family is full of sins. Why is it always not your family that dies? Animals. I think you're not good people either. I told you not to take them in," but the old village chief insisted. Now look at this. While everyone was blaming and cursing in anger, they seemed to forget that if it weren't for the Su family, they would have already starved to death. One after another, their faces were full of anger and curses. Some women even twisted their faces in fear and started attacking the frightened Daya and Arya. "My son and daughter are dead, and your family is still pregnant? I'll kill you all, you bunch of animals." One woman looked at Zhang's belly with hatred and ferocity, then suddenly lunged at her. Su Mingren was very anxious, but there were too many people in the way, so he couldn't get there in time. Zhang turned and ran outside, while Mingfan also rushed out and grabbed the fierce woman. Suddenly, a piercing scream made the cave fall silent. Mingfan backed away in terror, staring at the woman who had just looked fierce. Now she had a wooden arrow in her shoulder, blood soaking her clothes, and her face turned pale. In an instant, all the brutal memories flooded into his mind. Haha, such a fat group of people. Kill all these men. The women, leave them. Wow, it's so tight. Cry if you want, shout if you want. The more you scream, the more I enjoy it. With bloodshot eyes and torn clothes. Dare to bite your tongue? If you want to die, I will kill this kid. Haha, that's more like it. Kneel properly, serve me well, and I'll spare this boy's life. Haha. A fierce laugh, hopeless eyes. Then, his clothes were torn apart, and he was pushed down. Stop. In his ear was his mother's desperate scream, followed by the sound of a knife piercing flesh. Stupid woman, dare to bite me. His mother's body fell to the ground. He was pressed onto the bed, and in his faintness, he saw his mother's unwilling face. Mingfan suddenly hugged his head and let out a wild, beast-like roar. Looking at Mingfan, who had fainted, everyone was at a loss. Shen Nanfeng quickly stepped forward, took out his personal medicine box, found a porcelain bottle, poured out 2 pills, and gave them to him. Then he used silver needles to several acupuncture points. After finishing, Shen Nanfeng finally relaxed and stood up, saying, "It seems he was overwhelmed by anger and possibly has some bad memories. I've given him medicine, so he should rest well. As for the angry villagers just now, They all calmed down and gradually left the cave, clearing the way. Su Shi covered Ming Fan with a blanket. After confirming that Zhang and the two maids were unharmed, she finally relaxed. She stood up and looked at Hulun Mountain, asking, "Does everyone remember?" Hulun Mountain nodded. Yes, how could he make a mistake on such a simple matter? Next to him, Su Mingren looked confused, with fear and unease in his eyes. He wanted to ask something but dared not. Today, it was his well-meaning mistake again. Otherwise, how could this have happened? Boss, today's matter isn't your fault. Don't overthink it. Stay with the children. I'll go handle things. Su Shi rarely criticized Su Mingren. Actually, today's situation wasn't really Su Mingren's fault for being kind-hearted. Because of Nyo, Su Mingren already felt extremely guilty about the villagers who died suddenly. Plus, they were all villagers he saw every day. Seeing them die, how could he stay indifferent? So, Su Shi didn't blame him. Hearing her mother's words, Su Mingren almost burst into tears. He thought he had done something wrong again. Since he rarely heard his mother praise him, he became overwhelmed with emotion and started to sob. However, Su Shi didn't pay attention and simply walked out of the cave with a cold face. She ordered Su Mingyi to move the big stone to block the cold wind from entering the cave. Then she loudly said, "I know you're angry, but have you thought about this? I might be lying. Why did I tell you? Because I believe you can tell right from wrong. But look at the result. Just now, my eldest son asked me if I was being kind again, if I had done something wrong and caused trouble for the family. I want to ask everyone, how do you plan to answer my eldest son's question?" Faced with Su Shi's questioning, Lu Chong and others felt ashamed and angry. Even though Lu Chong didn't speak earlier, he felt upset that the villagers were also getting angry. But some still criticized angrily. "Isn't Nyo your grandson?" "Yes, but didn't Hu Lanshan and I say we should kill him? Not leave him alive? Was I too soft-hearted, or did I never warn you?" Su Shi calmly asked back. They were speechless. She had warned more than once not to keep Nyo around and to be careful of him. But no one paid attention. Even at first, they didn't take it seriously, and they even mocked Su Shi. Now they got a harsh lesson. Also, didn't the old village chief repeatedly order that no one should tell others about the blood of Su Mingli and his wife? But you all boasted about it to Nyo? You let their parents die in vain, and then proudly show off. Who will die, if not you?
Susiji cursed mercilessly.
Apart from everything else, those who boasted about such things to Nyo were extremely cruel. What was their purpose in telling a child such things?
Which told Nyo all this?
Lu Chong asked angrily. His fierce eyes swept over everyone. Isn't this a disaster caused by false accusations? If you go around showing off such things, aren't you just asking to get rid of us? Many others shared the same anger. Initially, they were angry but also somewhat confused about Nyo's cruelty.
But now, hearing this,
which brave man or son could tolerate such things? They simply didn't expect Nyo, so young, to succeed in revenge. Everyone claims they haven't done such things, but they no longer have the face to criticize the Su family. In the end, the women who had been scolding the loudest even knelt down, crying loudly. "Ugh, what is this? Why am I so unlucky? I just want to survive. Why is it so hard? My family never told Nyo about these things. Why do they have to hurt my husband and child?" Su Shi ignored them and said coldly, "The ones who pointed fingers at my family and then attacked. Stand up and leave. Don't make things look worse." At this point, she wouldn't keep anyone there. "No, I know I was wrong. Aunt Su, please don't chase us away. Yes, if you send us away now, we're doomed. Please, we beg you." The few people knelt down in fear, kowtowed, admitted their mistakes, and begged for mercy. But no matter how much they pleaded, Su Shi remained cold and unmoving, like an ice sculpture. Gradually, everyone lost hope and fell silent. Outside the cave, only crying could be heard. You can go to Longtu Pass and take a look. It's snowing now, which means the drought might end soon. Maybe it won't be so harsh on the refugees. Su Mingyi spoke. The others didn't want to leave, but the Su family paid no attention. They turned and led the remaining few into the cave. Two men tried to sneak in after them, but were kicked out by Hulanshan. The entrance wasn't fully blocked. Hulanshan sat at the cave entrance, holding a machete, watching vigilantly. Only Lu Chong's family of 4 and Lu Mingshan's wife and son remained. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Su Mingyi whispered to Su Shi, "Mother, what if those people refuse to leave and try to steal food?" This was quite possible, as in life and death situations, everything else becomes secondary. Su Shi lowered her head, tending the fire and preparing to cook some food. After listening to his second son, she was silent for a while before saying, "This is our grain, the foundation of our survival. We absolutely cannot let it be taken. If they really come to steal it, then she won't hold back her ruthlessness." She also knew that bringing these villagers back today was reckless, even risky. But if she just stood by and did nothing, refusing to help, she couldn't do that either. So she discussed with Hulanshan, agreeing to tell the truth when they returned, and to have Hulanshan stand by Zhang's side, making sure to protect the children and Zhang. They also needed to watch out for who was attacking the Su family and who was insulting or blaming them. Su Shi, would never be soft-hearted towards such people. However, this created 2 serious problems. One was the grain theft issue that Su Mingyi was worried about earlier. The other problem was, the biggest problem now is that these people think they can't survive, so they want to drag someone down with them, even revealing the secrets of this mountain and our hiding place to outsiders, Su Shi said in a serious tone. If that happens, they will be in great danger. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Even Lu Chong hesitated, unsure if the villagers outside would really do that. After a while, Su Mingren asked hoarsely, "Mother, you must have thought of these problems long ago. Why did you still bring them back? Standing by and watching is the safest choice." Su Shi sneered at this, speaking self-deprecatingly. "I've planned quite a bit along the way. But I do have a kind heart. The old village chief has helped us a lot, and I can't just watch helplessly." They had lived together for decades, though not personally for Su Shi, but for Su Mingren and others it was true. So Su Mingren and even Su Mingyi couldn't just stand by and do nothing. And it was just a moment of kindness. "Su auntie." Lu Chong knelt again, his forehead touching the cold ground, choking as he said, "You shouldn't have gone to save us." People's hearts tend toward evil. At first, it was touching. But when the Su family no longer helped them, people would forget the original act of saving their lives and only curse with malice. In life and death, who can truly remain unaffected? Su 11 did not respond. All the rescue efforts had already been made, and talking about other things was useless. Suddenly, Lu Chong raised his head and said through clenched teeth, "But, Aunt Su, don't worry. I will never let you be betrayed after kindness. I will leave with the others and watch over them. If anyone dares to be ungrateful, Lu Chong closed his eyes briefly, but his voice was firm. "I will kill him. Ho-Hot village. Do not forget those who are ungrateful." Lu Chong's wife choked back tears and called out to her husband, but her words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She knew that any more words would just be greed and dissatisfaction. Now, it was already rare for the Su family to keep them. Kill those outside and there won't be any worries. Hulanshan sat on a nearby stone, casually wiping his recently used dagger. In his words, killing and chopping were as easy as cutting vegetables. Although cruel, in these chaotic times, it was the best way to protect oneself. "No, those are real lives," Su Mingren was the first to oppose. Although those people had just vented their anger and even attacked, could he, after experiencing such despair, really not be angry at all? Everyone fell silent again. This way was not good, that way was not good. What else could they do? Their voices carried with the wind outside the cave, and a group of people standing outside felt cold all over, unsure of what to do. "What should we do? Will Hulanshan really kill us? Ugh, oh heavens, I just want to live. Why is it so hard?" A few women couldn't bear and sat down in the snow, crying loudly. At that moment, Lu Ting suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and said, "Let's go to Longtu Pass." But isn't Longtu Pass not accepting civilians? Times have changed. Now that it's snowing, the drought must be over, so the court should be trying to manage the situation. Exactly. Even if things are bad, we can sell ourselves as servants to get some food. Better than waiting here to die. Yes, the Su family doesn't have much grain. How can they afford to keep so many of us? Yes. Stop waiting here foolishly. There is no hope. Just as everyone was about to give up and leave, Su 11 suddenly came out of the cave and quietly said, "Everyone, have a bowl of hot porridge before you go." She didn't rush to explain or repeatedly emphasize her efforts. She simply said this calmly. Immediately, many people's eyes turned red. When the bowls of hot porridge were served, people held them in their hands. The warm steam rose and touched their faces, making everything look hazy. It was the sound of tears falling into the porridge. Ugh. Someone picked up the hot porridge, drank it all in one gulp, wiped their mouth, silently bowed 3 times, then strode away. Some enjoyed the last warmth slowly, but after drinking, they also knelt and bowed before leaving. The last person to leave was Lu Tung. Lu Tung clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. "Aunt Su, don't worry. If anyone dares to tell others what happened here, I will kill him." He didn't say anything sentimental or apologize for his past actions to Su 11. Watching Lu Tung's figure leave, Su Mingyi snorted coldly. Finally, he's acting like a man, but Hu Lanshan looked worried. Are you sure they won't tell anyone? He felt it was unlikely.
Su 11 Said.
The emotional scene just now was still fresh in her mind. But as Hu Lanshan feared, who could guarantee these people wouldn't talk? Heavy snow sealed the mountains. It's despair, but also hope. Because of this, they wouldn't need to worry about water sources on the road anymore. Su 11 lowered her head and said, "Let's leave here first. We need to check if Longtu Pass will let us through. If not, we'll have to go over the mountains and around Longtu Pass. Now that there are more people, food will run out quickly. They absolutely cannot stay here and wait to starve. Especially since this place might already be exposed." Everyone agreed with Su 11's decision, and the Su family members trusted her unconditionally. Having more people wasn't all bad. At least packing up was faster. Su 11 specifically asked Su Mingyi and another person to chop wood, then tie it with a rope into a makeshift sled. Then they laid thick mats on top, making 2 beds. One was for the unconscious Mingfan, and the other for Zhang to sit on. Basically, it was like dog sledding. But here, there were no dogs, only Su Mingyi and Su Mingren pulling. Fortunately, it had snowed, making the ground smooth and easy to pull. However, Su Shi kept reminding everyone, be very careful with the speed, or people might fall out and get hurt. For Zhang and Mingfan, it was not safe to go on the road now. This was the best way to handle it. Although there was some risk, it was the only option. The others either carried food or their belongings and started their journey. A large group moved forward, heading toward an uncertain future. Big sister and little sister carefully followed behind the wooden board, watching closely to prevent their brother or mother from falling out. Others carried their things and didn't walk very fast. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already dark, and everyone was very hungry. Hu Lanshan led everyone to the old bandit hideout. From a distance, it looked like there was a fire burning. "Everyone hold your weapons tightly," Su Shi whispered. They didn't know what was inside, so they had to be very careful. Everyone stopped and waited for Hu Lanshan and Su Mingyi to go ahead and check.
Soon, they came back.
"Don't worry, it's just 2 groups of people fleeing from hardship. They've agreed to stay there for the night," Su Mingyi said. Everyone felt relieved. With the weather like this, camping in the mountains could be deadly if they got cold. Especially Zhang, who touched her belly and looked at Mingfan, who had woken up but refused to speak. "Let's go inside," Hu Lanshan said, leading the way. Su Mingyi stayed at the back, and Lu Chong followed closely on the side. The bandit hideout was a series of connected caves, seemingly dug by people. They used stones to make walls, which helped block the cold wind. Even though they had explained everything, when Su Shi and his group approached, 2 of the caves had people holding knives, ready to defend themselves. It was clear everyone was on high alert. Su Shi casually found a cave and immediately took out the dry firewood she carried down from the mountain to start a fire. Before it snowed, she had prepared plenty of dry wood in the cave for making fire. Once the fire was lit, a faint glow filled the entire cave. Lu Chong's wife and Daliangzi's wife worked together to set up the wooden bed they carried down from the mountain, joining the pieces together, then covered it with a thick quilt. Of course, the quilts belonged to the Su family. They didn't have their own bedding. Lu Chong was also busy. After saying a few words, he went out to find more firewood. Since it was so cold now, if the fire went out, they were afraid they might get sick from the cold. Seeing this, Lu Chong's wife and Mingfan also went outside, each keeping company. "Mother, let me cook." Zhang was reluctant to see her mother-in-law busy while she lay around. Who does that in a family? The daughter-in-law should help. Your most important task now is to take good care of your health. Just lie down and rest. Su Shi waved her hand. One reason she had to leave was because of Zhang's pregnancy. If everything went smoothly, it would be fine, but if something went wrong during childbirth, what could they do in the mountains? Even Dr. Shen, without medicine, would find it hard to help. So, Su Shi decided to leave and go to the next town. "Come, let me check on you." Shen Nanfeng's face was as white as a ghost, and he was trembling all over, but he still quickly examined Zhang and Mingfan. After a moment, Shen Nanfeng said, "No serious problem, but don't think too much, or it could harm your health." "Really? Then I'll try to control myself." Zhang was frightened and worried, touching her belly. Seeing her so timid, Shen Nanfeng quickly added, "There's nothing wrong now. But if you keep worrying like this, it's not good for your health." "Don't worry." Zhang nodded hurriedly, but her face looked pale, and Shen Nanfeng knew he couldn't persuade her further. So he stopped. "Mr. Shen, how is my brother? Why isn't he saying anything?" Arya asked nervously. Shen Nanfeng smiled gently, patted her head, and softly replied, "He's fine. He probably just remembered something upsetting. At this moment, let your brother have a moment of quiet. When he has thought it through, he will naturally start to speak. Some people need companionship at such times, a little sunshine to cheer them up." But clearly, Mingfan is not one of those people. He is calm and rational enough. So when he falls into dark memories, he just quietly tends to his wounds alone. He doesn't need others to comfort him. He can come out of it on his own, given enough time. Soon, the pot begins to bubble and boil. Su Shi didn't put much rice in the pot, since they didn't know how long they would be traveling. Except for Zhang's bowl, which is filled with thick porridge, the others have much less rice in their bowls. But everyone understands the situation now, so no one complains. After eating their fill, the men discuss how to keep watch, while the others crawl into their blankets to sleep. The bedding is spread out together, and everyone manages to cover themselves. Each person is close to another, some even lying on their sides, but no one complains about the cold, as they are trying to stay warm. When the sunlight shines in, everyone gets up and begins packing their things, some going out to find firewood, while others, like Shen Nanfeng and the two boys nearby, look for medicinal herbs. Of course, because the area is dry and barren, there are no herbs to be found. Even though it has snowed now, for life to flourish again, they would need a whole year of good weather. "Mother," I asked around. "The people over there said they just passed through Longtugwan Road yesterday, and they still won't let ordinary folks cross, so they plan to go over the mountains." Su Mingyi's face darkened as he delivered bad news. Although everyone was a bit disappointed, they had expected this, so they could only hurry and set out quickly. Their food supplies are limited, so the faster they move, the better. Today, Zhang's health has improved a lot, and she refuses to sit on the stretcher being pulled. Su Mingyi and his brother ask Lu Chong's wife and Daliangzi's wife to put the bedding on the stretcher, and they carry her, making things easier for the women. The sun rises in the east, shining brightly on the snow. Some of the snow has melted, making the road muddy, and the stretcher can no longer be used. Su Mingyi and his brother untie the wooden boards, leaving the ropes behind, and then throw away the boards. Everyone carries their belongings and continues forward. Last night, The group that set out together kept a safe distance from them, staying about 100 meters behind. Lu Chong was unhappy and said they tend to take the easier way. Since they were leading the way in front, those behind found it easier to follow. All right, the main road is open. Anyone can walk as they like. What can we do about it? Su Mingyi told Lu Chong not to complain. Instead, they should save their energy and keep moving forward. After walking for 2 hours, Su Shi looked at the sky and told everyone to stop and rest for a meal. They had been walking on mountain paths since morning and were very hungry, but everyone knew food was scarce, so they didn't say much. Hu Lanshan didn't say a word. He carried his bow and arrow and continued walking quickly, soon disappearing into the forest. Su Mingren and the others looked for dry tree branches nearby, but everywhere was covered with snow and water, so there were no dry branches. They couldn't start a fire. Smoke rose in thick white clouds, which was very irritating. Finally, with no other options, they took apart some wooden boards from their backpacks to use as firewood. Only then did the fire finally catch. Su Shi still cooked a pot of porridge. Luckily, she had found a can of protein powder today, which she quietly added to the porridge to help everyone get some extra nutrition. Everyone sat on clean stones to rest, exhausted. Dailiangzi's wife wiped her sweat and muttered, "I really don't know whether I was better off dying in that big fire or surviving." Maybe dying was a kind of relief. Now she doubted whether she could survive and leave these mountains, or if she had already died and was just avoiding burdening the Su family.
God.
It seems like life doesn't want us to live. Lu Chong also bent down to pick up some stones and angrily threw them into the distance to vent his anger. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came. The men immediately protected the women in front of them. It was the group behind them catching up. However, that group surprisingly started resting in place like Su Shi and even began cooking food. Su Mingyi's eyes changed. He was about to step forward and say something but was stopped by Su Mingren. "There's no use. It will only cause trouble." Su Mingren shook his head at his brother. Since the others had decided to follow behind them, a few words wouldn't scare them away. No matter what reason they gave, they wouldn't turn back. Unless they show strong strength. Most of them are refugees fleeing famine. Since the other side isn't planning to attack them, Su Mingren doesn't want to fight or cause conflict. Although they might not lose, what if there are others nearby? So, the best choice now is to keep their family's energy and stay in a good state. Su Mingyi suddenly pushed away Su Mingren, glared fiercely at the leading man, made a threatening gesture as if cutting his throat, then sat down somewhere. Su Mingren looked helpless, shaking his head like a disobedient child. This younger brother is really too stubborn. At that moment, Hu Lanshan returned carrying a large wild goose. "Did you catch a goose?" Su Shi was a little surprised. At this time of year, Hu Lanshan still managed to hunt something, which was very impressive. Hu Lanshan nodded. "Let's add it to our meal."
Su Shi nodded.
She quickly boiled some snow water, skinned the goose, and started preparing the meat. After thinking for a moment, Su Shi used half of the goose to make soup and roasted the other half to eat. The sizzling sound drew everyone's attention to the golden roasted goose. The skin was tight, and the aroma was very tempting. Golden oil occasionally dripped, sizzling in the fire, making a crackling sound. A few children immediately exclaimed. The smell of roasted meat quickly attracted another group of people. A burly man with a thick beard and bright eyes approached kindly, trying to get close. "Buddy, your skills are pretty good. You can hunt? Can you teach us?" Hu Lanshan politely refused. Hunting in the mountains was already scarce due to a severe drought. He didn't want to teach others how to hunt. Wouldn't that ruin his own livelihood? "Cough, cough, brother. Don't be so cold. Look, we could travel together." "No need," Hu Lanshan replied. After being rejected repeatedly, even the thick-skinned man didn't want to bother asking again. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Chong grinned and bumped shoulders with Suqing, acting like they were good friends. "Brothers, don't take it the wrong way. He's just like that, not interested in talking to anyone. But brother, if we're going together, how about you guys lead the way for a while?" Lu Chong winked and asked, "Shouldn't we just say we want to go together?" Suqing chuckled foolishly, pretending to be clueless. We don't really know the way. We see you're all capable, so we thought we'd follow you. It's okay, we have a map. You just go ahead, and we'll follow behind and tell you where to turn. Lu Cheng responded cleverly, not giving the other side any chance. Zhuo Qing's thick face twitched a few times. He cursed inwardly, but could only pretend to be silly on the outside. We women and children can't walk fast. All right, just do your own thing and keep going. Lu Cheng wasn't angry. He patted Zhuo Qing's shoulder with a knowing smile. Zhuo Qing felt awkward, but could only act clueless and move on.
Suminji Froned.
Why are you bothering with him? Does he think he's the only smart one in the world? Are others all fools? Since we're on the same road, even if we can't be friends, we shouldn't be enemies, Lu Cheng said as he walked over and patted Su Mingyi's shoulder. You're good at everything, but a little less flexible. Then he patiently taught Su Mingyi some lessons about how to get along with others. Being a good person isn't just about kindness and justice. You also need to be tactful, or you'll hurt others and yourself. Sitting nearby, Su Mingren listened carefully. Later, Su Shi finished roasting the wild goose. Hu Lanshan, the goose is ready. How should we divide it? Hu Lanshan silently walked over, looked at him quietly, then casually said, just divide it as you see fit. He didn't mind being the bad guy, but he also didn't want Su Shi's wife to be too happy about it. Su Shi didn't get his way, but wasn't disappointed. He smiled and served everyone a bowl of soup. The milky white soup, with a meaty aroma, warmed the stomach and made people feel so comfortable they wanted to stretch every limb. Then Su Shi cut up the roasted goose meat and only shared it with his family and Hu Lanshan. Lu Cheng and the others understood. They were happy just to get a bowl of soup. They wouldn't complain or ask for more meat. That would be too shameless. Lu Cheng's 2 children drooled with hunger onto the ground but didn't make a fuss. This shows that Lu Cheng and his wife are good at teaching their children. After finishing their meal, Su Shi looked at the food and thought to herself, I need to secretly add some food from the space into the food bag little by little, or it will run out soon. The Su family finished packing up and set out on the road. Soon after, Zhuo Qing and the others also started their journey. Angrily, Su Mingyi cursed, dog skin plaster, but the others seemed not to hear and continued to follow without caring. Although the road ahead was long, everyone who had just eaten felt as if they had endless energy. One by one, they held their heads high and walked forward confidently. About 2 hours later, considering Zhang and the children, Su Shi told everyone to stop and rest. A few children started crying, saying they needed to go to the bathroom, and Daliangzi's wife went with them. Soon, the children returned, but Daliangzi's wife had not come back. Help! Suddenly, Daliangzi's wife's heart-wrenching cry for help rang out. Hearing this, Su Mingyi and the others hurriedly ran over. Su Shi stayed behind to watch the children. After a while, she saw Su Mingyi and the others return in a panic, running quickly. Even Su Mingren had lost a shoe. Mother! It's the bear and the bear took Daliangzi's wife away. Not only Su Mingyi, but even the usually calm Hu Lanshan couldn't help but look shocked. Doesn't that mean all of us could become the bear's prey? Anxiously, Su Mingren said, Mother, let's go save her quickly. We're too weak to rescue her, Hu Lanshan replied coldly. Now is not the right time to go rescue her. Are we just going to ignore it? Su Mingren asked Su Shi for help. Mother, Daliangzi's wife has helped us a lot along the way. The bear and they are aggressive. During this famine, they only hunt people because they can't find enough food. Didn't you see how tall that bear and they are? If it slaps down with one paw, your head might get crushed. Su Mingyi's words were like a cold splash of water. But there's still a way to save her, Su Shi suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at her. Looking at the group of people around Zhuo Qing, Su 11 slowly said, There are many men over there. If we team up with them, maybe we can work together to deal with the bear. Hearing this, Su Mingren quickly stood up. I'll go ask them for help. If we delay any longer, we might all be in danger. But Su Mingyi held him back, not optimistic about this plan. They might not want to help us. Hunting the bear isn't as simple as catching a wild rabbit, but catching the bear can ensure food for the next few days, said Su 11. Mingren, you ask if they want to cooperate in hunting the bear. Our main goal is to save people. If we catch the bear, we split the rewards, 4 parts for us, 6 parts for them. Su Mingren was about to agree, but Hu Lanshan said, I'll go talk to them. Everyone was surprised. Didn't he just refuse? Why did he change his mind so suddenly? Only Su Mingyi's gaze shifted back to Su 11, his expression changing several times. Su 11 remembered Zhuo Qing asking Hu Lanshan for hunting tips, so he nodded. That's fine, you go. Hu Lanshan stood up and approached Zhuo Qing's group. After a short while, Zhuo Qing, along with 5 or 6 young men, came over. Hu Lanshan said, they agreed, but they want a 70-30 split.
Su 11 nodded.
That's okay. Their main goal was to save people. Whether it was 70-30 or 80-20, it was acceptable. Seeing Su 11 come along, Zhuo Qing couldn't help but grimace. Why bring your aunt along to hunt the bear? Su Mingyi looked at him coldly. Do you look down on my mother? I don't dare, Zhuo Qing said with a fake smile. I'm just worried that something might happen during the hunt and my aunt could get hurt. My mother will be protected. You don't need to worry, Su Mingyi replied coldly. Zhuo Qing rolled his eyes. Since he wasn't criticizing his own mother as a burden, he didn't have much to say. After all, if she died, it wouldn't matter to him. Wait, Madam Su. Here's something for you. Shen Nanfeng, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward quietly and handed Su 11 an item, whispering something in her ear. Su 11's eyes lit up with joy. She nodded in thanks. Hu Lanshan only glanced at it briefly, then looked away. He led Su 11 and the others to the place where the bear had taken away Daliangzi's wife earlier. There was a clear trail on the ground, along with a large, bright pool of blood leading deep into the forest. Su 11's expression darkened. This amount of blood. The wife of the Big Beam family probably didn't survive. Hu Lanshan, carrying a sword, waved for everyone to follow. Su 11 said nothing and quickly caught up. Although fleeing was hard, it also helped her build her strength. Soon, they stopped in front of a dark cave entrance. Inside, they could hear the sounds of a beast chewing. Su Mingren tried to rush inside, but Su Mingyi grabbed him firmly. Are you crazy? But if the blood on the road really belongs to the wife of the Big Beam family, she's probably already dead. If you go in now, you're just risking your life and dragging me and Mom into danger, Su Mingyi said coldly, stating the facts. Su Mingren looked sad and silent.
Could it be?
She didn't make it in time? So many people had already died. Why another? Su Mingyi didn't bother with his brother's sadness. Instead, he looked at Su 11. Mom, what should we do? Now he was used to asking his mother first about important matters. And he himself didn't notice anything. Su 11 plucked a hair, looked at the wind direction, and said, light a fire at the cave entrance to smoke out the bear. Left Qing and others didn't understand. First, they didn't understand why Hu Lanshan and the others listened to Su 11, and second, they wondered why they wouldn't just rush in directly, but instead set a fire to smoke the bear out. Until Hu Lanshan started a fire, and Su 11 threw a handful of dry grass inside. Suddenly, thick black smoke with a strong smell billowed out, pouring toward the cave entrance. Left Qing didn't even ask what that was, but quickly covered his nose and mouth, saying to Hu Lanshan and others, cover your noses and mouths. The dry grass I threw is poisonous and will make people dizzy. This was a poisonous plant that Shen Nanfeng had found by chance on the road, kept for emergencies.
Like now.
Hearing this, Left Qing and the others hurriedly covered their noses and mouths, stepping back repeatedly. Soon, inside the cave, wild beast roars could be heard. In the next moment, the ground trembled. A mighty black bear charged out of the cave, directly knocking over the fire. Bear Kid was sneezing and had a runny nose from the smoke, but when he saw strangers, he suddenly stood up, opened his big mouth wide, and let out a deafening roar. This roar almost made everyone's heart stop. Su 11 pressed her hand against her chest, feeling her heart pounding wildly. Her legs were a bit weak, but she quickly remembered to step back to avoid falling behind the men. Suddenly, there was a sharp whoosh sound. An arrow shot out quickly and hit the Bear Kid right in the eye. Hu Lanshan had already found the perfect position and angle. Yowl, the bear kid screamed in pain, went berserk, and charged wildly in different directions. Mom, Su Mingyi hurriedly pulled Su 11, who was almost hit, and they hid behind a tree. Others also started to hide one after another. Seeing that the bear kid couldn't see clearly, only hearing sounds, Su 11 quickly thought of a plan. She picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the bear, saying, "Let's run while throwing stones at it, so it won't know where the arrows are coming from." Hearing this, Su Mingren and Su Mingyi immediately followed her, throwing stones at the bear. Qing and others quickly joined in. Distracted by the noise, the bear charged toward the side, and then that, smashing several trees. Although it didn't hit anyone, it knocked down many trees. When the trees fell, everyone panicked. With some people providing cover, Hu Lanshan seized the chance and attacked the bear fiercely. Soon, the bear collapsed to the ground. Su Mingren turned and rushed into the cave, but after a while, a loud scream came from inside. Su Mingyi followed closely behind. Not long after, the two brothers helped each other out. Su Mingren, with red eyes, looked at Su 11 and said, "Mom, the daughter-in-law of Daliang. She's dead." Su 11 had already expected this and sighed, saying, "Let's dig a hole and bury her here. Don't be in a hurry. First, let's divide the bear." Qing cheered excitedly. "Although we agreed on a 70-30 split, some of our brothers are injured, so we should take a little more, right?" Su 11 sneered, "Without my poison herbs and methods, could you have hunted the bear? Besides, your brothers got hurt because they were careless and got crushed by a fallen tree. That's none of our business." Qing was unhappy and wanted to argue, but suddenly, from the bushes nearby, there was a rustling sound. In the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the bushes and lunged at the young man with the pale face at the front. When it was clear that it was a gray-brown patterned snake, Su 11 shivered with fear and quickly stepped back. "It's a venomous snake." Hu Lanshan, usually calm, sounded a little shaky. Everyone was so frightened by this sudden event that they kept retreating. The young man with the pale face didn't even have time to call for help. His lips turned black, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Was this person really dead? Even though Su 11 and others had just been angry at the shamelessness of the young man, they now felt both sad and scared. Fortunately, Hu Lanshan drew his bow and shot an arrow, piercing the snake's vital spot and pinning it to the ground. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The young men rushed over to check the young man's pulse, their faces changing color in fear.
"He's dead."
"The young man is dead." Su 11 secretly thought something was wrong. Sure enough, the young men looked at her angrily and asked loudly, "The young man died because of you all. You have to take responsibility. Especially you, that shameless woman. If you hadn't argued with him, he wouldn't be here, and he wouldn't have been bitten by the snake." Su Mingyi immediately stepped in to protect Su 11, coldly saying, "We are also very sad about the death of our brother, but this has nothing to do with my mother." Su Mingren quickly tried to smooth things over. "If you are willing to accept it, we can split the reward equally, as a condolence for our brother's family. You're still thinking about that? This is our catch. We won't give you even a penny, let alone split it. And you say it has nothing to do with you? I tell you, that shameless woman probably knew about the snake beforehand and deliberately led the young man out." The young men were angry and kept talking as if they wanted to vent their fury on Su 11. Su 11 pulled out a sickle from behind her waist and held it tightly. "People are never satisfied. I think your desire for revenge on the young man is fake, but your real intention is to take advantage. If you dare to think about my bear, you'll regret it." The young men were furious and wanted to argue back, but the sudden change of events caught them off guard. A dark shadow darted out from the trees, quickly wrapping around the neck of the young man at the front, then biting his eye. The terrifying sight made everyone's hearts tremble. Su 11's face turned pale, and her hands holding the sickle trembled slightly. "Here is a snake again. Although not colorful, it is entirely green with a large, triangular head." Su 11 doesn't know the exact type of snake, but she recognizes this one. It's a bamboo leaf green snake. Because of its beautiful color, the bamboo leaf green snake is attractive to look at, but it is also one of the main snakes responsible for many modern snakebite cases. Poisonous snake. Another venomous snake. First Xiaoqing, then a second person, young men are so scared they turn and run. Who cares about the silly bear? It hurts so much. A young man, bitten in the eye, grabs the snake's body that is choking his neck with one hand and holds the snake's head with the other, crying out in pain. His face is covered in blood. With his remaining good eye, he looks desperately at Hu Lanshan, who is skilled with a bow, and pleads, "Help me. Please save me." Hu Lanshan shoots an arrow, hitting the snake's vital spot. The snake is dead, but its fangs are still hooked onto the young man's eye. He tries to pull away from the bamboo leaf green snake, but screams in pain. Su Mingyi steps forward, grabs the snake and pulls hard, tearing out the snake's fangs along with the young man's eye. The young man screams and rolls on the ground in agony. "Mingyi, be gentler." Su Mingren quickly rushes over, tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes to cover the young man's eyes and stop the bleeding. "This snake is poisonous," Su Mingyi says with a frown. "If we don't get it out, he'll be poisoned to death." Su Mingren looks at the struggling young man with pity. "Mother, maybe we should carry him back to Dr. Shin for treatment," but Su 11 shakes her head and says, "Dr. Shin doesn't have the antidote. Some say that where venomous snakes appear, an antidote is within 7 steps, but in the deep forest, there are hundreds of different plants. Who knows which one is the right cure?" Moreover, the group led by the young man is hostile. They not only want to blame her for Xiaoqing's death, but also want to take all the prey for themselves. People like that, saving them would only make enemies. Su 11 doesn't want trouble. While they are talking, the young man who has been struggling gradually stops breathing. "Cut the bear's body into pieces and take everything away," Su 11 urges them. Who knows if there are more venomous snakes here? It's safest to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyi and the others did not dare to delay. The group returned loaded with supplies, including Su Shi, who was holding a large bear paw. To avoid causing trouble, they dug a hole nearby to bury the dead Left Qing. Then Hu Lanshan carried 2 snakes back. Su Shi, walking at the back, took the opportunity to hide a bear paw in his space pouch for future use. Mingren, Grandma,
Dad.
Third uncle. As they approached, they heard Zhang and the children calling out. Su Mingren thought something was wrong and ran quickly. He called out as he ran, "Ping Ping, big sister, second sister, Ming Fan, I'm here. Hearing responses, Zhang hurried over. Seeing her husband safe and sound, Zhang burst into tears and sobbed into his arms, saying, "I thought you and Mom were in trouble. You scared us to death." Big sister and second sister also cried loudly when they saw Su Mingren. Su Shi frowned and asked, "What happened?" The others who came with Zhang immediately told Su Shi what they knew. It turned out that Zhang saw Su Shi and the others hadn't returned for a long time, and another group hurried back in panic, so she couldn't help but ask. They lied, saying Su Shi and the others had been bitten by poisonous snakes and died. This caused Zhang and the others to panic and come looking for them. Suddenly, Zhang's body went limp and she collapsed. Fortunately, Su Mingren quickly caught her as she lost strength. Zhang was already unwell, and after running for a long time, she was exhausted and felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen. Her face turned pale as she clutched her stomach, anxiously saying, "Mingren, I have a stomach ache. Could it be something with the baby?" Everyone was startled. Su Shi made a quick decision, saying, "Su Mingren, carry your wife. We need to go find Dr. Shen right away." Su Mingren quickly carried Zhang on his back and ran swiftly. The others hurried to follow. Big sister and second sister, being young, couldn't keep up, so Su Mingyi grumbled and, holding one in each hand, quickly caught up. Soon, everyone returned to the original place. Su Mingren gently set Zhang down and anxiously looked at Shin Nanfeng, saying, "Dr. Shin, my wife has a stomach ache. Please take a look." Mrs. Zhang looked tired and worn out. Shin Nanfeng checked her pulse and frowned. "She's a bit shaken, and her pulse is unstable, but it's not serious." Just rest and calm your mind for a while. Is my baby okay? Mrs. Zhang asked nervously. Your baby is fine, Shen Nanfeng reassured her. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang sighed in relief and almost started crying. Su Shi also let out a breath of relief. But soon, she remembered the person who scared Mrs. Zhang and felt a little worried. Su Shi discreetly looked at the group of people nearby. They hadn't left yet. 2 men had died, but they hadn't gained anything. They wouldn't give up easily. Su Shi looked serious, and her eyes grew deeper. Seeing her mother-in-law look so upset, Mrs. Zhang was startled and carefully reflected, I was too stupid just now, I'm sorry. Isn't it your fault? Why apologize? Su Shi interrupted her seriously. Don't apologize for others' mistakes, understand? Mrs. Zhang relaxed a little. Did I understand, mother? A snake who launched on threw 2 snakes in front of Shen Nanfeng, startling Mrs. Zhang. Su Mingren comforted her. Don't worry, the snakes are dead. By the way, Mingren, weren't you going to save the Daliangzi family? Mrs. Zhang suddenly remembered. Su Mingren looked serious. We arrived too late. The Daliangzi family has already. They were neighbors in the same village. They saw each other every day. The people they had chatted and laughed with this morning were now gone. Mrs. Zhang bit her lip, feeling very sad. Hu Lanshan didn't pay attention to the couple but asked Shen Nanfeng, can you get the venomous fangs and snake bile? I want to eat snake meat. Shen Nanfeng happily agreed. If he could help, he'd get some meat. Even though Shen Nanfeng was a doctor, he loved to eat meat when he had the chance. Su Shi tried to hide her fear and watched Shen Nanfeng work. When he finished removing the venomous fangs and snake bile, she whispered, Is there still poison in the fangs? Shen Nanfeng's eyes flashed. Do you want it? Su Shi didn't deny. Yes, I'll prepare it for you tonight, Shen Nanfeng bargained. But you have to give them 2 more pieces of meat. Su Shi followed his gaze and looked at the young boys who had been always by his side. He quickly agreed, yes. As the sky darkened, everyone lit a bonfire. After Shen Nanfeng finished dealing with the poisonous snake, Su Mingyi took out a machete and cut it into several pieces. Now that the wife of Daliangzi had died, Zhang wanted to help, but Lu Chong's wife quickly grabbed the snake meat and hurriedly washed the pot to cook the meat, not giving her a chance to interfere. Soon, the smell of cooked meat wafted out from the pot. Smells so good. Finally, we get to eat meat. Too bad about the rabbits we raised in the cave. Everyone drooled at the delicious smell but also felt sad about the food and meat they had stored and grown in the cave, which had been burned completely in a big fire. Just thinking about it made their hearts ache. Enough. With meat to eat, you shouldn't be so greedy, Su Shi warned them irritably. Those people haven't left yet. Don't talk foolishly, or you might cause trouble. Everyone immediately became alert. From a distance, they saw a group of people peering and looking in their direction. Everyone was startled. What do you think they're looking at us for? Could they be after our meat? Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. The meat is ready. You can start eating, Lu Chong's wife said as she lifted the lid of the pot, and the aroma of the meat grew even stronger. Everyone hurriedly took out their bowls and lined up to get their share. Hu Lanshan, the main hunter who had killed the poisonous snake, was the first to get his portion, and he received the most meat. While eating and drinking soup, he suddenly said, They're coming. Su Shi looked coldly in that direction and saw a man and a woman walking over. Uncle, we agreed to go hunting bears together. But 2 of us have died and you guys are eating meat and drinking soup. Isn't that unfair? As they approached, the woman immediately smelled the meat, and her eyes lit up with greed. She decided to confront Su Shi, who seemed easier to handle. Su Shi didn't reply right away. Instead, he slowly blew on his cooled meat soup, eating and sighing. The snake meat is really tender. The woman was furious and shouted sharply. Are you deaf? Those 2 snakes bit and killed our people. We deserve compensation for that. Su 11 looked at her with a cold gaze and sneered. Think I don't know what you're planning? Your beads are almost hitting my face. If you want to eat meat, go find some yourself. The forest is full of snakes. Do you want me to point you in a direction? Or I can just send you there. The woman was startled and quickly stepped back. Auntie, you can't be unreasonable. We agreed to go hunting bears together, but now we've lost everything, and you guys are eating meat and drinking soup." Seeing that the woman couldn't help, the man had to step in himself. "If you can't give us a clear explanation, I'm afraid we can't let you leave easily." Su Mingyi stepped forward and immediately started criticizing. "Who's to blame for your bad luck? Also, we killed both snakes. Besides running away like scared dogs, did you do anything else at the time?" The man looked at them with a cold, sneaky gaze and said coldly, "So, there's no room for negotiation?" Su Mingyi immediately pulled out his blood-stained axe. He didn't speak, but his presence was more intimidating than words. The man spat harshly and said, "Just wait and see." When they hunted the bear earlier, Hu Lanshan and others' bravery was clear to see. Although they couldn't get the meat, they were definitely not willing to give up. But this place is remote, and if they push these people too far, killing them might not be impossible. They needed to think long-term. After all, they didn't have many men to begin with, and now 2 are dead. The others are too scared to fight, so they had no choice but to hold back. "Just wait and see." The man gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The woman, however, couldn't stop her greedy gaze. The smell of the meat cooking was too tempting. Seeing the man leave, she reluctantly followed.
Su Mingyi froned.
"It seems they won't give up easily. We need to stay alert tonight." Su 11 touched the medicine pouch in her pocket. It was made from simple snake venom extracted by Shun Nanfeng. She usually kept a peaceful attitude. If they didn't bother her, she wouldn't bother them. But if they dared to attack, she was ready to use her poison. "Mother, I want to go back to the bear cub's cave tomorrow," Su Mingren whispered after watching Zhang finish eating and drinking. "The corpse of the Liangzi daughter-in-law is still there, and people should be laid to rest properly. I think." "Mother, what did you just say?" Su Mingren knew that Su Shi disliked his indecisiveness, so he had thought carefully about what to say before coming. But as soon as he finished his first sentence, Su Shi surprisingly agreed. He was stunned. Su Shi was truly angry with his foolish son and asked, "What did you see in the bear's cave today?" Su Mingren honestly replied, "The body of De Liangzi's wife." "Nothing else?" Su Shi frowned.
Su Mingren froze.
Su Mingyi suddenly remembered and quickly said, "There are also a few rabbits, deer, and wild chickens in the cave. Bears are animals that hibernate in winter. That big bear must have a big appetite. A single De Liangzi's wife wouldn't be enough for it to eat. So, there must be other prey in the cave." Su Shi glanced at the group and lowered his voice. "Tonight, we will hide behind the rocks to sleep. Mingren and Lu Chong will guard the night. Mingyi and Hu Lanshan will guard from behind. Mingyi and Hu Lanshan, you two should sneak back during the first half of the night to retrieve what's in the cave." Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan nodded and responded together. To cover for Mingyi and Hu Lanshan's actions, Su Shi deliberately let them walk around in front of the group, then circled around the rocks and lay by the campfire. In fact, the people waiting behind the rocks had exchanged clothes with Mingyi and Hu Lanshan, pretending to be them and lying by the fire to act as if they were present. Meanwhile, Mingyi and Hu Lanshan slipped back into the deep forest under the cover of night. Su Shi pretended to sleep, lying on his side with his back to the light, watching the group closely. Since it was late at night, and the two parties were far apart, even if Su Shi kept his eyes open, the group wouldn't see him. The journey into and out of the deep forest wasn't far, but at night, it was a hunting ground for animals. Even with Mingyi and Hu Lanshan on high alert, they still encountered a fierce beast. It was a completely black leopard, perfectly hidden in the darkness. If Hu Lanshan hadn't warned him, Mingyi almost got his hand bitten off. Fortunately, Hu Lanshan was an excellent archer, and Mingyi was brave enough. Together, they managed to blind the black leopard's eyes. However, they had no intention of fighting and quickly turned to run. Tonight's task was not hunting. To avoid being discovered, they needed to return as soon as possible. Finally, after returning, Mingyi whistled. Standing by the campfire, Su Mingren yawned suddenly and snapped to attention. He immediately went to wake up the disguised Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan, saying, "It's your turn to guard the night. Get up quickly." The two groggily opened their eyes, remembered their task, and immediately stood up. They went behind the rocks to change back into their clothes. Later that night, Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan took turns on guard duty. They had spent a lot of energy dealing with the Black Panther. After returning and sitting down, they drank from their water bags for a long time before finally relaxing. The next morning, Su Shi woke up and immediately asked Su Mingyi, "Did everything go well yesterday?" "Where did you hide the prey?" Su Mingyi whispered. "I buried it somewhere." Su Shi nodded and gave him an idea. "Mingyi, later you pretend to go hunting, then openly bring the prey back." Su Mingyi nodded in agreement. "Okay." One after another, everyone started to wake up. Su Mingyi took his bow and went outside for a walk. He pretended to catch a wild chicken and made everyone a chicken porridge for breakfast. After eating and drinking well, everyone set out on their journey. "Mom, those people are following us again," said Zhang's wife, still upset about the incident earlier. Kind and honest, Su Mingren held a grudge against them. Su Shi glanced at the group and felt like they were being chased by clever people, annoying and disgusting. Let them follow. I want to see how long they can keep up. Later, Su Mingyi went out for 2 more rounds and brought back 2 wild rabbits. Now, everyone looked at him differently. Su Mingyi is amazing. He just wandered around and caught prey. Are there a lot of animals in this forest? Maybe we should go for a walk too. Everyone was eager to explore, hoping they might be lucky like Su Mingyi and catch a wild chicken or a rabbit. Hearing this, Su Shi was about to speak when Hu Lanshan asked coldly, "Can you shoot arrows? Do you know how to hunt? Do you know the way?" He asked 3 questions in a row, leaving the young men speechless. Su Mingren patiently explained, "Mingyi can shoot arrows and is good at noticing signs of animals, so he has a good chance of catching prey. Even if he gets lost while hunting, he can follow footprints and other tracks to find us." The young men felt embarrassed after hearing this. They thought the situation was simple, but it turned out they had underestimated it. "Stay here, I'll go for a walk," Su Mingyi said, trying to use a walk as an excuse to bring back the prey. Hu Lanshan suddenly spoke, "You stay, I'll go." Su Mingyi was momentarily surprised but didn't object. Hu Lanshan returned quickly, carrying a roe deer in one hand, a wild chicken in the other, and a limp snake tied around his waist. For the next part of the journey, everyone kept glancing at the roe deer Hu Lanshan was carrying, wondering how long they could eat such a big animal. Although they knew the roe deer belonged to Hu Lanshan, it didn't stop their imagination. Su Shi watched their pace slow down and called a stop. "Let's rest for a bit. Lu Chong, take some people to handle the wild chicken, rabbits, snake, and roe deer. We can start a fire and dry the meat, so we don't have to carry or hold everything around." Her words carried a subtle meaning. Lu Chong looked at the group still following closely behind and nodded. When the meat was, the group indeed came closer again. Su Shi, feeling impatient, said before they could speak, "If you want meat, trade something for it." "The money's enough," a man said, tossing a silver nugget to her, then eagerly stared at the roasted roe deer leg, drooling. He said, "I want a roe deer leg." Su Shi threw the silver nugget back. "You're probably dreaming." In her commanding tone, the man took out a gold ingot and bought a roe deer leg to take away. "Why are you sharing the meat with them?" Hu Lanshan asked coldly. "If we don't, they'll keep thinking about it. Don't forget, we still have the bear and the wild boar to recover. Giving them some meat now will make them stop bothering us," Su Shi explained softly. Although they had hidden the bear and wild boar, the group probably knew. They had been following them for this reason, right? But the bear and wild boar couldn't stay hidden forever, or they'd spoil and become inedible. Hu Lanshan finally relaxed a little. Su Shi didn't notice his change in expression and continued, "Hu Lanshan, you and Mingyi should go around and avoid them. Go clean the bear and wild boar meat, then sneak back at night." Hu Lanshan nodded and quietly slipped away with Su Mingyi. At night, the two returned quietly carrying the prepared bear meat, pretending to keep watch. Su Mingyi picked up some firewood and threw it into the campfire. He watched Hu Lanshan sitting nearby, carving arrows with a branch. His mind was full of unspoken words, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Hu Lanshan glanced at him and said coldly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Seeing his straightforward attitude, Su Mingyi didn't think much and asked directly, Hu Lanshan, what kind of feelings do you have for my mother? Hu Lanshan raised an eyebrow. What do you want to know? But Su Mingyi didn't answer. He just stared at him intently. Hu Lanshan slightly curled his lips, lowered his eyes, and said calmly, I do have special feelings for her. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Su Mingyi felt complicated and remained silent. He didn't ask further, and Hu Lanshan didn't say anything more. The next day, both of them remained silent. What did you talk about yesterday? Su Shi asked curiously, noticing the awkward atmosphere. Su Mingyi immediately shook his head. Nothing much. Su Shi turned to look at Hu Lanshan, but Hu Lanshan looked distant and unapproachable, making her even more curious. Did these two have secrets they couldn't tell her? Mother, we have no water, Su Mingren said seriously.
Susiji frowned.
Didn't it just snow? We used snow water for cooking yesterday, Hu Lanshan suddenly said. This area is low-lying and the temperature is higher than on the mountain, so the snow melts faster here. So, we need to go up the mountain to get snow for water. Su Shi looked up at the towering mountain. Climbing the mountain isn't a problem, but her strength might not be enough. She asked, have you looked nearby? Found any water sources? Su Mingren nodded. We didn't dare go far, but we've searched around several times and haven't found any water. Su Shi remembered the bear and was sure. Since the bear's cave is nearby, the water source should be close. Animals can't live where there's no water. Hu Lanshan, you and Mingyi go look for water near the cave. We'll stay here and start a fire to prepare dry food. We'll cook at noon, Su Shi said. Hu Lanshan and Su Mingyi responded and then turned into the deep forest. At this moment, Mrs. Zhang suddenly grabbed Su Shi's arm and whispered, Mother, the people over there followed Brother Lanshan and Uncle San into the deep forest. Su Shi's face changed, but she held back from looking in that direction. She asked quietly, how many people went? Su Shi relaxed a little, thinking, if it's only 4 people, Hu Lanshan and Su Mingyi should be able to handle them. Mother, they are coming. Mrs. Zhang quietly looked at the group and suddenly saw 4 men walking aggressively toward them. Su Shi's expression turned cold. These people are not friendly. Su Mingren and Lu Chong and others immediately stood up and stared directly at the approaching men. Auntie, my name is Lu Hu. The person you harmed and who died, Zhuqing, is my cousin, a young man said with a smile. I'm not here to seek revenge now. My cousin was bitten by a poisonous snake while trying to help you. You should at least give some compensation. Otherwise, traveling together with deep resentment could lead to trouble someday. Are you threatening me? Su Shi asked calmly. We agreed to work together to hunt bears, not to rescue people. Besides, although the bear was killed, we were also afraid of poisonous snakes and ran away quickly. If someone hadn't remembered to carry a snake, we would have gone hungry these past few days. You're talking nonsense. We checked back. A bear this big just disappeared. And you're saying it wasn't you guys who took it. Since we're still willing to talk nicely, hand over the bear meat now. 3 men behind Lu, who said angrily.
What?
The bear is gone? How is that possible? Su Shi had expected them to go back and look for the bear's body, but she pretended to be shocked, as if she knew nothing. Stop pretending. Old woman, hand over the bear meat quickly. Yes. Hand over the bear meat. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The 3 men behind Lu, who looked aggressive, and some even pulled out kitchen knives. But Lu Hu stopped them, pretending to look troubled as he looked at Su Shi. Auntie, to prevent these people from doing something irrational, just give them some meat to calm them down. We don't need you to give all the bear meat. We can split it 60-40 as planned. If not, we can also do 6-4 with your side. Su Shi looked on with a cold eye, thinking they were better actors than her. Go ahead and search if you dare. I'm not a stingy person, but if you find any bear meat, I'll give it all to you. I won't keep a single piece. Su Shi, seeing that reasoning was useless and too lazy to waste words, simply gave up. The bear meat brought back yesterday by Hu Lanshan and Su Mingyi had already been hidden in her space. Since the two knew about the bear meat, she felt justified in speaking this way. Lu Hu looked unhappy, constantly glancing at their group. Seeing that he wouldn't give up, Su Shi loudly shouted to everyone, "They say we're hiding bear meat and want to search our bags. As soon as she said this, everyone's faces darkened. Lu, whose expression stiffened. He knew he was angering everyone, but he had no choice but to go ahead. He forced himself to speak. "We're doing this for the family of Zhuqing, who passed away. Their only young man died, leaving behind a widow and orphan. Without food, how can they survive? During hard times, who do you think is more pitiful? I'm also an orphan and a widow. Why don't you pity me? My whole family died, leaving only me. My hand was crushed, and I had to cut it off because there was no medicine. Did I complain? My wife lost her father early, then her husband in middle age. In old age, I've seen my white hair turn black as I bury my loved ones. Why don't you pity me and share some food with me?" Everyone had endured great hardships to survive. Even the kindest people became prickly when their bottom line was touched. Usually, it wasn't obvious, but once their limits were crossed, they would show their true sharpness without hesitation. Even the gentle and elegant Shen Nanfeng's face darkened. Although he carried mostly silver needles and herbs, so he wasn't worried about being searched, the act of searching felt deeply insulting. "Everyone stay calm. This person told me that once they search, they won't follow us anymore," Su Shi sarcastically advised everyone. "So let's cooperate a little. Otherwise, they'll keep following us like a pesky ghost. You're..." Lu Hu's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't lose his temper outright. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "Auntie, your words are too harsh." Su Shi sneered, "I'm just a mountain village woman. Of course, I can't compare to a gentle little wife. I didn't ask you to come here and scold me." After saying this, she spread out her bag. Look at it, look at it. Once you're done, get lost." Hearing Su Shi speak, everyone reluctantly opened their bags, making sure to pack away all their food before showing it. Lu Hu quickly glanced around, but did not see any bear meat. Even if a big bear cub was cut into small pieces, the amount would still be huge. If each person hid a little, it would definitely leave signs of theft. However, with so many people spreading out their packs, he didn't see a single piece of bear meat. Even if there was meat, it was probably leftover roasted chicken, rabbit, or roe deer meat strips, stored as food for later. Could it be that they really didn't steal the bear cub? "Now that everyone has finished checking, it's time for you to leave," Su Shi reminded sharply. "Don't follow us anymore in the future." Lu Hu, however, said leisurely, "We haven't finished yet." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Shi snorted coldly. "I think you're just deliberately wasting time here, trying to keep track of what each of us has, so you can come back and steal it later." Lu Hu's face darkened. "Weren't 2 men from your team out? Who knows if they went to get the bear meat? When they return, it will be clear whether you've hidden any or not. They sent someone to follow Hu Lanshan and Su Mingyi, thinking they went to get the bear meat, right?" Su Shi's heart was steady, but her face remained calm. "Then you can wait and see." After saying that, she turned around and urged everyone, "Do what you need to do. While we have some free time, look around for food. Once Hu Lanshan and Su Mingyi find the water source, we'll leave immediately." Lu Hu frowned at her words. Did those 2 really leave to find water? Or did they go to get the bear meat? Could they have misunderstood? Seeing them standing still, Su Shi paid no attention and called Lu Chong and Su Mingren to keep watch. She herself split the group to look for food. In modern times, she had watched several episodes of wilderness survival. If there was no water source, she would look for something that could serve as water. For example, palm trees dig a hole in the tree, and transparent sap would flow out. Filtering it would make it drinkable. Of course, the most important thing was that she needed to check in. Although her golden finger hadn't given her any big surprises yet, maybe one day she would get lucky. Lu Hu stared at Su Shi and ordered someone to follow her. Su Shi didn't mind. After all, she didn't need to enter a space to check in. Today, the check-in was completed. In her hopeful gaze, a 1-liter bottle of iced tea appeared. Su Shi. Although she was thirsty, how could she carry this iced tea outside? It was something she could only secretly enjoy, not show in the light. But having it is better than nothing. When she was about to die of thirst, having iced tea to drink was much better than drinking her own. Someone was following her, so Sushi didn't dare take out the iced tea to quench her thirst. She simply pretended to walk around a few times. Just as she was hesitating to return to her spot, Su Mingren ran over and said, "Mom, Brother Lanshan and Mingy are back." Su Shi's eyes lit up, and she quickened her steps. When she returned, Lu, who was angrily questioning, "Did you really not steal the bear meat? Then why is the bear's body missing?" Hu Lanshan ignored him, but Su Mingy was not one to hold back. His face darkened, and he said, "There's nowhere I could hide a piece of meat in the house. Do you think I stole such a big bear? If your eyes are bad, go see a doctor and take medicine, so you won't go blind later." Su Mingy took out an axe and raised it threateningly. "Are you going to leave or not?" Lu Hu's face changed repeatedly, and finally, he left in a huff with his people. After they were gone, Su Shi approached quietly and asked softly, "Did you find water?" Su Mingy nodded. "Near the bear's cave, there's a hidden pond, but the water is almost gone. After Hu Lanshan and I filled 3 water bags, there's only enough water left for about 2 more. Someone followed you earlier. Did they find the pond?" "No." Su Mingy shook his head. "Once we entered the deep forest, we lost them." "Good. Go find others and ask for more water bags. Tell them to come back and share with everyone, but don't let them know. That group is still watching us closely, and they might follow you to get water," Su Shi said, patting his arm. "Be careful on the way." Su Mingy felt warm inside and nodded. "Okay." To protect Su Mingy, Su Shi stopped everyone and said, "We have meat and food. That group won't give up following us. So what should we do? It's easy to catch thieves, but hard to prevent them from stealing. Auntie Su, do you have any ideas?" Lu Chong saw Su Shi remain calm in a dangerous situation and quickly asked, "If you have a plan, just tell us. We all trust you. Let's do this first." Su Shi didn't beat around the bush and directly shared his idea with everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Let's go, go, go. We need to shake them off quickly." "Yes. With them here, I can enjoy my food." While the group behind was resting, Su Shi led everyone to walk quickly away. Seeing this, the group immediately chased after them. Some even opened their water bottles, rushing without drinking any water, and some even twisted their ankles in the hurry. However, when they finally caught up, they found that Su Shi and the others had stopped again. The group looked at each other, confused about what Su Shi and the others were planning. They ran away again. "Do you think they want to shake us off like this?" Realizing Su Shi's plan, some of them became cautious and didn't dare to stop, keeping a close watch. Su Shi also playfully teased them, sometimes sitting down slowly, sometimes suddenly standing up and walking quickly. The group was so frightened that they quickly stood up and rushed forward, then awkwardly stopped and pretended nothing was wrong. Such troublemakers. Why are they still following us? Although teasing the group behind was fun, seeing them keep close made everyone feel anxious. "Don't rush. Let's tangle with them for a few more days. When they're exhausted, we can finally shake them off in one go," Su Shi said calmly. "Stay calm and steady. Once they leave, we can start eating the bear meat." "Bear meat? You really brought bear meat? We didn't even notice," Su Mingy sneered. "The poisonous herbs for the smoked bear were given by Dr. Shin. The idea to kill the bear was my mother's. The arrow that killed the bear was shot by Hu Lanshan. What does that have to do with them? They haven't done any work but still want to share. Do they think they can get 8 parts out of 10 just because they're bold? If they had no bad intentions, they would have kept their promises." But since the other side turned unkind, there was no need for him to say he had fulfilled his part. The others, unaware of the full story, now also thought that group was being unreasonable. If they helped a lot, then splitting the rewards fairly would be fine. But they didn't help at all, and still want a big share. That's really shameless. Over the next 2 days, everyone used their old tricks again, making the others miserable. Finally, while the other group was sleeping at night, Su Shi quietly led his people away. No one dared to rest, and they walked all night until dawn before finding a hidden cave to rest. "Did they follow us?" Su Shi asked Hu Lanshan. Hu Lanshan and Su Mingy were at the front and back of the team. Hu Lanshan was in charge of watching the rear. He shook his head. "They didn't follow." Su Shi felt relieved and told everyone, "Light the fire. Cook some meat. Just eat enough and then get a good sleep. Once you're full, we can set off again. Hearing this, everyone, who had been tense for days, finally relaxed. Finally, we can rest. I'm so tired I could fall asleep as soon as I sit down. If you want to sleep, go ahead. I'm still waiting to cook bear meat. Yeah?
There's still meat to eat.
I want to finish eating before sleeping. Mrs. Zhang immediately picked up the pot. Lu Chong's family, you've carried the baby all this way. Let me cook this meat. I've been carried by Mingren, so I'm not that tired and my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Chong's wife hesitated. That I'll do it. Let her do it, Su Shi said. She had noticed over the past few days that Mrs. Zhang was the kind of person who needed to be busy. If she didn't work for a day, she felt restless all over. After asking Shen Nanfeng, Su Shi decided to change her plans for Mrs. Zhang. As long as the work wasn't too tiring, she could do it. This would help her health and mood. Sure enough, when Su Shi said this, Mrs. Zhang smiled. Go ahead. Su Shi waved her hand. Finish early, eat early, and rest early. Mrs. Zhang immediately agreed. Yes, ma'am. Once the fire was lit and the meat was cooking, the smell of the meat quickly filled the entire cave. It instantly chased away everyone's drowsiness. When the meat was ready, Su Mingren divided the meat among everyone. Mrs. Zhang shared some of her portion with Mingfan. Mingfan, eat more. You've lost weight these days. I feel sad just looking at you. Looking at the tenderness and concern in Zhang's eyes, Mingfan felt warm inside and couldn't help but choke up. He softly said, Mother, you're still pregnant with your sister. You need to eat more meat. Since Mingfan fainted last time, he had rarely spoken. They asked Shen Nanfeng to check on him, but he only said Mingfan was troubled by worry. Seeing him finally speak, Zhang felt relieved. She smiled gently, stroked Mingfan's small head, and deliberately said, This wild pig's meat is too greasy. Mother can't stomach it. Just help me out and eat it. Mingfan knew Zhang was doing this for his sake and realized he had caused her worry these days. He no longer refused, but obediently finished the meat. After everyone finished eating, they leaned against the cave wall and fell asleep. Although the cave entrance was hidden to avoid accidents, Su Shi still had Su Mingren and Lu Chong guard outside. It was already bright outside, but after traveling all night, Su Mingren and Lu Chong were a bit tired. Their eyes were wide open, but their eyelids felt heavy, drooping little by little. Su Shi hadn't fully woken up yet when she was startled by Lu Chong's wife's scream. What's going on? Su Shi pressed her temples, feeling her head throbbing, and asked irritably. Seeing her ask, Lu Chong's wife seemed to find her confidence and quickly said, My husband and Su Mingren are missing. Su Shi froze for a moment, and her mind instantly cleared. She quickly looked over everyone but didn't see Lu Chong or Su Mingren. Before she could speak, Lu Chong's wife continued, Not only are they gone, but our stored grain is also missing. Since everyone was cooking together, they could carry their own meat, but to make porridge, they needed grain. Instead of giving it in small amounts at each meal, they stored it together to share.
What?
The grain is gone. Could Lu Chong and Su Mingren have taken the grain and run away? No grain, and we can't survive long just eating meat strips. Everyone suddenly panicked, and their gazes towards Su Shi became unfriendly. Su Shi felt her head hurt even more. She wasn't sure if it was from the cold wind last night or from worrying about this. Su Mingyi stepped in to block everyone's gaze and said coldly, If it weren't for my mother, would you all still be alive? Don't forget, the meat you've been eating these days was all brought back by us. When these words were spoken, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Su Mingyi snorted coldly. A bunch of traitors. Su Shi shook her head at him and said to everyone, There's something strange about this. Everyone knows what kind of person Su Mingren is. His whole family is here. How could he just leave? Lu Chong's wife quickly added, My husband wouldn't abandon me and the children either. So, we need to find them. Su Shi looked at Hulan Shan. Hulan Shan, can I ask you to go look for them? Hulan Shan glanced at her. Yes, I can. Su Mingyi frowned. Mother, I can go. I can find Su Mingren. I know you can find him. Su Shi lowered her voice and looked around cautiously. Our family is old and young. If you leave, what if they take advantage and cause trouble? Su Mingyi's heart tightened. He immediately said, I'll stay. Hu Lanshan left the cave. Outside, cold wind blew fiercely, making his cheeks red from the cold, but he didn't mind. He carefully observed the surroundings with his blue eyes, looking for clues. Soon he found some traces. Following the clues, Hu Lanshan saw a group of people. They were gathered behind a windbreak rock, sitting around a pot. However, the porridge in the pot was still steaming, but the fire underneath had been blown out, and the people sitting there had fallen to the ground. Hu Lanshan checked several of them. Except for one person who was barely breathing, the others looked pale, with black lips. They had all died from poisoning. He looked at the porridge in the pot, then quickly carried the person who was still alive back to the cave where Su Shi and the others were waiting. As soon as he entered the cave, Hu Lanshan threw the person in front of Shun Nanfeng. He ate poisonous mushrooms, he said, describing the color and smell of the mushrooms. Shun Nanfeng took out a package and gave the person some medicine. It couldn't fully cure the poison, but it could slow down the effects. The person opened his eyes, but he was still groggy. Before he could fully wake up, Su Shi slapped him and asked coldly, Where did you take my son? The person's eyes widened. It took him a moment to realize where he was. He trembled and asked, Which son are you talking about? The one who looks silly and easy to trick. Oh, that one, huh? No wonder we only asked him a few questions, and he was willing to give us all his meat strips.
Su 11. MMS.
Zhang, listening nearby, got angry and slapped him. Where did you take him? The man trembled, surprised at how fierce women have become these days. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Mrs. Zhang's eyes turned red, looking very scary. She shouted and asked, If you don't know, who does? Seeing she was upset, Su 11 held her back and said to the older and younger girls, Take care of your mother. I'll ask questions. The older and younger girls quickly stepped forward to support Mrs. Zhang. Not getting the answer she wanted, Mrs. Zhang felt unhappy inside. The older girls softly comforted her. Mom, Grandma is so strong. She can find out where Dad is. Don't worry, just wait a bit. The younger girl quickly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Mom, you mustn't worry too much. Otherwise, your stomach will hurt again. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang had to calm her anxious feelings. Su 11 looked coldly at the man. Tell me carefully what happened. The man shrank back and asked nervously. If I tell you, okay. But first, let me eat a good meal, Su 11 sneered. Still thinking about food? Have you forgotten why you almost died? If it weren't for our Dr. Shen, you would have been poisoned by wild mushrooms long ago. At this moment, Shun Nanfeng added, The poison isn't fully gone, just temporarily suppressed. The man was startled, and his pupils trembled. He quickly kowtowed to Shun Nanfeng. Doctor, please save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Shun Nanfeng said calmly, Show me how you behave. The truth is, Lu Hu has been secretly following you. Yesterday, we used a trick, saying there were elders and children at home needing food. He softened and gave us all his meat strips. Then Lu Hu caught his companion and threatened him to bring food, or he would kill his friend. So, he went back to get food. Later, we cooked porridge, but accidentally put poisonous mushrooms in the pot. They ate a lot and died from poisoning. I ate less, so I wasn't poisoned. The man, trying to stay alive, stopped talking. And what about the others? Su 11 asked again. I don't know. I really don't know. The man looked close to tears. We are asking for food, not for life. Why are they taking people back? Mother, let's go find him quickly. It's freezing outside, and if Mingren has any trouble, Zhang Shi grabbed Su Shi's arm, sweating nervously. Su Shi nodded and said to everyone, Split into 2 groups. One team will go with Hu Lanshan to their territory to bring back the food. The other team will search for Mingren and Lu Chong with us. Everyone agreed and split up. At first, some doubted that Mingren and Lu Chong had escaped with the food, but since they all came from the same village, everyone hoped they were still alive. The groups hurriedly went their separate ways. Su Shi led Zhang Shi and others, calling out and searching, but saw no sign of anyone and heard nothing. About 2 hours later, Hu Lanshan hurried over in a rush. "The food is gone," he said grimly. "That group didn't all die. Someone ran away with the food. Then why did some people eat poisonous mushrooms?" Su Shi suddenly thought, did they fight among themselves? Did someone deliberately poison them, and another group stole the food? Hu Lanshan hesitated. That's possible. If they took the food and left, they wouldn't have brought Mingren and Lu Chong, Su Shi guessed, her face growing more serious. "I'm not worried about them kidnapping, but I fear they might really do something deadly." "Do something deadly?" A trembling voice suddenly came from behind Su Shi. Her face changed. She thought, oh no. She forced herself to stay calm and said lightly, "No, I meant that group fighting among themselves and actually harming their former companions." "That's worse than animals." Zhang Shi was half convinced and looked at Hu Lanshan. "Brother Lanshan, do you have any news about Mingren?" Hu Lanshan shook his head. "No." Zhang Shi looked defeated and said vaguely, "Mingren, where are you? Could something have happened to you? What should I do with the children if that's the case?" "Mother, don't worry. Dad is strong and healthy. He definitely won't be in trouble. Father keeps his promises. Since he said he would take care of you for life, he definitely won't break his word. Mother, we'll look everywhere with you. We probably didn't search carefully enough just now." The older and younger sisters, Mingfan and San, took turns comforting her, finally helping Zhang Shi to regain some strength. Seeing this, Su Shi also let out a sigh of relief. She quickly pulled Hu Lanshan aside and asked, "Is there any way to track down the people who stole the grain?" Hu Lanshan looked at her hand grabbing his arm, a strange light flashing in his eyes, but his tone was calm. "Yes, there is." Hearing this, Su Shi thought to herself, "Then you go and track them down, bring back the news, and we will go catch them together. No matter if Su Mingren is alive or dead, we must see him in person or see his body. Otherwise, Zhang might not want to leave." Hu Lanshan didn't refuse. "All right." After saying that, he turned and left. While they were talking closely, the people anxiously searching for someone didn't notice anything unusual. Only Su Mingyi sensed something was off. He stepped forward and couldn't help asking Su Shi, "Mother, what did you and Hu Lanshan talk about? Didn't you call him Lanshanji before? Why are you suddenly calling his full name?" Su Shi originally wanted to tell Su Mingyi the truth, but Zhang was resting nearby. Afraid of being overheard, she didn't say anything. However, Su Mingyi misunderstood her question. He thought Su Shi was defending Hu Lanshan, and his face darkened. "Mother, even though that old man married another woman, you're still his main wife." Su Shi was confused but felt a sickening feeling like swallowing a fly when he mentioned Su Xinghe. "Since he encouraged Su Mingli to kill me, I've considered that husband dead. So, whether he marries one wife or 10, it doesn't matter to me. So, if father marries a new wife, does mother need to find another one too?" Su Mingyi thought this and looked very angry. After the three children pulled Zhang away a bit, Su Shi lowered her voice and told him the news Hu Lanshan had found out. Su Mingyi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked, "So, Su Mingren might be in danger now?" Su Shi nodded heavily. "Don't tell Zhang for now. Since she's pregnant, she's very likely to overthink. We're already busy looking for people. If something happens to her, we might get overwhelmed." Su Mingyi nodded. "Okay, Uncle Su." Lu Chong's family. The people have been found. Suddenly, the people searching for someone found a man unconscious and in the rocks. Hearing the sound, Mrs. Zhang's eyes lit up. She quickly pushed away her three children and hurried over. However, the person was not Su Mingren but Lu Chong. Old Lu, Lu Chong's wife, rushed forward, lifted Lu Chong's head, and checked his breathing, crying with joy, "He's still alive. He's still alive." Su 11 looked at Shun Nanfeng. "Dr. Shun, please go check." Shun Nanfeng nodded and examined Lu Chong. "There is a large bump on the back of his head, probably from being hit with a stick. We need to wait until he wakes up to see if there are any problems." Lu Chong's wife was anxious when she heard this. She kept shouting for Lu Chong to wake up. Su 11 advised, "Give him a couple of slaps. If that doesn't work, let Dr. Shun try acupuncture." Lu Chong's wife didn't hesitate. She slapped him twice, turning his face red. But Lu Chong did not wake up. Shen Nanfeng was about to take out acupuncture needles when Lu Chong's wife slapped him again. This time, Lu Chong's face swelled. But he woke up. Ouch, my face. Lu Chong grimaced in pain. Seeing his wife crying loudly, he frowned. Why are you crying? Did someone hurt you? You hurt me. Lu Chong's wife cried, her eyes red. Lu Chong, you scared me to death. At this moment, Lu Chong's children also rushed over, crying loudly with their mother. Lu Chong felt overwhelmed. He looked at the crowd around him. What exactly happened? Don't you remember what happened before you fainted? Su 11 looked at him with curiosity. Shen Nanfeng checked Lu Chong's pulse. It seems he was hit too hard with that sneak attack stick, causing him to temporarily lose his memory. What? Lu Chong didn't understand, and looked confused. Why am I here? Weren't we supposed to be quietly moving along? Su 11 asked. In your last memory, do you remember us sneaking away at night and rushing along quickly? Lu Chong, think again. Think carefully. Mingren was with you guarding the cave entrance. Now he's gone. We don't know if he's alive or dead. Please try to remember what happened. Mrs. Zhang thought that finding Lu Chong would help locate Su Mingren, but she didn't expect him to temporarily lose his memory. She immediately couldn't hold back her emotions. Lu Chong still looked confused. Wait, what exactly is going on? I don't understand at all. Su Mingyi, go explain to Lu Chong what the situation is, Su Shi instructed. Then she comforted Zhang. Pingping, calm down first. How can I calm down? Zhang, overwhelmed with panic after losing her husband, couldn't control her emotions. She even snapped at her usually fearful mother-in-law, angrily asking, if Mingren is in trouble, I don't want to live anymore. Su Shi's face turned cold. Then what will they do? She pointed to Dia, Arya, and Mingfan. Seeing their eager eyes looking at her, Zhang felt a lump in her throat. Tears welled up, but she choked on her words, unable to speak. But Su Shi didn't give up. She pressed further, asking, Zhang Pingping, if Su Mingren dies and you want to die too, what about Dia, Arya, Mingfan, and the baby in your belly? Do you want them to die with you? Mother, I can't think about all that right now. Zhang lowered her eyes, looking defeated, like a puppet without a soul. You're their mother. If you can't take care of them, do you expect others to do it? Su Shi said coldly, emotionless as ice. Let me tell you, don't entrust this to me. If you dare to die, I will immediately leave those 3 little ones behind. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, as a mother, you can abandon your children so cruelly? And you still blame me for not being able to raise children during these hard times and natural disasters? Su Shi demanded. Zhang was speechless, tears silently falling. Dia, Arya, and Mingfan looked at each other but said nothing. Seeing her stubbornness, Su Shi sighed inwardly. Maybe kindness truly brings good rewards. Su Mingren, a kind person often called a fool, actually has a wife willing to share life and death with him. At this moment, Shen Nanfeng was already using silver needles to treat Lu Chong. Seeing Lu Chong with needles stuck all over his head like a hedgehog, Su Shi asked, Lu Chong, can you remember what happened before you fainted? Lu Chong forced a smile. Annie, I really tried to remember, but the more I think about it, the more my head hurts. I just can't recall anything. Su Shi frowned and looked at Shen Nanfeng. Dr. Shen, when do you think Lu Chong will remember? Shen Nanfeng finished removing the needle and shook his head. He has a bruise on the back of his head, which is causing his temporary forgetfulness. Once the swelling goes down, he will regain his memory. But when that will happen, I can't say. Su Shi's mouth twitched. This situation reminded her of the story where Ziwei fell from the carriage and went blind. By the time he remembers, it might be too late, she muttered. Shen Nanfeng moved closer, looking helpless. Dr. Shen, please check on my eldest daughter-in-law. Su Shi sighed heavily. Children are always a burden. Shen Nanfeng nodded in response. Hu Lanshan hadn't returned yet. Su Mingyi was anxious. Knowing Lu Chong's memory loss was unreliable, he ran alone at full speed around the area but couldn't find Su Mingren. Su Mingren, come out. Your wife and children are waiting for you at home. Su Mingren, Please come back, Su Mingyi shouted and searched, but the forest was cold and silent. Not even a bird's shadow was seen. His heart grew more anxious. Could it be that Su Mingren was really dead? I remember now. Just as Su Mingyi was feeling heavy-hearted on his way back, he suddenly heard Lu Chong shout loudly. Everyone immediately looked at him. Lu Chong looked at Su Shi anxiously. Auntie, they took Mingren. They said it was to get revenge on you and Mingyi, so they knocked him out and took him away. Su Shi's brow furrowed sharply. She suddenly asked, "Do you recognize someone with a scar on the corner of his eyebrow?" "I remember," Lu Chong said, with a deep impression of that person. "It was him who knocked Mingren out." Su Shi's face darkened. She turned to call Su Mingyi. "Mingyi, hurry back and catch that person. That brat dares to lie with his eyes wide open." Su Mingyi ran quickly toward the mountain cave where they were staying. At that time, to find Su Mingren and Lu Chong quickly, they didn't think about punishing the other person. They just tied him up and threw him in the cave. However, when Su Mingyi returned to the cave, his face darkened. The person who was with 5 strips of cloth was gone. Su Mingyi carefully searched inside and outside the cave, but couldn't find anyone. Angry, Su Mingyi punched the rock wall, but he couldn't do anything, so he had to go back and tell Su Shi about it.
What?
They ran away. Su Shi frowned. How is that possible? What kind of binding method did you use? Was it one that could be undone by the person themselves? Su Mingyi shook his head and looked seriously at everyone present. I used a pig-tying method. Even a few 100 pounds of fat pigs can't break free, let alone a thin person. Without help from others, he definitely couldn't escape. Su Shi's mind tightened. Lu Chong also thought of a possibility, but didn't want to admit it. He said, maybe Lu Hu and his group rescued him and took him away. That's possible too. Su Shi said, but inwardly, she started to feel cautious. However, if those people were just seeking revenge, why would they bother to tie up Su Mingren and then go through the trouble of kidnapping him? Su Shi's mind was turning, and she had some ideas, but she couldn't connect all the scattered pieces of information. So, where exactly was Su Mingren? She couldn't help but touch her chin and walk back and forth. The others saw her deep in thought and didn't dare to interrupt.
Suddenly, Aya shouted, "Mother!"
What are you doing? Everyone looked over and saw Zhangshi suddenly pick up a kitchen knife and cut her own wrist. Blood immediately flowed out. Not just the children, even the adults were shocked, and their faces changed dramatically. Su Shi quickly stepped forward, took out a handkerchief, and covered Zhangshi's bleeding wrist. Zhang Pingping, are you crazy? Zhangshi looked blank and empty. Mingren is dead. I don't want to live anymore. Su Shi was furious. Her anger overwhelmed her sadness, and she raised her hand to slap her. Smack. A clear slap sounded, and Zhangshi was knocked to the ground, her face swollen. Do you think your life is only yours? With your death, everything is over. What about the children left behind? And the unborn baby in your belly? If Su Mingren really died and you saw him sacrificed to be with you, would you feel happy to reunite with him or angry that you abandoned his children and caused his death? Since Mrs. Zhang doesn't care about her own life, Su Shi places a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, forcing her not to dare to die. Mrs. Zhang tears up and says, Mother, please don't die, okay? Second sister, though young and mischievous, has never seen her mother attempt to end her life before. She cries loudly in fear. Big sister is already so scared that her legs go weak, tears streaming down her face, but she keeps staring at Mrs. Zhang without blinking. Having seen her own mother try to end her life before, Ming Fan becomes even more frightened when she sees Mrs. Zhang cut her wrist. She rushes into her arms, holding her tightly and not daring to let go. Seeing the 3 children's attachment and worry, Mrs. Zhang feels heavy-hearted. The thought of ending her life seems to be pushed down again and again. Big sister, second sister, Ming Fan. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do foolish things again in the future. That slap woke her up. Seeing Mrs. Zhang finally willing to face reality, Su Shi relaxes and breathes a sigh of relief. Although Su Mingren might be seriously injured or worse, since those people want to take him away, they wouldn't kill him easily. Instead, they would make him suffer before he dies. During hard times and natural disasters, everyone's main goal is to survive. Who would stay behind to torment Su Mingren? Even if those people hold deep hatred, they wouldn't be so foolish. So, the most likely way to torment him is. Thinking of this, Su Shi's mind flashes brightly. He quickly shouts, "I know where Su Mingren is." Everyone looks surprised. "Mother, where?" Su Mingyi asks anxiously. Mrs. Zhang and the children immediately look over eagerly. "That cave. The one where the bear lives." Su Shi doesn't hesitate. He turns around and starts walking back. Those people want to torment Su Mingren, so they won't kill him. The most likely thing is they tied him up and threw him into the cave, letting him starve or die of thirst. Hearing this, everyone agrees it makes sense and quickly follows. Mrs. Zhang wants to go with them, but after walking a few steps, she suddenly cries out in pain and kneels on the ground. Ping, Su Shi is shocked and immediately stops, turning back to look. He hears Big Sister shout out, "Mother, your thigh is bleeding." Su Shi's face suddenly changed, and she immediately turned back. When she saw Zhang's skirt gradually stained red with blood, she almost tore off her sleeve and rushed forward, shouting, "Dr. Shen, come help my daughter-in-law." Shen Nanfeng staggered and nearly fell flat on the ground. However, he was not a person who liked to argue, and since the patient was right in front of him, he paid no attention to anything else. Shen Nanfeng quickly checked Zhang's pulse. Her emotions are too unstable, and combined with vigorous activity, she has disturbed the pregnancy. If this continues, the baby might be in danger. What? Zhang was shocked, her face turning pale with fear. Su Shi made a quick decision. Ping, wait here. We're going to the cave to find Su Mingren." "No," Zhang immediately refused. "Mother, let me go with you. If I can't see Mingren, I won't be able to rest easy." Su Shi frowned tightly, her eyes sharp. This time, Zhang stared at her without blinking, not looking away. After a long moment, Su Shi sighed and called Su Mingyi. "Carry your sister-in-law on your back to find Mingren. We can't make her choose between her husband and her child." Hearing this, Zhang's eyes filled with tears. In a moment of crisis, Su Mingyi had no thoughts about propriety. He immediately carried Zhang on his back and ran. Since he was used to mountain paths, even running was smooth, so Zhang didn't suffer much. Everyone else hurried to follow, including Dia, Arya, and Mingfan, who gritted their teeth and kept up. Soon, they reached outside the cave. Su Mingyi carried Zhang into the cave, and Su signaled to the others. "Last time at Hulun Mountain, we saw 2 poisonous snakes being shot here. Be careful. Don't get bitten." Everyone immediately became alert. Suddenly, Zhang's voice rang out inside the cave, a mix of surprise and joy. Su Shi quickly stepped into the cave. Inside, they lit a fire stick. Su Mingren was in the corner, looking pale, lips cracked, unconscious. Su Shi immediately took out a water bag and poured water into his mouth. Mingren! But Su Mingren still didn't open his eyes. Su Shi checked his forehead. The hot temperature made her face turn serious. Su Mingren has a fever. In this situation, being sick is truly dangerous. "Dr. Shen, please come quickly and check Su Mingren." Seeing Shen Nanfeng also come in, Su Shi quickly moved aside to let him through. Shen Nanfeng approached and checked Su Mingren's pulse. He's been dehydrated for a long time plus caught a cold. His condition looks very serious. We need to give him medicine to lower his fever immediately, or the high temperature could damage his brain.
Su Shi was startled.
Damaging the brain is no small matter. "Do you have any medicine to give him now?" Su Shi asked quickly. Shen Nanfeng shook his head with a serious expression. "I don't have any medicine on hand right now." "Mingren, are you so heartless that you want to leave me?" Mrs. Zhang held Su Mingren, tears streaming down her face. Before Su Shi could comfort her, she suddenly closed her eyes and fainted. At this moment, before Su Shi could call for help, Shen Nanfeng had already reached out to check her pulse. Her emotions are too intense, and there are signs of a miscarriage. He sighed, looking sad. She must take medicine to protect the pregnancy now, or not only the baby in her belly, but also her own life could be in danger. Su Shi's face changed. Can we use silver needles? Acupuncture works well, but it's not a cure-all. Without medicine, it's like a skilled cook without rice. Impossible to cook a good meal. Shen Nanfeng shook his head. Su Shi pinched her brow, feeling exhausted and a bit dazed. Suddenly, everything went black before her eyes. A supporting hand caught her from behind, holding her arm. Su Shi turned around and saw Hu Lanshan. Hu Lanshan frowned and asked her, "Are you all right?" Su Shi shook her head and asked him, "Did you find any clues about those people?" "Yes, but it's snowing now, and the traces are gradually being covered." "It's snowing?" Su Shi looked outside the cave. She couldn't see clearly, but the cold wind made her feel a chilling sensation. So, the feeling of snow adding to the frost is like this. "Mother, are you okay?" Su Mingyi hurried over to check on Su Shi. In his memory, Su Shi was strong, determined, and fiery, but when he saw her look tired and even blacking out, he suddenly realized she was already in her late spring years. Su Shi shook her head. She took a deep breath and looked at Shen Nanfeng. "What herbs do we need? Can we find it on the mountain?" "It should be possible." Shen Nanfeng's eyes lit up. "The herbs for treating wind cold are common, but Zhang's condition is different. She is weak and cold. Her medicine must include ginseng, or it won't help stabilize her pregnancy and health. Even rare medicines are hard to find normally, and during a famine, they are almost impossible to get." Su 11's face looked grim, and her heart felt heavier, but she had to try. "Teach us how to recognize the herbs by their shape, color, and habits. Let's go find them. If we find them, it means they are not doomed. If we can't," she looked deeply at Su Mingren and Zhang, speaking seriously, "then it's their fate." After that, Shen Nanfeng began teaching everyone how to identify the herbs. There are 10 different herbs needed, each with unique shapes, colors, and habits. The group couldn't remember all, so each person memorized 2. The cave where Xiong Xiazi lived was originally surrounded by lush trees, but because of the famine, many people entered the mountains to escape, almost eating all the mountain delicacies and wild game along the way. Plus, it was winter, and besides sturdy trees and hardy shrubs, almost no green plants remained. But Su Mingren and Zhang were in critical condition, so everyone else paid no attention to anything else. Remembering how Su Mingren had helped them before, no one could ignore him now. Su 11 watched them carefully searching for herbs, feeling moved. It seemed that even though her son was simple-minded, he was still lucky in his own way. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes drifted down, making the temperature drop further. Su 11 tried to wrap herself tightly in her coat, but the cold still seeped in, making her shiver uncontrollably. "I found a herb. I found one too. I've also discovered some." Good news kept coming. Everyone gathered together and, surprisingly, found quite a few herbs. Shen Nanfeng looked around, picked out most of the weeds that looked wrong, and finally gathered enough herbs for a complete medicine. "Great. Now our parents can be saved." Second sister relaxed her tense emotions and couldn't help but cry. Shen Nanfeng looked at her with sympathy. "This medicine can only be given to your father. Your mother still needs 3 more herbs." "What herbs are missing?" "I'll go find them." Second sister immediately started crying out. "Uncle Shen, please, you must save my mother." Even if I don't have a sister, I don't want to be without my mother." Big sister hugged second sister silently, tears falling. Feng also looked at Su Mingren and Mrs. Zhang, who had been unconscious for a whole day and night without waking. His face was pale, and his eyes gradually became empty. He probably is a bad omen. Anyone close to him seems to face misfortune. His biological mother was harmed because of him, and even his adoptive parents are about to be harmed. If he leaves, will his parents get better? Hu Lanshan glanced at Feng, sensing that this boy's emotions were not right. Since he can only eat what Su Mingren has, then let's give it to him first. Su Shi decided firmly. To prevent Su Mingren's brain from being damaged by the high temperature, Su Shi asked Big Sister to stay and use snow to cool his forehead, while also doing gentle massage to reduce fever. Although the fever didn't go down, his condition at least stabilized. They left Shen Nanfeng in the cave to prepare medicine, while the others continued to search for herbs outside. Before leaving, Mrs. Zhang woke up faintly and heard Shen Nanfeng quietly tell Su Shi, "Madam Su, Mrs. Zhang's condition is very bad. I've used silver needles to slow down the bleeding, but if we can't find the right medicine soon, her chances will be slim." Su Shi's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to ask more, but suddenly heard Mrs. Zhang calling out behind her, "Ping Ping." Su Shi immediately turned to Mrs. Zhang. "How do you feel?" Mrs. Zhang reached out her hand. Su Shi took her hand and gently comforted her. "Don't worry. With Dr. Shen here, you and Su Mingren will be fine." Mrs. Zhang smiled weakly. "Mother, you don't have to hide it from me. I heard what you and Dr. Shen just said." Su Shi's expression stiffened. Mrs. Zhang continued, "Mother, if you die, Su Mingren, who always helps others even at his own expense, will be bullied to death by others in the future." Su Shi interrupted before she could finish. Mrs. Zhang was stunned, looking at the still unconscious Su Mingren beside her, feeling sad. As a wife, she understood Su Mingren and knew that what Su Shi said might really happen.
But what could she do about it?
Su Shi saw the darkness in her eyes and said sarcastically, "If they grow up and think that your letting go of life caused their misfortune, do you think they will hate you?" Mrs. Zhang gasped and finally showed a desire to survive. "Mother, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Su Shi held her hand tightly. "With me here, you and the children won't die. So keep going, don't give up, even if it's just for the children." Mrs. Zhang tearfully agreed. Perhaps due to intense emotional ups and downs, she soon fainted again. Su Shi sighed softly and suddenly remembered she hadn't signed in yet. While Shen Nanfeng was busy boiling medicine and Su Mingren and Mrs. Zhang were unconscious, she decided to sign in. As a result, a pack of warm packs appeared today. Su Shi's eyes lit up. In this cold weather, warm packs are very useful. She immediately took out a warm pack and placed it on Mrs. Zhang's lower abdomen through her clothes. Soon, Mrs. Zhang, who had a sad face while unconscious, gradually looked better. Later, Su Shi also placed warm packs on her own stomach and both thighs, through her clothes. When the warm packs started to heat up, she let out a comfortable breath. Going outside again, it wasn't as cold as before. However, this time, everyone searched for a long time, from dawn to dusk, but still couldn't find the necessary herbs. As it got darker, Su Shi's face grew serious, but she had to tell everyone to return to the cave. Winter nights in the mountains are very dangerous. Even animals don't roam freely. They definitely can't take risks. When everyone returned to the cave, Su Mingren had already taken medicine, his fever had broken, and he was gradually waking up. "Mother Mingy." Seeing Su Shi and Su Mingyi, Su Mingren called out hoarsely and anxiously, "Did you find the medicine for Ping Ping?" Su Shi and Su Mingyi shook their heads. Su Mingren, worried, wanted to go out and find herbs. "I'll go too. I can definitely find some. Enough, you're still sick. Don't cause trouble." Shen Nanfeng looked at him, noticing he was too weak to stand and still wanted to rush outside. He scolded impatiently, "I'm afraid you'll faint again before you get far. When that happens, it won't be as simple as a fever medicine to wake you up." Su Shi immediately glared at Su Mingren. "Su Mingren, behave yourself." "Mother, do you want me to watch Ping Ping die right in front of me?" Su Mingren cried with red eyes. "What's the use of shouting at me now?" Su Shi sneered. "If you had the ability, you wouldn't have sent dried meat and grain to unrelated people in the first place. If you hadn't been kidnapped, your wife wouldn't have suffered so much trying to find you." Su Mingren was shocked and broke down crying. "It's my fault. I hurt Ping Ping.
Boo-hoo.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted or naive." At this moment, he deeply understood that in special times, being kind to others could be cruel to oneself. Su Shi ignored his breakdown and spent the whole morning looking for Su Mingren. They searched for herbs all afternoon. She was so tired, she didn't want to try to comfort her children anymore. However, the more she wanted to rest, the more trouble came her way. Hu Lanshan quietly told her, "Lady Shi, Arya and Mingfan are missing. What? Su Shi's eyebrows twitched. She immediately lowered her voice. We must not tell Su Mingren and Mrs. Zhang. Otherwise, they won't be able to keep calm, Hu Lanshan whispered. Su Mingyi went to look for them. Did Hu Lanshan, can you help me? Su Shi frowned and quietly asked. If you find them, I will cook for you for a year. Hu Lanshan raised an eyebrow and agreed readily. Fearing that Su Mingren might discover that Arya and Mingfan were missing, she stayed behind to comfort him. Outside the cave, Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan searched the dark forest for the missing Arya and Mingfan. Brother Mingfan, are you sure? Are there really ginseng plants here? Seeing the sky darken, Arya was a little scared, but thinking of Mrs. Zhang, who was weak and unconscious, she gathered her courage. Mingfan nodded. When I passed by yesterday, I looked outside the forest and saw a red plant. It looks exactly like the ginseng flower Uncle Shin talked about. Then why don't we call the adults to come with us? Arya asked doubtfully. If we tell Uncle San, he can definitely find the ginseng. But Mingfan said, it's my fault that my parents are in trouble. I owe a debt and need to pay it back. I can't let Uncle San get involved again. Arya, you shouldn't have come with me. Brother Mingfan, you're confused. How did you hurt our parents? What does that have to do with you? Arya saw that he was acting strange and quickly said, it's not your fault at all. Mingfan, don't be so stubborn. Alum confidently said, it's me. I must be a bad luck charm. That's why everyone close to me has died. When Mother gets better after taking medicine, I will leave. I can't burden Dad and Mom or you all. Second sister heard this and quickly hugged his arm, worried. Brother Alum, you're talking nonsense. You're my brother, we're family. How can you leave us? Besides, where would you go if you left? Alum's eyes grew blank. Where could I go? Mother is gone, the home is gone. In this big world, he has no place to stay. Sniff. Suddenly, a few yellow martens with fierce eyes jumped out from the bushes, glaring at second sister and Alum, ready to attack. Alum immediately protected second sister. Second sister, when I shout, you run. Run to Grandma's place, but second sister refused to leave. Brother Alum, I want to stay and fight the martens with you. Brother Alum, look. That red flower under the tree. Is that ginseng flower? Halfway through speaking, second sister's gaze suddenly fixed on a spot, and she stopped moving. Alum also looked over quickly. Sure enough, he saw a red plant swaying gently in the cold wind. In Alum's dark eyes, it was as if a flame had ignited, shining brightly. It's it. Mother will be saved. Yowl. While they were distracted, the martens lunged at them. People fleeing famine, often all resources from the forest, not just wild fruits, even moles are not spared. So, the martens were all hungry. This forced them to hunt bigger prey, like the two children in front of them. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Su 11 was anxiously waiting for news, but he dared not show any worry. However, after Su Mingren woke up, his mind was full of Zhang's face. For a moment, he didn't notice that second sister and Alum were missing. Other people gradually returned, but they found second sister and Alum were gone. Before asking, they were stopped by someone nearby. Apparently, Su 11 had already spoken privately. If Su Mingren and Zhang found out that second sister and Alum were missing, they would rush out to find them at all costs. But their bodies couldn't handle such a fuss. So, Su Shi could only keep it a secret, and they also had to stay silent. However, this secret couldn't be kept for long, because Zhang sure woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Mingren standing nearby. She relaxed a little and asked, "Where are the children?" Suddenly, there was silence in the cave. Su Mingren realized he hadn't seen Arya and Mingfan. He looked at Dia, who was always by Zhang Shi's side, and asked loudly, "Where are Arya and Mingfan?" Dia pursed her lips and didn't dare speak.
Daya.
I'm asking you. A strong feeling of dread filled Su Mingren. He grabbed Dia's arm and pulled her in front of him, shouting angrily, "Where are Arya and Mingfan?" Seeing Dia's face show pain, Su Shi quickly stopped him.
Su Mingren.
You're crazy. She's your daughter. Do you want to hurt her by pulling so hard? Su Mingren was stunned, quickly let go, feeling both heartache and anger. I didn't mean to hurt her. Su Shi rolled her eyes at him. Go away, mother, where are Arya and Ming Fan? Su Mingren didn't answer, but Zhang sure sensed something was wrong and asked closely. Su Shi opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Mother, we're here. Suddenly Ming Fan's voice rang out in the cave. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Ming Fan, covered in wounds, carrying Arya as he came in. Ming Fan. Arya. Everyone was startled. Su Mingren hurried to check on Arya. She was bleeding heavily and unconscious. He asked anxiously, what happened? Let Dr. Shin check them first. Su Shi immediately said. Ming Fan, put Arya down first. Grandma, Dad, Mom, I found the medicine. Ming Fan smiled weakly, then suddenly closed his eyes and fainted. Su Mingren quickly reached out to hold both children. When they separated, Su Shi saw what was in Arya's arms. It was a thumb-sized ginseng. The two children had actually found the ginseng. Su Shi hurriedly looked at Shen Nanfeng and urged anxiously, Dr. Shen, please heal these two little heroes. Mrs. Zhang looked at Ming Fan and Arya, both covered in scars. She felt angry and worried, tears filling her eyes. Silly children. Such foolish children. Shen Nanfeng checked Ming Fan and Arya's pulses carefully. Both children have small scratches from wild animals. Ming Fan's injuries are the worst, but he's also the luckiest. He has a deep bite wound on his neck. If it had been 2 inches to the side, he would have bled heavily. Arya's wound was probably caused by her accidentally hitting herself. It's not serious, but she might feel sick or want in the next few days. She needs careful care. Listening, Su Shi felt her heart pounding with worry. Ming Fan almost had a major artery bitten, and Arya hitting her head could cause a concussion. Both injuries are very serious. After the check, Shen Nanfeng's tense face eased a little. He comforted Mrs. Zhang and Su Mingren, saying, Don't worry. The injuries are serious, but with good rest for a month, they will recover. Su Shi pushed down her worries and also tried to comfort them. As parents, you are the children's protectors. If you fall ill, the children will have to carry the burden of life. So, to keep them safe, you must take care of yourselves. Su Mingren and Mrs. Zhang nodded silently. Mother, I found a missing herb. At that moment, Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan returned. They had been searching outside for Ming Fan and Arya. They didn't find the children, but unexpectedly found a herb missing from the pregnancy medicine. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng was very happy. Great. Now we have all the herbs. Seeing Ming Fan and Arya covered in wounds, Su Mingyi's heart sank. What happened to Ming Fan and Arya? Su Shi pulled him aside and said to Shen Nanfeng, Dr. Shen, since we have all the herbs, please start making the medicine. Shen Nanfeng nodded. Su Shi looked at Dia. Dia, take good care of your parents and siblings. Dia answered softly. Then Su Shi took Su Mingyi out of the cave and told him about the wild animal attack when they went out to find medicine for Ming Fan and Arya. Wild animals? Su Mingyi thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, It's those yellow foxes. I'll skin them alive. Su Shi's face darkened. It's already night. Those foxes can see in the dark. Can you? Lying down one after another was already enough trouble. If you also had an accident, should I send the still ill Su Mingren to find you? Or should I risk my old bones braving the snowstorm to look for you? Su Mingyi immediately fell silent. Wait until the snow stops. Then go and report to Huang Paizi for revenge. Su Shi glanced at the snow outside the cave, feeling that the temperature seemed to drop a bit more. This weather is really strange. There used to be venomous snakes in the deep forest, but now they probably have gone into hibernation in their dens. Hu Lanshan also came out. He looked at the snow and wind outside the cave, his face serious. This heavy snow will probably last a long time.
Su Shi frowned.
Right now, Su Mingren, his wife, and children need rest. It seems we have to stay in the cave for a few days. However, Hu Lanshan did not catch up with Lu Hu and the others, which means they are now out of food, except for some dried meat strips they had saved earlier. Mom, do you think there's a traitor among us?
Suminji suddenly whispered.
Sushi's face darkened, and he looked cautiously behind him. We'll watch for a few days. If there's any sign of betrayal, we'll catch them.
Suminji nodded.
Back in the cave, Sushi told everyone that they had decided to stay and rest. If you want to leave, you can. I won't force anyone to stay with us, the Su family, Sushi said. Lu Chong immediately said, I'll stay. Shen Nanfeng kept working on his medicine, saying, I need to stay and take care of the sick. I can't leave. The others also said they would stay one after another. They had no food, no clear plan, and it was better to follow the main group. I want to leave, someone suddenly said when everyone else decided to stay and rest. Hu Lanshan was surprised. Hu Lanshan, you want to leave? This snow will last a long time, and we don't have much food left, Hu Lanshan explained.
Sushiji understood.
So, you're going hunting? I'm going too.
Suminji quickly responded.
Lu Chong also hurriedly said, I'll go too. We're going too. Take us along. Others also spoke up one after another. No matter whether they stay or leave, everyone must find ways to get food, because the weather is getting colder and the prey is becoming scarcer. Hu Lanshan looked around at everyone and said, You can bring your people, but you must follow my instructions. Su Mingyi immediately nodded and said, Okay. Someone took the lead, and others agreed one after another. Seeing Lu Chong's wife leave her child behind and run out, Su Mingren also wanted to go. But he was hit on the head by Su Shi and knocked down like a bird. Do you really not understand your situation, or are you just looking for trouble? Su Shi said angrily. Do you think I'm in a good mood? Su Mingren thought to himself. How could he think his mother's temper was good? But when Su Shi glared at him, he immediately dared not think anything. Hu Lanshan and the others worked for about an hour and then returned. Didn't catch any prey? Su Shi asked, puzzled, seeing everyone empty-handed. Lu Chong chuckled and said, No. Brother Lanshan said hunting at night is too dangerous, so we set traps instead. Su Shi was curious. What kind of traps? She hadn't seen how hunters catch wild animals before, so she wanted to ask more. Maybe it would be useful later. Lu Chong didn't mind, and happily explained. It seemed like he was the one who came up with the idea of setting traps. Su Shi listened carefully and asked several questions when she was confused. At first, Lu Chong could answer, but when she asked for more details, he couldn't. Later, he had to ask Hu Lanshan for help. Hu Lanshan didn't hesitate and answered all of Su Shi's questions carefully. Is Aunt Su still full of energy to ask questions? We've been busy all day. I just want to lie down and sleep now. I think Aunt Su looks younger and younger. She and Hu Lanshan look good together. Yeah, when you say that, I think so too. Do you think they might already be? Nonsense, Su Mingyi, who came back a step later, overheard the whispering and frowned angrily, scolding loudly. Mingyi, you're back. Su Shi seemed unaware of the cold look aimed at Hu Lanshan and cheerfully waved. Su Mingyi sighed and pulled her aside. Mother, come here. Su Shi followed his strength to the corner and quietly asked, Mingyi, has the snow outside gotten heavier? Do you feel it's getting colder? With this distraction, Su Mingyi no longer thought about Hu Lanshan and his mother's romance, but instead focused carefully. The snow looks much thicker than before, and it feels colder too. But at night in winter, it's naturally colder than during the day. Not the same. Su Shi shook her head, feeling a faint bad premonition.
Suminji frowned.
Though he didn't understand completely, he also became alert to the dropping temperature. The next day, Hu Lanshan took people to check the traps. The traps had sharp wooden spikes underneath. When prey fell in, they would be pierced and die instantly. At this moment, there were 2 wild rabbits in the trap. One was dead from the spikes, and the other had a foot injured. Hu Lanshan quickly jumped into the trap and threw out the 2 rabbits. Lu Chong immediately picked up 1 rabbit in each hand. Later, the group went to the bushes and saw a deer hanging from a tree. After a day and night, the deer had frozen stiff. When everyone lowered the deer, they couldn't help but smile. This deer was about half the size of a pig and would feed them for a long time. When they returned to the cave with their catch, suddenly a strong wind started outside, blowing cold air into the cave, making everyone shiver. Sushi immediately ordered someone to cut bushes outside and drag them back to block the entrance. Wow, Annie Sue really has a good idea. If we want to cut trees, it would take forever, but cutting bushes is quick and easy. As long as we can survive these 2 days of snow. Everyone was busy processing the prey and hoping the snow would stop so they could leave. But Sushi looked at the heavy snow outside and didn't think it would end so easily. She said, "This time, we all caught the prey together and we'll share the cooked meat. But I don't know how long this snow will last. Just in case, I suggest we cut our food intake in half." Since starting to escape from hardship, Sushi had gotten used to eating only 2 meals a day. Now, with food running low but still needing to eat, she decided to reduce her portions. Shan was the first to agree. The others also had no objections. After fleeing all the way here, everyone knew how precious food was. Sometimes, even having money couldn't guarantee getting enough grain. With the weather getting colder, no one knew when they might find more food. Everyone felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts, making them anxious and uneasy. Eating a little less meant just being hungry, but having no food at all meant risking starvation. People understood the difference between satisfying their hunger and risking their lives. Eat quickly. During a meat-sharing moment, Sushi secretly slipped a wafer into Zhang's soup bowl, urging her to eat faster. Sushi had received the wafer during today's check-in. Soaking it in water would make it dissolve quickly, turning the soup into a thick porridge. Their rations had been cut in half, but Zhang was pregnant and couldn't reduce her intake. So, Sushi could only secretly give her extra food. Zhang looked at the wafer in her soup, surprised for a moment, but quickly understood from Sushi's expression. Hearing her confusion, Su Mingren asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang quickly shook her head, saying, "I just think today's meat soup tastes especially good." She then tilted her head back and drank without letting Su Mingren see the dissolved wafer in her bowl. The cave was dark and cold. To keep warm, everyone gathered around a central bonfire. But Zhang, wanting to take care of her health, didn't squeeze in with the others, so no one noticed anything unusual. For several days, others ate only half their fill, but Zhang managed to eat about 80% of her portion. Shun Nanfeng, who was checking Zhang's pulse, couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing his expression, Ariel looked worried and asked, "Dr. Shin, is my mother's health getting worse again?" Shun Nanfeng shook his head kindly and said, "Don't worry, your mother is fine." Zhang carefully touched her belly and asked, "Dr. Shun, will my baby also be safe?" Shun Nanfeng nodded. "As long as you take good care from now on, the baby will be born safely." Tears welled up in Zhang's eyes as she covered her mouth. She looked at Sushi gratefully, overwhelmed with emotion. "Mother, if it weren't for you, I don't know if I could survive. I will be filial to you for the rest of my life." Sushi smiled impatiently. "Is that because I used to scold and hit you? You don't plan to be filial to me for the rest of your life?" "Of course not." Zhang quickly shook her head. While everyone was happy that Zhang's illness was cured, Lu Chong's wife, sitting in the corner, hugged her increasingly weak son and kept a close watch on Zhang's. After their food was cut in half each meal, no one was full, except Zhang. Not only was she healed, but her face and cheeks looked healthier. If anyone said she had been starving all along, it was impossible. At that moment, her son weakly called out to her, "Mom, I'm so hungry." Lu Chong's wife's eyes reddened with worry. "Be good, I'll find something to eat. You and your sister stay here." Her son nodded obediently. She told her daughter to watch over her brother, then went to find her husband. "Old Lu," she pulled Lu Chong into a corner and lowered her voice. "Aunt Sue is showing favoritism. She's dividing the meat unfairly." Lu Chong frowned.
Who told you that?
"Who else? Just look at the face of Su Mingren's family. If she wasn't eating well, how could her face be so full of flesh?" Lu Chong's wife said angrily. "Don't think too much." Lu Chong believed in Aunt Sue's character. "She's not like that. Would you rather believe an outsider than your own wife?" Lu Chong's wife looked upset. "While others look healthy and rosy, my son and daughter are starving, pressed against each other, and you, a grown man, don't feel heartache." Lu Chong rolled his eyes. Just behave yourself. We're alive today, thanks to Aunt Sue's kindness. Don't forget that. Lu Chong's wife's eyes filled with tears, and she suddenly shouted, Lu Chong, you're just a useless man. After saying this, she turned around and went back to hold her children, crying. The commotion caught Sue 11's attention. She looked at Lu Chong. What's going on? Lu Chong forced a smile. Aunt Sue, it's nothing. Just a little argument between husband and wife. Sue 11 didn't pay much attention. But soon, everyone knew that Lu Chong and his wife were having a cold war. After their son fainted from hunger once, Lu Chong's wife looked at the Sue family with cold eyes. Aunt Sue, you eat well and enjoy yourselves, but your son fainted from hunger. Are you just going to watch him starve to death? Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded behind her as she went outside to fetch snow. Lu Chong's wife was startled and turned her head to see a face that seemed to be smiling but not quite. Lu Chong's family, your husband is so foolish. Do you also want to be so foolish that you wait until your children are starving to regret it? Lu Chong's wife kept a serious face and said nothing. You're not doing this for yourself, but for your poor children. Adults can endure hardship, but can you bear to let your son suffer? Your son can't eat much anyway. The Sue family has 3 children who can eat their fill, but they refuse to share even a little with your children. Lu Chong's wife, the Sue family has stored dried meat in a small hole on the left side of the cave. Just take 2 pieces, and your son will be full. Their words sounded like the tempting words of a devil, slowly encouraging Lu Chong's wife to think about stealing food.
Yes.
I am doing this for the children. I can't just watch my son starve. It's the cruel Sue family first. At first, it was the other person speaking, but then Lu Chong's wife kept muttering to herself, her eyes gradually turning wild. Another day dawned. Sue 11 was carving a horizontal line on the cave wall with a sickle, forming 2 characters. Today marked the 10th day they had been trapped in the cave. Outside, the snow was not as heavy as it had been in previous days. After discussing, everyone decided to go hunting. Earlier, they had set up several traps. Although they didn't expect much, they still decided to go and take a look. Ming Shan, why are you back? Someone guarding the cave entrance saw Lu Ming Shan limping back. Lu Ming Shan smiled bitterly, showing a bruise on his ankle. I slipped and twisted my ankle. Please help me get to see Dr. Shen. The person looked sympathetic and helped him inside. Dr. Shen, please take a look at my foot. Lu Ming Shan sat in front of Shun Nanfeng, his face pale from pain. Shun Nanfeng examined him and said, It looks like a fracture. You need to have it set. Lu Ming Shan's face changed. But I'm afraid of pain. Can you have the 2 young men behind you hold me down? I'm worried I might kick you when I struggle. Although Shin Nanfeng was very skilled at bone setting, he didn't dare to be careless, so he called someone to hold him down. While Lu Mingshan was crying out in pain, a shadow slipped quietly into the storage area for dried meat when no one was looking. When Shin Nanfeng let go, Lu Mingshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled shyly. Dr. Shen, thank you. Shin Nanfeng waved his hand. It's just a small favor. At this moment, Lu Chong's wife quickly returned to her children. She quietly took out some dried meat and handed it to her son and daughter, whispering, Eat quickly. Don't let anyone see. And don't tell anyone. Your father can't know either. Her son and daughter's eyes lit up at the sight of the meat, and they hurriedly put it in their mouths to chew. But their stomachs had shrunk from hunger, and after eating just a few pieces, they felt full. Lu Chong's wife looked at the 3 pieces of meat in her arms. With a determined look, she pressed them into her pocket and lowered her head to walk out of the cave. The person guarding the cave asked suspiciously, Lu Chong's family, where are you going? To fetch snow for boiling water, she replied nervously, afraid someone might see the meat in her pocket. She lowered her head and mumbled, The kids are so hungry they're dizzy. I can only drink more fruit to fill them up. The guard felt sympathy and said, Go ahead. Come back early, don't go too far. She immediately left the cave, braving the cold wind, walking about 200 meters into the snow. Under a notable tree, she dug a small hole, wrapped the meat in a handkerchief, placed it in the hole, and buried it. This way, when the children are hungry, she can come back to retrieve the meat for them. After finishing, Lu Chong's wife returned to the cave. The guard saw her come back empty-handed and was surprised. Lu Chong's family, weren't you going to fetch snow for boiling water? Her heart sank suddenly. Her eyes flickered, and her mind raced quickly. Finally, she thought of an excuse. She said, "Actually, I wasn't going to fetch snow for water. I went out to look for food. I heard from the hunters in the village that some small animals on the trees hide food in tree cavities before winter, so I wanted to look for some." The guard nodded, as if he understood. "Oh, I see." Seeing that he didn't suspect her, she let out a relieved breath, and her words became smoother. Unfortunately, there are no tree cavities in the nearby trees, so there probably aren't any small animals hiding food either. Soon, Hu Lanshan and his group returned. They brought back a wild chicken and a nest of wild eggs. If it weren't for Brother Lanshan's good archery skills, we probably couldn't have caught this wild chicken. It's a pity this chicken is a male. Otherwise, we could keep it to lay eggs. Since it's a male, let's just kill it for meat. We haven't had stew in a long time. Everyone happily discussed their plans. However, when Sumingi was about to put a nest of eggs into the storage pit, he noticed 5 pieces of dried meat were missing. Sumingi's face darkened, and he turned to sternly say, "5 pieces of dried meat are gone." Everyone was stunned. Missing dried meat. They hurried over to check and saw that the original 10 pieces had become only 5. Every time Su 11 shared dried meat with everyone, she would tell them how much was left. Now, with 5 pieces missing, someone must have stolen it. Thinking this, everyone's faces looked unhappy. The snow outside the cave hadn't stopped, and there were fewer prey animals. The stored dried meat might not last many days, and now there was a thief stealing meat. This was very worrying. Su 11 also heard the noise and quickly came over. Seeing the missing dried meat, she looked angry. She immediately said, "We must investigate this clearly. If we don't find out who did it, others might follow suit. If the food supplies are stolen completely, we will be left to wait for death together." The others nodded in agreement. Su Mingyi looked at the people guarding the cave and asked coldly, "How should we investigate?" At this moment, the people inside the cave and those out hunting had become 2 separate groups. "Then I will start the investigation," Su 11 volunteered. "I am responsible for distributing the dried meat, so I am the prime suspect." Su Mingyi immediately said, "Mother, if you secretly hide the dried meat, we would never know." Su 11 was speechless. Although he was right, such a defensive excuse might really anger everyone. Lu Chong also said, "Yes. If Annie Su really wanted to steal, she wouldn't take so much at once for us to notice." Others also agreed. Su 11 rubbed her forehead, feeling that Su Mingyi's words were confusing everyone. She cleared her throat and said, "If we investigate, we must stick to the facts and not let emotions influence us. After you went out hunting, I stayed with Dr. Shin to discuss the herbs. He can prove I didn't steal the dried meat." Everyone just now said they believed Su Shi, but hearing her words, their doubts disappeared. Su Shi continued, "Similarly, if someone can provide an alibi, it proves they are not guilty. I was guarding the cave entrance the whole time, knowing the order and names of everyone coming and going. They can prove I didn't steal the dried meat. My ankle was sprained, and I came back halfway to get Dr. Shin to set it. I was resting in the corner. Dr. Shen and the 2 young men with him can prove I didn't steal the dried meat. I was weaving baskets with my wife and children using bamboo sticks. They can all prove it, and I can also vouch for them. We didn't steal the dried meat." Everyone was talking at once, trying to prove their innocence. It seemed each person had their own alibi. Su Shi's ears buzzed from all the noise. "This is so troublesome," she said loudly, waving her hand. "It seems we can't find out who stole the meat now." Su Mingyi looked around with a stern gaze. "Mother, is it really just like that? What else can we do?" Su Shi sighed helplessly, then seriously told everyone, "I just hope this won't happen again." Everyone looked at each other and relaxed a little. They were used to Su Shi being decisive. Seeing her gently put down her attitude, they mistakenly thought, "Annie Su has become gentle." "Mother, is it really just like that?" Su Mingyi, full of frustration, asked as he followed her. Sushi pinched him lightly and gave him a look, saying insincerely, "What do you want to do?" "Find the person and chase them away." Assuming he understood, and quickly shut his mouth. He felt relieved. He realized he was too impulsive earlier and didn't see his mother's plan. According to Sushi's personality, avenging enemies and settling scores, she wouldn't let a thief who stole from their home go easily. Seeing Su Mingyi leave, everyone else also dispersed. Lu Chong returned to his wife and children. Seeing that they looked asleep, he was startled and hurriedly shook them awake.
Wife. Son.
Daughter, he thought they had fainted from hunger. Lu Chong, what are you doing? Lu Chong's wife opened her eyes and frowned when she saw Lu Chong's worried face. Her son and daughter, after finally eating enough, became sleepy. She protected them as they slept and gradually felt tired herself. Seeing that they were all awake, Lu Chong felt relieved and took a deep breath. "Thank goodness you're okay. I thought you might have fainted from hunger." His son brightened at the sight of Lu Chong. "Dad, we didn't go hungry today. We ate." Before he could finish, Lu Chong's wife covered his mouth and pretended to be sad. "My son, you're so pitiful. You're so hungry you can't tell dreams from reality." But Lu Chong, having shared a bed with her for many years, saw through her cover-up immediately. Why did she hide it? Lu Chong remembered what his son said and suddenly felt a chill. He raised his hand and slapped his wife. "You foolish woman." Seeing his change in expression, she knew he had guessed the truth. She didn't care about the pain on her face and quickly lunged to hold his hand. She lowered her voice and said, "Old Lu, I could starve myself, but those are your children. Can you really watch them starve to death?" Lu Chong looked at his son and daughter. They looked at him with fear and confusion, not knowing what to do. He felt a sharp pain inside and had to suppress his emotions. Lu Chong asked in a low voice, "Did you finish all 5 pieces of dried meat?" His wife lowered her head, hiding her expression, and said stiffly, "Yes, we ate it all." Lu Chong closed his eyes and, after a moment, said calmly, "Next time, don't do it again. Otherwise, you can leave." His wife was shocked and stared at Lu Chong in disbelief. "Old Lu, I did it for the children. How can you be so cruel?" Lu Chong just looked at her coldly. She felt nervous under his gaze and had to lower her head. But thinking of what that person said, her resentment only grew stronger. The line that defines boundaries can be crossed once, and then again and again. While everyone was out hunting again, Lu Chong's wife made another move. But this time, she didn't succeed. The moment she managed to steal something, a figure outside the cave stormed in angrily, shouting, "Foolish woman!" Lu Chong's wife trembled all over, and the dried meat in her hand fell to the ground. She turned around and faced everyone's gaze. At this moment, the hunters returning from their trip were gradually coming back to the cave. Lu Chong's wife stood alone, standing out among the crowd. "No, I didn't, Her eyes flickered as she tried to say something, but she couldn't come up with a convincing lie to explain the situation. Sushi frowned and asked, "Lu Chong's family, the last 5 pieces of dried meat, was that also stolen by you? Why did you do this?" Lu Chong's wife, who was about to argue, looked cold and said, "Aunt Sue, do you still have the nerve to ask? You feed your own family every day, but you're starving my children to death, and then you ask me why I did it." Sushi's heart skipped a beat, but she refused to admit anything on her face. The amount of food stored together is obvious to everyone. "Why do you say I was giving them special food?" Lu Chong's wife sneered. "My daughter's appetite is much smaller than Arya's. She gets hungry and cries after eating just a little dried meat every day. Your 3 children and a pregnant woman are all lively and energetic, but anyone with eyes can see something's wrong." Hearing this, Sushi looked around at everyone. Those who met her gaze quickly looked away. Sushi chuckled bitterly. "Since you don't trust me, why did you ask me to divide the meat?" "Mrs. Su, we didn't mean..." Someone tried to explain, but Sushi didn't want to pursue this further. She waved her hand and said expressionlessly, "From today, I won't be involved in dividing the meat anymore. You can pick anyone to do it." Recently, she had obtained many snacks through the sign-in system, like wafers and salted chicken feet, which she secretly gave to Zhang and the children. Zhang knew Su Shi was doing this for her, so she kept it a secret, and the children, being clever, kept quiet as well. As for Su Mingren and Su Mingyi, she didn't give them anything. Although Su Shi knew that sooner or later this would cause suspicion among the people, she couldn't just carry grain and starve herself. Su Shi said, "Like I said, if you want to split up, go ahead. I am the biological mother of Su Mingren and Su Mingyi. It's natural for me to care for them, but you all can do whatever you want." Hearing this, everyone became anxious. They had seen how powerful Su Shi was. If they split up, what would they do? At this moment, Hu Lanshan was the first to support Su Shi. Even if Sister 11 gives some food to the younger ones, it's from her own stored supplies. She hasn't touched our food. Just this point was enough to silence everyone. Su Shi only used her own food to support her family. What does that have to do with us? Lu Chang's wife didn't believe it at all. She picked up some dried meat from the ground and shoved it into her mouth. While chewing, she cursed, "You're all fools. You've been tricked by this old woman. She doesn't care about your lives or deaths. If she did, why wouldn't she share her food with everyone?" Lu Chong was stunned by her words. "Foolish woman. Are you crazy?" He stepped forward to stop her nonsense and grabbed her face to prevent her from eating more. "Shut up. This is everyone's dry food. You can't eat it. I will eat it." Lu Chong's wife, with red eyes and seeming determined, even as her teeth hurt and blood flowed, kept eating. Seeing this, Lu Chong was furious. He slapped her. Lu Chong's wife fell to the ground, her head hitting the rocky wall hard, bleeding heavily. His son and daughter quickly ran over to help Lu Chong's wife. "Dad, don't hit Mom." The small child opened his arms to block Lu Chong, crying with red eyes. "Stupid kid." Lu Chong was so angry he raised his hand as if to hit his son. Son. Lu Chong's wife, panicked, shouted and immediately ran to hug her son, then kicked and rushed out of the cave. "Foolish woman." Lu Chong's wife, Lu Chong, led the charge and ran out first. Su Shi was startled. By the time she reacted, she was already chasing after them. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the snow fell heavier. Su Shi barely opened her eyes and saw Lu Chong's back. She hesitated for 3 seconds between catching up and returning to the cave, but in the end, she chose to follow. Lu Chong's wife was too impulsive. This kind of weather is dangerous for taking children outside. Suddenly, along with the terrified screams of Lu Chong's wife and child, a loud shaking and rumbling sound occurred. Su Shi was caught off guard. The ground beneath her right foot suddenly softened, and she fell down. She quickly lunged forward to the left, trembling with fear, and looked back. The spot she had just been standing on had already sunken in, forming a hole. "Foolish woman." "Son," Lu Chong shouted from above, leaning over the edge of the hole. Su Shi looked up and saw that the hole was about 2 meters deep. Lu Chong's wife and son had fallen inside, but their bodies showed signs of breathing, so they were probably still alive. "Hurry and go down to save them," Su Shi quickly urged. Lu Chong was about to jump down when suddenly, dozens of colorful snakes appeared beneath Lu Chong's wife and son. The snake group seemed frightened, darting wildly and attacking the nearest targets, Lu Chong's wife and son. Ugh. It hurts so much. The stunned Lu Chong's wife and son were awakened by the pain. Seeing so many snakes, Lu Chong's wife screamed in terror, and her son cried loudly after being bitten. Son! Lu Chong's wife was frantic. She ignored her fear and reached out with her bare hands to grab the poisonous snakes, becoming their main target of attack. In an instant, Lu Chong's wife was wrapped up by the snake swarm, turning into a cocoon. Su Shi felt her scalp go numb. It turned out to be a snake den. Snakes hibernate during cold weather, and now exposed to the winter cold, they were naturally frightened, which caused them to attack Lu Chong's wife and son recklessly. Before dying, Lu Chong's wife kept her eyes fixed on Lu Chong, her breath growing weaker, but she still muttered, "Old Lu, quick, save the children." However, her son, being small, couldn't withstand the poison and had already died from the venom before the snake attack.
No.
Don't, Yenner. Son, Lu Chong wanted to jump into the snake den to save them, but was held back by Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan, who rushed over from behind. Lu Chong, stay calm. They're already dead. But Lu Chong ignored them and tried to rush down. Hu Lanshan, impatient, struck him with a palm, knocking him out. Mother, are you okay? Su Mingyi came over to help Su Shi up. Su Shi shook her head and looked toward the snake cave, feeling cold inside. Let's go back. Su Mingyi knelt in front of her. Mom, the snow is hard to walk through. I'll carry you. Su Shi waved her hand. I'll walk by myself. In case another disaster like the sky falling happened, she wouldn't have time to jump onto Su Mingyi's back. Su Mingyi didn't insist and carried the unconscious Lu Chong. The four of them returned to the cave. Everyone looked behind them. When they saw that Lu Chong's wife and son were not there, everyone fell silent. At this moment, Lu Chong's daughter ran over. She kept looking outside the cave, but didn't see the person she wanted to see. She grabbed Su Shi's hand and asked, Grandma Su, where are my mom and brother? Su Shi looked down at her and said simply, Your mom has passed away. Your brother has also died. I don't believe it. Lu Chong's daughter shouted with tears in her eyes, then turned and ran outside. Su Shi had just come back from outside, her hands and feet frozen stiff. She didn't stop her in time. Su Mingyi dropped Lu Chong and hurried after her. Su Shi looked at everyone and explained in a serious tone. Lu Chong's family and his son fell into the snake cave and were bitten to death by dozens of poisonous snakes. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale, and they fell even more silent. Being bitten to death by poisonous snakes is terrifying enough, but dozens of snakes? That's even worse. It's just too tragic. Lu Chong soon woke up. His daughter held him and cried softly. Seeing he was awake, his daughter hurriedly urged, Dad, let's go find Mom and brother quickly. They'll be worried if they can't find us. Lu Chong immediately remembered his wife and son's death in the snake cave, and his eyes turned red. He touched his daughter's small head. From now on, it will just be the two of us. His daughter understood and started crying loudly. Ugh, I'll never see Mom or brother again. Her crying made the atmosphere inside the cave even more silent. After resting for a while, Lu Chong took his daughter and approached Su Shi. Su Mingyi and Su Mingren stood up, subtly protecting Su Shi and the others behind them. Although Lu Chong's wife and son falling into the snake cave and being bitten by snakes was their own fault, Lu Chong was involved in the incident. He might not be able to tell right from wrong. However, Lu Chong suddenly knelt in front of Su Shi.
And Su, em sorry.
My wife did something foolish and hurt everyone. The others listened but did not respond. Lu Chong lowered his head and said, I am sorry to everyone. I will take my daughter and leave soon. Su Shi frowned. In this weather, where can you go? No matter where I go, I can't stay. Lu Chong stood up, gently holding his daughter and speaking softly. Dad will take you away. His daughter nodded obediently. Okay. Su Shi watched him walk away with his daughter's back, wanting to stop him but unable to speak. She didn't think she was responsible for her husband's death or his son's, but did Lu Chong believe she caused his wife and son's deaths? She didn't dare to hope Lu Chong didn't hate her. So, Su Shi kept silent. Meanwhile, no one noticed that a shadow inside the cave was quietly following Lu Chong in the direction he left. Dad, it's so cold. Why don't we stay inside the cave? Her daughter's face was red from the cold, trembling as she hid in Lu Chong's arms. Lu Chong hugged her tightly and whispered, We did something wrong, so we can't stay. Are we being chased out? Her daughter asked. Lu Chong was silent. Although Su Shi and the others didn't tell him to leave, his wife's act of stealing food had made everyone angry. Plus, the tragic death of his wife and son made it hard for him to face the Su family now. Rather than stay and let old friendships turn sour, it was better to leave now. Lu Chong. Lu Chong. Suddenly, someone called out from behind. Lu Chong was startled. Seeing someone limping toward him, he was even more surprised. Why are you chasing after me? Of course, to persuade you to go back. Lu Mingshan pointed to a large rock not far away. Let's go there to hide from the wind. Even if you want to leave, not now. It's freezing, and you're afraid your daughter might freeze to death. They moved behind the large rock. Lu Mingshan handed a piece of dried meat to Lu Chong's daughter. Put her down. Lu Chong set her down. This is your last food. I don't want to. Suddenly, Lu Mingshan grabbed his daughter, stepped back, and pulled out a sickle, pressing it against the child's neck. Lu Chong's face changed dramatically. He wanted to rush over but was afraid he would hurt his daughter. He couldn't help but feel angry and asked, Lu Mingshan, what do you want to do? As long as you listen to me and behave, I will let her go, Lu Mingshan said coldly with a sneer. Otherwise, your only daughter will die. What are you trying to do? Lu Chong suppressed his fear and anger and asked calmly. Lu Mingshan replied coldly, Go kill Zhang and frame Su Shi. I want to see the Su family suspect each other and turn against one another. Are you crazy? Lu Chong shouted angrily. If it weren't for Aunt Su, we wouldn't be alive now. If it weren't for them, so many people in our village wouldn't have been burned alive. My father, my wife, my son, they all died. The Su family is responsible for my family's death. Shouldn't I seek revenge? Lu Mingshan angrily retorted. Lu Chong didn't expect him to hold such a grudge and slowed his tone. That was Nyo-Nyo's mistake. It has nothing to do with the Su family. Lu Mingshan suddenly burst into wild laughter. Nyo-Nyo is from the Su family. The crimes he committed should be borne by the Su family. Lu Chong, make your choice. Will you choose outsiders or your own daughter? He even leaned close to Lu Chong's daughter's ear and said, Beg your father quickly, or I will cut off your ears, your nose, and your eyes, one by one. Hearing this, Lu Chong's daughter turned pale with fear and trembled all over. Dad. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Boo-hoo. Lu Chong's eyes reddened, feeling a deep pain in his heart. His mind was torn in two. One side was saying, Save your daughter. The Su family are outsiders. And the other was saying, The Su family saved us. I can't turn my back on them. He was caught in a fierce struggle. But the next moment, Lu Mingshan grew impatient. He swiftly cut off Lu Chong's daughter's hair with a sickle, a lock of black hair flying away in the wind, causing Lu Chong's daughter to scream in terror. Lu Chong ignored everything else and blurted out, I'll do it. I'll do it. Please don't hurt the child. Lu Mingshan, hearing this, showed a satisfied smile. Don't worry, after it's done, I will keep my promise and return your daughter to you. But if you dare tell anyone about this, your daughter will become a cold, lifeless body. Lu Chong closed his eyes in despair. I understand. At this moment, no one in the cave had noticed that Lu Mingshan was missing. Lu Chong hurried back to the cave, calling out, Aunt Su. Mingy. Brother Lanshan. He rushed in and knelt suddenly in front of Su Shi, looking anxious and scared. My child is missing. In just a moment, my daughter disappeared. I searched everywhere nearby, but couldn't find her. Aunt Su, please help me find her. She's all I have left. Please. I beg you. Please help me. After speaking, he kowtowed repeatedly. Su Shi was startled and quickly helped him up. Get up first. Since the child has been missing for a short time, let's split up and look for her quickly. Although she had some doubts, the child was innocent. Su Shi remembered Lu Chong's daughter, a well-behaved and quiet girl. She always looked at her with bright, curious eyes, full of admiration, never with jealousy or resentment. Most of the people in the cave had gone out to help find the girl, leaving only the recently recovered Su Mingren and Zhang to watch the children. Lu Chong took Su Shi and the others in the opposite direction, just leaving a quick remark, "It's nearby," and then headed off in one direction. Everyone thought he was just worried and didn't think much of it. After discussing, Su Shi and the others decided each person would go in a different direction to search thoroughly. Once everyone was far away, Lu Chong hesitated, thinking of his daughter. With a determined look, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to return to the cave. He rushed inside and anxiously told Su Mingren and Zhang, "Su Mingren, Aunt Su has fallen." Their faces changed instantly. "Where's my mother?" They both stood up, asking anxiously. "She fell," and can't move. I told Zhang to go help her, Lu Chong said. Why did you send Pingping? Su Mingren asked, confused. Mingyi and Helanshan are here too. Why not have them carry her back? Lu Chong awkwardly touched his nose and whispered, Aunt Su told me she's on her period and she didn't want others to know. So she asked me to find Zhang to help. Su Mingren was stunned by this explanation. Zhang immediately understood. Okay, I'll go now. Mingren, take care of the children. I'll be back soon. Before Su Mingren could understand what was happening, Zhang hurriedly left the cave with Lu Chong. This time, Lu Chong took a different route than before when he led Su Shi and others. He took Zhang's family to the hiding place of Lu Mingshan. Su Shi and the others searched for a long time but found no trace at all. Could it be that Lu Chong's daughter is in serious danger? Su Shi thought of the worst possible outcome and felt very heavy-hearted. Hu Lanshan, who had been close to her, suddenly said, Lu Chong didn't take this route earlier. What do you mean? Su Shi was surprised. She quickly thought and frowned. Did he deliberately lead us away? Quick! The cave. Su Shi immediately became alert and ran quickly toward the cave. Hu Lanshan followed closely behind. When they returned to the cave, Su Shi only saw Su Mingren staying inside.
Zhang's family was gone.
Mother, why did you come back? Su Mingren was surprised to see Su Shi. Where's Pingping? Su Shi asked immediately. Lu Chong said you fell and asked Pingping to help. Su Mingren also sensed something was wrong and asked quickly, What happened? Lu Chong lied to us. His daughter wasn't missing at that place at all. Su Shi guessed the worst and thought, could he also want to kill Pingping to take revenge? Su Mingren's face turned pale from fear, but he insisted, No. Lu Chong is kind-hearted. He wouldn't do such a crazy thing. Su Shi rolled her eyes at him. Su Mingren quickly stood up. Mother, let's go out and find Pingping together. Although he didn't think Lu Chong was cruel, he couldn't relax until Zhang's family was safe.
Su Shi nodded.
She looked around and saw several faces in her mind, feeling like she had overlooked something. But she couldn't figure out what was wrong at the moment. Su Shi touched the sickle on her waist, thought for a moment, and asked Su Mingren, Tell me everything about Lu Chong coming out to find Pingping carefully. Because it involved Zhang's family safety, Su Mingren didn't hesitate and quickly explained that Lu Chong had told Su Shi that Pingping had fallen and needed help, and he specifically asked Zhang's family to go out and assist.
Su Shi.
Hu Lanshan looked away and cleared his throat. Come here. Su Shi clenched her teeth and pinched Su Mingren's ear, pulling him aside to scold him. Afterward, Su Shi asked Shen Nanfeng to stay in Shandong, then took Su Mingren out to find Lu Chong and the Zhang family. However, their search in the village took longer, and they still couldn't find any trace of the Zhang family. Mother, if it weren't for you sending Pingping out to help find someone, how could Pingping go missing? Su Mingren's eyes were red, and he looked like a trapped animal, quietly questioning Su Shi. Su Shi's face darkened. Su Mingren, are you blaming me? I raised you for over 10 years, and this is how you treat a mother who worked hard to raise you. Mother, I'm just saying, I think you made a mistake in this matter, Su Mingren said quietly.
Su Shi is nodded.
Oh, so now you forget your mother when you have a wife. Mother, you are a mother, and Pingping is also the mother of Dia and the others. Once, he could even be called a filial son, but after 2 days and nights of searching in vain for his wife, Su Mingren's personality changed greatly. Smack! Su Shi couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him. She coldly said, If you care so much about Zhang, then from now on, you are no longer my son. Su Mingren, you ungrateful wolf, get out. Get far away. Don't let me see you again. Su Mingren covered his face but said nothing. Su Shi seemed utterly disappointed in her eldest son and left with a cold face. Su Mingyi, who arrived just in time, saw this scene. He pressed his lips and defended Su Shi, saying, Mother actually cares a lot about the eldest sister-in-law too. Su Mingren looked expressionless. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Su Mingyi stopped trying and turned to chase after Su Shi. Not far away, the crowd that had just arrived saw the heated argument between Su Shi and her son and looked at each other in silence. Who would have thought Su Mingren would dare to argue with Auntie Su? After all, His wife is pregnant with his child. How could he not be worried? The crowd whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Chong, who had been secretly watching Su Mingren and Su Shi, felt his heart grow heavier. Su Mingren and Su Shi had broken apart because of the Zhang family.
His goal had been achieved.
Seeing Su Shi and Su Mingren arguing fiercely, Lu Chong felt a knot in his heart and secretly went to find Lu Mingshan. Because it concerned his daughter, Lu Chong dared not delay. He found an opportunity and walked over to Lu Mingshan, asking in a harsh tone, "I've done everything you told me. When will you return my daughter to me?" Lu Mingshan sneered and glanced at Lu Chong before slowly speaking, "Why are you in such a hurry? Once I hear that Zhang's family is in trouble, I will return your daughter to you." Lu Mingshan, you're playing me. Lu Chong clenched his fists and looked at Lu Mingshan, like a trapped animal struggling in a cage. "I am playing you, and what can you do about it?" Lu Mingshan replied with a shameless tone. Lu Chong closed his eyes, a look of pain flashing across his face. When he opened his eyes again, there was a hint of madness and desperation in them. "Fine, I won't take my daughter away for now, but at least I want to see her safe with my own eyes. Otherwise, don't expect me to do anything for you anymore. Anyway, my wife and son are gone. I don't want to live in this world anymore. At worst, our family can reunite underground." Lu Mingshan thought for a moment and felt that Lu Chong's words made some sense. If he pushed too hard, it wouldn't be good for him. Just a glance at his daughter in his hands made him hesitant to act rashly. "All right, but I warn you beforehand, you can only look from afar. If you try any tricks in front of me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Mingshan's words were full of warning, and Lu Chong quickly nodded. As long as he could see his daughter, he would agree to any condition. Seeing Lu Chong's obvious longing, Lu Mingshan sneered and then turned around, limping as he led him up the mountain. Not long after they left, a figure appeared where they had been standing. The person squatted down to check something and then chased after them in a certain direction. "Mother, can we really save Zhang's family safely?" Su Mingren walked ahead of Su Shi, walking quickly while trying to find reassurance in Su Shi. Su Shi didn't speak, but sighed inwardly. An old saying goes, "Know a person's face but not their heart," and it was true in her case. If Lu Chong hadn't found them early and explained everything, she probably wouldn't have guessed how much Lu Mingshan hated them. But Su Shi didn't think she owed Lu Mingshan anything. Without her, I fear Lu Mingshan's wife and children would have died long ago. Putting aside all the past grudges and worries, Su Shi softly spoke, "I hope Zhang is safe and unharmed." After that, no one spoke again. They followed the marks left by Hu Lanshan to continue their pursuit. Fortunately, Lu Mingshan was not very mobile, so chasing after him was not too difficult. When Su Shi arrived, she saw Lu Mingshan holding Zhang, a hairpin still in his hand, pointed at Zhang's neck. Lu Chong's daughter was hiding in Lu Chong's arms, trembling all over. Su Shi instinctively looked at Hu Lanshan, using her eyes to ask what was happening. Hu Lanshan gave her a helpless look and whispered. Lu Mingshan and Lu Chong started arguing for some reason. While they were fighting, I tried to take the child away. But Lu Mingshan saw me, went into the cave, and took Zhang out. That's how things turned out now. When Zhang saw Su Mingren and Su Shi, her already pale face turned even whiter. Tears kept falling down her cheeks. "Husband, mother, save me." This simple sentence was shouted with a heartbreaking cry, making everyone's heart tremble. Who could bear to see this? Su Mingren immediately wanted to rush forward, but Su Shi quickly held him back. "What's the use of rushing now? Can you save your wife?" She scolded softly. Su Mingren looked at her with a sorrowful face. "But mother, Zhang is my wife, and she's carrying my child. How can I abandon her? Who told you to leave her behind?"
Su Shi's eyebrows furrowed tightly.
"Wait here. I'll say a few words to Lu Mingshan." After giving her instructions, Su Shi looked up at Lu Mingshan. "Lu Mingshan, I know you hate our Su family, but Zhang is innocent. Don't let your anger hurt innocent people. Let me take her place," she offered. Hearing this, Su Mingren and Zhang were both shocked. Especially Zhang, who was so surprised she forgot to cry. She knew that her mother-in-law didn't like her before, always finding ways to mistreat her. Zhang thought she would have to endure many years, but suddenly one day, her mother-in-law changed her attitude. She no longer treated her harshly, but she wasn't exactly loving either. Mrs. Zhang was already quite satisfied with this, but she didn't expect Su Shi to be willing to risk her life to save her. "Mother, no," Mrs. Zhang called out willingly. Although her mother-in-law had this intention, she absolutely couldn't let Su Shi do such a thing. Otherwise, if this got out, her backbone might be broken by others. Filial piety is the most important virtue. Mother, absolutely not. Even if you want to go, it should be your son. How can you go? Su Mingren snapped out of his thoughts and quickly grabbed Su Shi, afraid she might rush forward impulsively. His wife's safety was important, but his mother was even more so. Su Shi rolled her eyes inwardly at this. These fools. What's the use of swapping them? It's just replacing one hostage with another. Only she could escape from Lu Mingshan's hands. Escape. What a touching scene of a loving mother and obedient child, Lu Mingshan sneered, his eyes turning crazed. Seeing him like this, Su Shi felt a sharp pang in her heart. It's over. That scene earlier probably triggered Lu Mingshan. Lu Mingshan, don't do something stupid. Your wife and children are gone, and we feel sad too. But you can't blame the Su family entirely. Someone in the crowd tried to reason with Lu Mingshan, but Su Shi knew he wouldn't listen now. She looked around and, upon seeing the cliff, her heart clenched tightly. It seemed Lu Mingshan was prepared to sacrifice everything, deliberately imprisoning Lu Chong's daughter and Mrs. Zhang here. Su Shi's face darkened, and her mind raced to find a way to save Mrs. Zhang safely. Unfortunately, Lu Mingshan had no intention of giving her that chance. Su Shi, are you thinking about how to take Mrs. Zhang from me? I tell you, dream on. You want to exchange your daughter-in-law? I won't agree. I want you to regret this moment for the rest of your life. Lu Mingshan grinned fiercely, his eyes full of pride. He knew he had no way out today. He had never thought of retreat. His parents were dead, his children were dead, his wife was dead. All gone. What was he still living for? Since the day he survived, he told himself he must take revenge. Now, he is about to succeed. Lu Mingshan, what does Nyanya's actions have to do with us? We didn't want to take him in at first. And in the end, I personally killed Nyanya. So, I have avenged those who died. Zhang's family is innocent, just like your wife. Both are innocent. Your wife has already died innocently. Do you want another innocent pregnant woman to die unjustly? Su Shi sternly questioned. Her mind was in chaos. She clearly saw that Lu Mingshan was already determined to die. In this situation, nothing she said would matter. But she was still delaying, hoping Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan could find a chance to shoot Lu Mingshan. How? Is this none of your business? Especially you, Su Mingrun. If you hadn't refused to let Nyanya go, none of this would have happened. So many people in the village died tragically, and it's all your fault. Justice will catch up with you someday, maybe even your children. I'm just waiting to see. Lu Mingshan laughed loudly. It seemed he had long forgotten that he once secretly told his father that Su Shi was too cruel, showing no mercy even to his own grandson. But when disaster struck and despair filled the air, he only remembered that it was Su Mingren's weakness and softness that caused all this. And he always believed he was right. It's my fault, all my fault. If you kill me, I will pay for those people. Please let my wife go. Su Mingren collapsed and knelt down. He never knew that his kindness to his nephew back then would lead to such terrible crimes. Su Shi's eyes flickered and she said, yes, it was Su Mingren who did wrong, not Zhang's family. Did you forget? Your wife and Zhang's family are also close. If you kill Zhang's family, will your wife forgive you? I understand your desire for revenge. So, let Su Mingren and Zhang's family exchange places. You can kill Su Mingren if you want, okay? Dia was shocked and shouted in disbelief. The cold wind stung her face, but she didn't dare blink, afraid that if she closed her eyes, her mother would. But no matter how much she wished for her mother's safety, she never thought her father would exchange himself. Stop talking. Arya roughly pushed Daya and said through gritted teeth, if father hadn't acted recklessly, would mother have been taken hostage? It's all father's fault. Listening to Arya, Lu Mingshan felt even more happy inside. Daya's face showed anger. Arya, Dad may not be perfect, but he's still Dad. How can you say that? So, what if he's not? Does that mean mother deserves this? What do you mean? Dad deserves it. If you keep talking, do you want to take his place and die? No one expected that at this moment, the usually obedient Daya and Arya would start fighting. Su Shi impatiently shouted, what are you doing? Shut up. All of you get out of here. Why are you scolding me? If Grandma hadn't been so biased towards Uncle San, would all this have happened? It's all your fault. Arya suddenly turned the blame and started criticizing Su Shi. Zhang was heartbroken and shouted without caring about her safety, Arya, you can't say that. Haha, yes, that's right, just like that. Before Lu Mingshan could finish laughing, Hu Lanshan seized the chance and shot an arrow into his left shoulder. Hu Lanshan's face darkened.
Good.
Su Mingren, I want you to regret this for the rest of your life. After shouting loudly, Lu Mingshan hugged Zhang and without hesitation, fell off the cliff. Snow covered everything, white as far as the eye could see. The two kept rolling and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Su Mingren's face was full of pain as he climbed to the edge of the cliff and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It's all his fault. Ah, the man howled to the sky, grief-stricken. Arya immediately ran over and hugged Su Mingren tightly, crying loudly, Dad, you can't leave us. You still need to help me find Mother. Dia also ran over and held onto Su Mingren, trembling with fear. Up to now, Dia still couldn't understand why Arya suddenly lost her mind just now. Ming Fan quickly circled around the cliff and ran down. The others also hurried to follow. Su Shi slapped Su Mingren across the face and gritted his teeth, cursing, now is not the time for sadness. Hurry up and find her, or you'll be crying later. There's snow on the ground. Maybe someone can still be saved. Hearing this, Su Mingren immediately opened his cloudy eyes and muttered, there's still hope? Nonsense, just hurry. Su Shi said one last thing and quickly chased after them. Fortunately, Su Mingren was not very weak and immediately got up and followed the main group. The weather was very cold, and everyone was shivering from the freezing cold. The only good thing was that Lu Mingshan and Mrs. Zhang fell down the cliff, so they definitely left marks in the snow. Everyone followed the tracks and surprisingly found Mrs. Zhang and Lu Mingshan. However, under Mrs. Zhang was a trail of winding blood. Su Mingren immediately rushed over. Lu Mingshan was nearby, and Su Mingyi went ahead. When he saw the hole in Lu Mingshan's forehead, his heart skipped a beat. Su Mingyi checked his breath and then shook his head at Su Shi and others. He is already dead. He probably hit a rock while falling and died from a head injury. Ping Ping, mother. What should we do?
Su Mingren looked helplessly at Su Shi.
Fortunately, Shun Nanfeng came down with them. He pushed forward, carefully checked the pulse, and his face brightened. He can still be saved, but we need a warm place. There's a cave over there. Su Shi looked around and, after finding a cave, everyone quickly carried Mrs. Zhang toward it. But they never expected that the cave was very narrow. They didn't know how long they stayed inside before it finally widened.
Wow.
What is this place? Everyone was shocked. Deep inside the cave, there was a world of its own, like a valley. Houses lined up closely, and smoke rose from chimneys. Is this a peach blossom land? Su Shi said blankly. She didn't expect that there was still a place like a peach blossom land here.
Who are you?
At this moment, a tall woman dressed in fur, holding a sharp knife, came over with a guarded look. At the same time, with a whistle, many people rushed out, holding weapons, surrounding them tightly. Faced with so many people, Su Shi didn't look panicked. She pointed at Mrs. Zhang and said, we are refugees. My daughter-in-law had a miscarriage. It's very cold outside. Please, miss, kindly let us use a room so my daughter-in-law can rest. Second sister directly knelt in front of the woman. Beautiful auntie, please save my mother. Her small face was full of fear and hope. Big Sister and Mingfan also knelt down, but they didn't speak much, just kowtowed repeatedly. Soon, their foreheads became red and swollen. Su Mingren suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Please, young lady, save my wife. I will do anything if you are willing to save her." "Are you willing to die too?" Su Wuxian looked at Su Mingren with a calm expression. The three children froze in place, their faces turning as pale as snow. "Yes, I am willing. She has been with me for so many years and has never had a good life. If I can exchange my life to keep her safe, I am happy." Su Mingren said this, and even smiled. He looked at Mrs. Zhang gently, then suddenly stood up and crashed into the nearby mountain wall. "No, husband." Mrs. Zhang, though very weak, struggled to go and save Su Mingren. "Enough," Su Wu said coldly. As soon as she spoke, someone immediately stopped Su Mingren. "Take them to the middle courtyard and give them some herbs." After saying that, Su Wu turned and left. Su Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good they would be taken in. Otherwise, in this heavy snow, she really didn't know where to find a safe place to hide. After a miscarriage, a woman's body becomes very weak. If not properly cared for, it could cause lifelong problems. A group of people pushed them inside. Su Shi looked around as they walked. Outside, it was snowing heavily, but inside the valley, the climate was pleasant. More importantly, there were many vegetables growing by the roadside, which made Su Shi salivate. She hadn't eaten vegetables in a long time. She looked away quickly, understanding the hardships of being dependent on others. When they arrived, Su Shi found that the courtyard was quite large, enough to comfortably hold all of them. They hurriedly laid Mrs. Zhang on a bed. Her face was so pale, it looked like paper. Shun Nanfeng checked her pulse, then quickly inserted silver needles into her lower abdomen. "It's not enough. We need to give her some hemostatic medicine immediately. If she keeps bleeding like this, she might die from blood loss," Shun Nanfeng said seriously. Just as he finished speaking, Su Shi saw Arya carrying a bag of herbs. "Grandmother, someone just brought a bag of medicine." "They said it's for Mother." Shun Nanfeng took the herbs, looked at them, and nodded at Su Shi. Su Mingren quickly went to find something to boil the medicine. After Mrs. Zhang finished drinking the medicine, Su Mingren felt a weight lift from his chest. After a long time of fussing, Su 11 was tired. When she learned that Zhang was okay, she took her child to rest in the next room. Su 11 lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. She finally had the most comfortable sleep since fleeing from hardship. When she opened her eyes again, it was already dark. The first thing she did was go to see Zhang. Zhang was still sleeping, her lips pale, but her complexion looked better. "Grandma, something's wrong. Second uncle has been taken away." As soon as Su 11 stepped out of the door, she saw Arya coming back from outside. Seeing Su 11, Arya looked like she found her main support and told her about Su Mingyi being captured. Hearing this, Su Mingren didn't even ask what happened and strode out quickly. "What's going on? How did Mingyi get involved with those people?" Su 11 took a few steps, then stopped and looked back at Arya. Arya lowered her head, hanging her head in shame. "It's because I told second uncle that my mother needs some nutritious food now, and I asked if second uncle could find some meat. Grandma, I really didn't mean for this to happen. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have gone to see second uncle." Su 11 didn't say anything. Su Mingyi was an adult. He should know what he was doing. "I'll go check on him first." "You stay here and watch your mother," Su 11 said firmly, before hurrying away. She initially wanted to ask someone for directions, but once she left the yard, she changed her mind. Because not far away, the place was brightly lit and bustling with noise. There were many people, but Su 11 pushed her way through. Once inside, she saw Hu Lanshan and Shun Nanfeng among others. They had Su Mingyi, who was with 5 flowers, surrounded in the middle, looking around cautiously. The girl they met when entering the valley was sitting at the top. She was the first to notice Su 11. She raised an eyebrow and whispered something to the person beside her. Soon, 2 people approached Su 11, signaling her to go to the front. Su 11 walked straight to Su Wu and stopped. "Sir, may I ask why you my son like this?" I have a rule in Peach Blossom Land. Once you enter, you don't leave. He broke our rules, so I tied him up. Is that wrong? Su-mei raised an eyebrow, looking at Su-11. Su-shi's attention was focused on her first words. The Peach Blossom Land only allows entry, not exit. Does this mean she'll have to stay in this small valley forever? This idea was unacceptable. Su-shi felt a bit reluctant. Although the small valley was nice, it was too small. She didn't want to be trapped here forever.
But now is not the time to think about that.
Su-shi took a deep breath and pushed down her thoughts. We just entered the valley and don't know the rules. If we have offended you, please forgive us, honorable sir, and spare my son this time. After speaking, Su-shi bowed deeply to Su-woo. Seeing her bow, Su-ming felt worse than if he had been beaten. At this moment, he wished Su-shi would just ignore everything like before. Your words do have some truth, Su-woo nodded seriously. Su-shi didn't expect Su-woo to be so easy to talk to. She was about to thank him when he suddenly changed his tone, but her heart sank instantly. Usually such a turn meant bad news. But breaking the rules is breaking the rules. Just because you are outsiders, does that mean I can ignore it? How can I face the Peach Blossom Land in the future? It seemed Su-woo was determined not to let Su-ming go. Su-shi clenched her fists secretly, as if two little voices were fighting in her mind. One voice said she must save Su-ming. After all, he had helped her so much along the way, and he had risked his life to save her before. She couldn't forget kindness. The other voice said there was no need to save him. Su-ming wasn't her biological son. Now that the other side was clearly not going to let him go, could she really sacrifice so many lives just for him? Whatever you want to do, there's no need to beat around the bush. At worst, I'll lose my life. 18 years later, I'll be a brave man again, shouted Su-ming loudly. If they weren't so far apart, Su-shi really wanted to punch him hard. Is this kid crazy? As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Since Su-woo already said it was understandable, even if he was punished, it wouldn't be too severe. At least one life was still safe, but his shout seemed to risk his own life entirely. Su-shi's gaze was very intimidating. The once arrogant Su-ming immediately became obedient, like a small quail. Su-woo was amused by Su-ming's change in attitude. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, you fight our 3 brave warriors. If you win, I will forgive you. But if you lose and get hurt or injured, then you are on your own." After speaking, Su-woo clapped his hands. Immediately, 3 tall, strong men appeared behind him. They were really strong, with muscles on their arms like small hills. Su-ming was usually quite tough among people, but compared to these 3, he looked small. Su-ming looked at Su-woo. "Are you serious? If I win against them, you will forgive me and provide food and water. If I lose, you can do whatever you want of me. Are you brave enough to make this bet?" Wow, he even used a challenge to provoke him. Su-shi didn't know how skilled Su-ming was, so she looked instinctively at Hulanshan. She saw Hulanshan subtly nod at her. Her heart immediately felt a little more at ease. Since Hulanshan said Su-ming could fight, he probably could. Hulanshan was the best fighter Su-shi knew. Su looked at Su-ming with interest. He smiled faintly and nodded. "All right, I'll take the bet." Seeing Su agree, Su-ming then looked at Su-shi. "Mother, you go back and take care of the eldest sister. If you're here, I might lose focus." Since he said that, Su-shi had no choice but to stop watching and obediently went back. When she entered, she saw the 3 children standing in a row by Zhang Shi's bed. Seeing Su-shi, Zhang Shi was very excited. "Mother, how is second uncle?" "Sorry, I didn't teach second sister well. Don't worry, I've already scolded her. She won't be so reckless anymore. Don't worry, her second uncle will be fine. These are not things you need to worry about. Your most important task now is to recover quickly. Once you're better, we can continue our journey." Mother, do we still need to keep traveling?" Zhang Shi was stunned for a moment and then asked with some confusion. They fled to Jing'an Prefecture because they couldn't survive elsewhere. However, Arius said that this place is not worse than their original village. If they had found this place earlier, Maybe the children could have been saved. Su Shi frowned as she looked at Zhang. Are you planning to stay here and not go to Jing'an Prefecture? No, it's not that. Zhang hesitated and couldn't say anything for a long time. Let's discuss this after things settle down. Outside, it's freezing, and even if we need to travel, we should wait until you finish your confinement, Su Shi said calmly. After speaking, she went back to her room, leaving the four women feeling confused. Second sister, is Grandma angry? Dia wanted to ask Zhang, but since Zhang had just had a miscarriage, she decided to ask second sister instead. Second sister nodded, and Dia became more curious. I think staying here is good. Why would Grandma be angry? I don't know. Sister, we're still kids. These things are not for us to worry about. We should just take good care of Mother, second sister said like a little adult. Dia nodded and then pushed the matter out of her mind. Su Shi sat by the window, staring at the moon above, lost in thought. The expression on Zhang's face just now kept flashing in her mind. But she could understand. After all, who wouldn't want a peaceful life instead of wandering around? If she stayed here, she would probably just be an ordinary village girl. Her future life seemed predictable and dull. What's the point of living like that? Su Mingren's voice pulled Su Shi out of her thoughts. She glanced at him and nodded faintly, indicating her agreement. Why are you here instead of taking care of your wife? Yes, Mother. Second brother one, and Lord Su has already sent the grain. I came to ask if you have any plans. Just follow your own judgment. You don't need to ask for my opinion on everything. Su Mingren didn't notice the cold tone in Su Shi's voice.
He smiled and said, That can't be.
You're my mother. A strange fire rose in Su Shi's heart. What if I die someday? Are you going to burn paper in front of my grave and ask for my opinion? Mother, why are you saying such things?
You won't die.
You will live a long life. Mother, are you tired? It's my fault. Please rest first. We can leave the grain in second brother's yard for now and talk about what to do tomorrow. After saying that, Su Mingren hurried away. Watching his back, Su Shi sighed softly. Her eldest brother was truly too devoted to their mother. After leaving Su Shi's courtyard, Su Mingren went straight to find Su Mingyi and repeated everything Su Shi had just said. Second brother, why do you think Mother suddenly said that? Could it be that she's not feeling well? Listening to his brother's endless worrying, Su Mingyi felt the pain from his injuries grow stronger. Big brother, if you're worried about Mother's health, just ask Dr. Shen to take a look. I'm really tired and want to rest now. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Feeling embarrassed, Su Mingren stood up. I'm sorry, I was too worried about Mother and forgot about your injury. Rest well, I'll come back tomorrow. Not long after Su Mingren left, a voice came from above Su Shi's head. What's wrong? You want to leave? This place is actually quite nice, no worries about food or shelter. Su Shi rolled her eyes. If it's so nice, why don't you stay here yourself? Hu Lanshan was momentarily speechless, then his expression turned serious. He had his own reasons for leaving. Since he had helped them a lot, Su Shi didn't press further. Instead, she said thoughtfully, this place really is good. Compared to the days we spent running from famine, it's almost like heaven. But I still don't want to stay. If I stay here, I already know what kind of life I'll have. A few days or even a couple of years would be fine, but 5 or 10 years. I couldn't stand it. The world outside is so big, I want to see it. With her special ability, she would never go hungry. But if she traveled alone, any danger she met could be serious. Hu Lanshan wasn't a reckless man. Seeing the lonely look on Su Shi's face, he couldn't help but say, if you really want to leave, you can come with me. Really? Su Shi looked at him with surprise and joy. If she could travel with Hu Lanshan, her chances of safely reaching Jing'an Prefecture would be much higher. Actually, Hu Lanshan regretted what he said immediately after speaking. But seeing the bright, shining eyes of Su Shi, he felt it wasn't a big deal. I don't know how to cook, so if I take you along, at least I won't go hungry, Hu Lanshan quickly added, worried that Su Shi might overthink. Hearing this, Su Shi was not angry at all. After all, someone as capable as Hu Lanshan wouldn't bring along a burden without reason. Having some value was good enough. Knowing Hu Lanshan would take her away, Sushi shook off her previous gloom and became full of energy again. Then it settled. Don't worry, as long as you take me with you, I promise you won't go hungry, Sushi said with a meaningful smile. It's getting late. You should rest early. After saying that, Sushi lay back on the bed. Looking at the empty window, Hu Lanshan's eyes flashed with a smile. This Sushi really is quite unique. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Sushi suddenly remembered she forgot to ask Hu Lanshan about Su Mingyi. However, when Su Mingren came earlier, he didn't say anything, which meant Su Mingyi was probably not seriously hurt, even if injured. With that thought, Sushi relaxed and fell asleep again. She slept until dawn. When she opened her eyes, she finally felt refreshed and clear-headed. Since there was no worry about food for once, Sushi decided to stay in bed a little longer. But just as her idea formed, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by Su Mingren's call. "Mother, are you awake?" Sushi initially didn't want to respond, but thinking about Su Mingren's personality, she gritted her teeth and got out of bed. She opened the door, ready to get angry, but saw Shen Nanfeng was there too. "Mother, are you feeling unwell? Otherwise, why would you suddenly say such discouraging things? Since Dr. Shan is here, let him take a look. That way, your son can feel at ease." Hearing Su Mingren's words, Sushi couldn't help but laugh and cry. But at the same time, she felt a little touched. Although her eldest son was a bit overly kind-hearted, his filial piety was undeniable. Shen Nanfeng also chimed in. "Yes, Annie Su, let me check your pulse. We've been through a lot on this journey, and I really appreciate you. Otherwise, I might have starved to death on the road." Unable to refuse politely, Sushi let Shen Nanfeng check her pulse. Originally, Sushi was indifferent, but when she saw Shen Nanfeng's furrowed brow, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Su Mingren was even more anxious nearby. "Dr. Shen, what exactly is wrong with my mother? Please tell me. It's nothing serious, just a bit weak and overly worried," Shen Nanfeng said with a gentle smile as she withdrew her hand. "Dr. Shen, you really scared me just now. I thought my mother had a serious illness." Su Mingren sighed in relief, his tone tinged with some blame. Shen Nanfeng looked seriously at Sushi. "It seems like a small illness now, but all big illnesses start small. Your aunt can rest a little easier in the future. There's a saying, children and grandchildren bring their own happiness." Sushi glanced at Su Mingren and nodded. Su Mingren looked regretful, feeling it was his fault for causing his mother so much worry. He decided to work harder in the future and not hide under his mother's protection anymore. After thanking Shen Nanfeng, Sushi allowed Su Mingren to see her off. Then, a peaceful period followed. Zhang's health gradually improved. Although she had fallen from the mountain, the warm weather and good nutrition in the valley meant she had no lasting effects. Big sister and second sister also grew stronger, and their clothes no longer fit. Zhang initially wanted to alter her own clothes for her daughters, but the next day, Suwu sent new clothes over. Zhang was very careful, and after a few times, she noticed something was off. One afternoon, she pulled Sushi aside for a chat. "Mother, do you think the Valley Master is being a bit too kind to us? Before, second uncle made a bet that he would provide grain and water, but he didn't specify what kind of grain. Yet she gave us white flour and such." Sushi had already noticed these things. At first, she was cautious for a while, but after asking Shen Nanfeng and learning that the grain was fine, she stopped worrying. If the Valley Master really wanted to harm them, it would be very easy, and there was no need to waste grain. Seeing Sushi still looked confused, Zhang became a bit anxious and explained more directly. "Mother, I saw the Valley Master talking to second uncle several times. Do you think she might like him?" If it weren't for Zhang's reminder, Su 11 really wouldn't have thought about this aspect. But after thinking carefully, Su 11 also feels it's not impossible. Su Mingyi has a strong appearance, especially with his broad back and sturdy build, standing in front of you, giving a strong sense of security. If you like her, then just like her. As long as your second brother agrees, I won't oppose it. Madam Su, Are you serious about this? Before Sue 11 could finish speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted her. Turning her head, she saw it was Sue Wu, who had just been discussing. She felt very embarrassed. But she still pretended not to know and quickly answered Sue Wu's question. Otherwise, he is the person who will spend his life with her, so naturally his opinion matters most, Sue 11 said confidently. Sue Wu stood there thinking for a long time, then bowed to Sue 11. Madam Sue, I understand. Thank you. After saying that, she hurriedly left. If Zhang's suspicion was just before, now seeing how Sue Wu behaved, she was sure that Sue Wu had her eyes on her second uncle. If Su Mingyi really married Sue Wu, then it would be natural for their whole family to stay together. Now that Zhang has finished her month of confinement, on good days, she sometimes goes out for a walk. After walking, Zhang feels more satisfied with this peaceful life. No wars, no famines. These are already like fairy tale days for Zhang now. Not long after Sue Wu left, Su Mingyi came with a stern face. Mother, the master of the valley said you agreed to my marriage with her. Is that true? Whether it's true or not, it doesn't really matter. Sue 11 repeated what she had said before. So, whether this is true or not depends on your decision. Su Mingyi pursed his lips, hesitating for a long time before speaking. Mother, I don't want to. If you don't want to, then tell her clearly. Don't delay her, Sue 11 said calmly as always, which surprised Su Mingyi. He looked at Sue 11, hesitant, and finally said, But mother, if I tell her clearly, I'm worried the Valley Master will be angry and stop giving us grain. Sue 11 put down her cup, stood up seriously, and said, Su Mingyi, so you already knew how the Valley Master feels about you, but because of the grain, you haven't expressed your feelings. Su Mingyi frowned as he looked at Su Shi, unsure whether she was angry about the food or because he hadn't clearly expressed his feelings. Seeing that Su Mingyi didn't answer for a long time, Su Shi's face grew colder. Su Mingyi, as a man, you should know what to do and what not to do. If you don't accept others' feelings, you should say so early. After all, the food they give us is out of kindness, not obligation. If we don't have enough food, we can exchange money. If money doesn't work, we can find other ways. But we must never lose our conscience over a little food. Do you understand? When she said the last part, Su Shi grabbed Su Mingyi's shoulders and made him look into her eyes. Mother, I understand. Su Mingyi nodded and turned to run outside. I'll go talk to the village chief now. After Su Mingyi ran away, Zhang Shi spoke softly. Mother, I think that village chief is quite good. He treats our family well. Why not? The rest of her words caught in her throat as she looked at Su Shi's dark, shiny eyes. Su Shi didn't want to interfere at first, but thinking about Daya and Arya, she felt she should say a few more words. Zhang Shi, choosing a husband is like wearing shoes. No matter how beautiful the shoes look, only the person wearing them knows if they are comfortable or if they hurt. You might think it's good, but it might not be truly good for others. Seeing Zhang Shi's confused expression, Su Shi knew she probably didn't understand, so she didn't say more. Zhang Shi had lived many years, and she didn't expect a few words to change her views. Instead of hoping Zhang Shi would change her mind, it was better to focus on raising Daya and Arya. This took more than half an hour. When Daya and Arya left, Su Shi felt very thirsty. She just poured herself some water when she heard the window being smashed. Su Shi walked over and saw Hu Lanshan standing by the window. I found another exit, but Su Shi hated people who spoke halfway. But what? Is there a problem with that exit? That exit is narrow. Only one person can go through at a time, and there are traces of wild animals nearby. Hearing about wild animals, Su Shi immediately refused without hesitation. Hu Lanshan was not discouraged. Instead, he changed the subject. While exploring, I accidentally overheard some things I shouldn't have heard. It was about Lord Su. They planned to drug Lord Su and then seize power. When he mentioned drugging, a look of discomfort crossed Hu Lanshan's face. He was just a simple martial artist, good at fighting, and naturally disliked those who used sneaky tricks behind the scenes. Moreover, Su Wu helped them a lot, and Hu Lanshan wanted to help her in return. Su Shi was not surprised after hearing this. In fact, She was already surprised when she learned that Suwoo was the leader of Peach Blossom Valley. In peaceful times, it was not easy for women in ancient times to hold power, let alone now. She heard that when Suwoo's mother gave birth to her, she was very weak, and Suwoo's father was deeply in love. He stayed with Suwoo's mother until she passed away. To help Suwoo become the valley leader, Suwoo's father retired early and stayed behind the scenes. Before he died, Suwoo had already managed Peach Blossom Valley well. However, Suwoo's father misjudged human nature. When he first passed away, his influence was still strong, so few dared to cause trouble. But now, many years later, some people's ambitions had started to grow. Seeing that Su Shi was not surprised at all, Hu Lanshan was a bit surprised and couldn't help asking if she had known about this for a long time. I'm not a fairy who can predict everything. I just noticed that although Lord Su is in charge of Peach Blossom Valley, women's status isn't very high. I knew that Lord Su's reputation wasn't strong enough, Su Shi explained. If the people of Peach Blossom Valley truly trusted Suwoo, at least they wouldn't dare to act out in public or be disrespectful to women of the same gender as Suwoo. Also, it was said that Peach Blossom Valley was not ruled by Suwoo alone. Besides her, all the other positions were held by men, with not a single woman. Suwoo had been the valley leader for a long time, so it was unlikely she had no trusted aides. The most likely explanation was that she once had trusted followers, but they were later driven away by schemes. No matter which guess was correct, one thing was clear: not many people truly supported Suwoo in Peach Blossom Valley. Hu Lanshan looked at Su Shi with more admiration. Since they agreed to leave the valley last time, he had been sneaking out to check the terrain. The two didn't have much contact, but from others, he knew that Su Shi rarely left her courtyard. Even so, she could guess so much. She was very clever.
Don't worry.
Since I know about this, I won't let those dirty plans succeed, he said. Hu Lanshan wanted to hear Su Shi say this, so after he finished, he turned and left. Just as he was about to leave the courtyard, he ran into Su Mingyi, who was looking for Su Shi. Seeing Hu Lanshan come out of Su Shi's yard, Su Mingyi's eyes flickered briefly but quickly returned to calm. After Hu Lanshan left, Su Mingyi quietly told Su Shi that he had refused Suwoo. What does the master of the valley say? Su Shi asked, wanting to see Suwoo's attitude before deciding how to tell her. Thinking about Suwoo's bold actions just now, Su Mingyi's face turned red again. He didn't say much. Just, Mother, I think we can't stay in Peach Blossom Land any longer. It's better to leave soon. I have no objection, but others might, Su Shi said, looking deeply at Su Mingyi. Su Mingyi thought of Su Mingren and Mrs. Zhang, who were also silent. It seemed they wanted to settle here, and now they were starting to look for land to cultivate in Peach Blossom Land. Suddenly, Su Mingyi remembered someone they had been ignoring. Mother, do we still need to bring Little Pear Blossom when we leave? Hearing the name Little Pear Blossom, Su Shi was momentarily stunned. She had been in Peach Blossom Land for so long, but Little Pear Blossom had never appeared in front of her. She had always stayed in Mrs. Zhang's yard. After all, Mrs. Zhang had 2 young girls, and Little Pear Blossom was about the same age as Dia. Honestly, Su Shi didn't want to take Little Pear Blossom with them. No one knew if she might turn against them someday. Since Su Mingyi asked this, it was clear he was also worried. Lu Chong and his wife were good people, but Little Pear Blossom had seen her parents die with her own eyes. With Nyo and Lu Mingshan as examples, Su Shi's kindness had almost disappeared. After a long silence, Su Shi finally spoke. Ask Mrs. Zhang to find out what Little Pear Blossom thinks. First, see how she feels. If she insists on coming with us, we will gently tell her our plans. In short, she would never bring a ticking time bomb along again. All right, Mother. I won't bother you anymore, Su Mingyi said politely, and then left. If they wanted to leave Peach Blossom Land, they had to prepare thoroughly in advance. Su Mingyi still remembered that Suwoo had said the rule was that you could enter, but not leave Peach Blossom Land. Having stayed here for so long, Su Mingyi finally understood why Peach Blossom Land had this rule. Peach Blossom Land is a blessed place, with spring-like weather all year round. Maybe because of the water source or climate, the people here look much younger than they really are. Once this information gets out, Peach Blossom Land might become a place everyone wants to fight for. The original residents would be in trouble then. People here are used to peaceful days without fighting, so they are not very strong in combat. Kind-hearted people might find another place to settle, but those with bad intentions might even resort to violence. After all, Peach Blossom Land saved their family, and Su-Mingyi would never repay kindness with betrayal. Su-Mingyi left, but Su-11 was still thinking about Su-Mingyi's expression just now. It didn't look like he was fine. Since she couldn't get any useful information from Su-Mingyi, Su-11 decided to go find Su-Wu herself and adapt as needed. When Su-Wu heard Su-11 was coming, her first thought was that she was here to mock her. But after a moment, she realized she had misunderstood. Now, Su-11 still depended on her, but anyone smart wouldn't come to challenge her at this time. After thinking for a couple of seconds, Su-Wu decided to let Su-11 in. "Madam Su, may I ask what brings you here at this hour?" Su-Wu looked at Su-11 with some suspicion.
Su-11 understood.
After being the leader for so long, she was bound to be a bit proud. Now that she was showing friendliness and was rejected by her son, it was no wonder Su-Wu was upset. "It's nothing urgent. I just happened to learn some things. The leader has helped us a lot, and I don't want her to be harmed by treacherous people." When Su-Wu heard that someone wanted to drug her, her face turned pale. She wasn't stupid. Over the years, she had noticed that some people beneath her were starting to act on their own. Actually, she wasn't very interested in power, but this Peach Blossom Land was her father's last attachment. No matter how unwilling she was, Su-Wu wouldn't give up control of Peach Blossom Land. After telling her everything she wanted to say, Su-11 felt there was no need to stay any longer. Watching Su-11 walk away, Su-Wu suddenly had a bright idea. "Madam Su, do you want to leave Peach Blossom Land?" This one sentence made Su-11 stop in her tracks. She looked back at Su-Wu with a hint of caution in her eyes. "Master Su, what do you mean by that? Do you think I want to leave, and you'll just send someone to help me? I can arrange for someone to send you out, but I have a request," Su-Wu said through clenched teeth, already making up his mind. Su-11 raised an eyebrow but didn't speak. Her expression clearly meant she wanted him to continue. Su-Wu took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Let your son pretend to marry me. In no more than a month, I will let you all leave. As you can see, my position as the leader isn't very stable. I need to marry your son to strengthen my position. Most people in Peach Blossom Land are simple-minded and don't have many tricks. Last time, your son beat our 3 strongest people in Peach Blossom Land in one go. Now, many people still admire him. If he becomes my husband, those people won't dare to act recklessly anymore." Su-11 frowned. So, the reason Su-Wu wanted to marry Su-Mingyi was the same? Suddenly, she felt a flicker of anger. She thought Su-Wu genuinely liked her son, but it turned out he only cared about his own status. But she quickly calmed down. "And after more than a month, what will happen when we leave?" It's not that she didn't want to help, but this lie was too easy to see through. Once they left, Su-Wu would soon face the same problems as before. "At most in a month, I can clear away those forces. Madam Su, please help me. Peach Blossom Land is the only thing my father left me. I will never let it fall into someone else's hands." When he said the last words, Su-Wu's eyes flashed with an unmistakable killing intent. Su-11 didn't agree immediately. She said she needed to think about it and wanted to ask Su-Mingyi for his opinion. Su-Wu didn't try to persuade her further. He only asked her to give him an answer as soon as possible. "Madam Su, you probably know that if I really lost power, your family might not be as well off as they are now," Su-Wu said seriously. Su-11 knew this was not a threat but the truth. Over the years, more people moved into Peach Blossom Valley, but the amount of farmland stayed the same, so everyone was just able to get enough to eat. The grain was just enough for their own family, but Su still wanted to send some to help Su-11's family. Naturally, many people had opinions about this. Hearing this, Su-11 kept walking without stopping. When she was far away, Su-Wu's close maid quietly asked, "Master Gu, do you think Madam Su can persuade Su-Mingyi?" "Yes, she can. For the past month, She has been trying to find a way out, Su Wu replied confidently. The medicine I asked you to prepare, get it ready quickly. It might be useful at any time. After leaving Su Wu's courtyard, Su 11 went straight to find Su Mingyi and told him what Su Wu had said. Su Mingyi let out a long sigh. He had thought that the master of the valley really liked him, but it turned out she just wanted to use him to scare others. He didn't hesitate much and agreed to the marriage. Su 11 felt a bit dazed. She thought she would need to work hard to make this happen, but Su Mingyi agreed so easily. Didn't they care a lot about the wedding? Su Mingyi seemed to notice Su 11's surprise and explained, Madam, the master of the valley is different from other women. Even if I leave Peach Blossom Valley someday, her status is there and no one dares to look down on her. At most, she might call me a traitor a couple of times, but being scolded a few times doesn't cost much. Plus, in just over a month, the snow outside will melt, and when spring comes, everything will revive. Our lives will get better then. There was another reason Su Mingyi didn't mention. He had gone to find Hu Lanshan earlier to ask if he had found a good way out. Hu Lanshan said there was a way out, but he couldn't do it without causing a fuss. He couldn't take everyone out secretly. That meant their family could only rely on Su Wu to get out. And besides, it wasn't really a marriage, just a pretend one. The girl didn't mind, so why was he being so particular? Neither party had any objections, so Su 11 also had no objections. The next day, everyone in Peach Blossom Land knew that Su Wu was going to marry Su Mingyi, and the wedding was scheduled for 3 days later. That afternoon, the small courtyard where Su 11 lived was almost overwhelmed by visitors. Everyone praised Su 11 for having a good son. Su 11 said nothing, only smiled. Fortunately, because of her seniority, even if she didn't speak, others didn't dare to say anything. Compared to others in Peach Blossom Land, Zhang was even happier. She had thought the marriage might not happen, but unexpectedly, things turned around. Not only did they get together, but they were also about to get married. Others didn't understand Zhang's feelings, but her close companion, Su Mingren, knew very well. Since they had no children, it was the first time Su Mingren saw Zhang so happy. Suddenly, he felt that staying here might be pretty good. The couple started enjoying their happy future, not noticing that Su 11's gaze toward them was growing colder. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Because Su Wu was the valley master, she naturally wouldn't wait for Su Mingyi to come and propose. Instead, Su Mingyi waited at home, while Su Wu went to pick up her bride. When they first heard about this, Su Mingyi's face changed. It felt no different from being a subordinate. Fortunately, at the last moment, Su Mingyi remembered that they were only pretending to be married, so he suppressed his anger. Although it was just a pretend marriage, the ceremony still had to be held. Since Su Wu's parents had passed away, Su 11 sat on the high seat, bowing to heaven, bowing to the high hall. Couples bow. Perhaps because of their clothing, Su 11 thought they looked quite matching, at least in appearance and height. After the ceremony, they started the feast. As the Valley Master's wedding, the food was naturally excellent. Maybe because they were hungry, Su 11's family was very frugal with food, eating until their stomachs were round before leaving the table. After eating, everyone slowly walked back to their courtyard. As for Su Mingyi, since he was now married to Su Wu, he naturally had to live with her in the Valley Master's residence. I used to think we would die on this escape journey, but I didn't expect not only to survive, but also that my second brother found a wife. It seems Peach Blossom Land is truly our blessing. Mrs. Zhang smiled warmly and said, Maybe because I've been taking good care of myself lately, my face doesn't look as thin as before. It looks a bit rounder now. Mother, since second brother is married to the Valley Master, can we ask the Valley Master for some land tomorrow? With land, we can grow vegetables and grains. If you want land, go ask the Valley Master yourself. I won't do it for you. And I want to tell you again, I won't stay here. Su Shi's voice was cold, so cold that Mrs. Zhang froze in place. She instinctively looked at Su Mingren, full of hope. Su Mingren hesitated and said, Mother, staying here with food and clothes is good. Maybe we shouldn't leave. I'm just telling you, not asking for your opinion. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here. After saying this, Su Shi strode away. Shun Nanfeng didn't think twice and quickly followed her, stopping her before she entered the yard. Mrs. Su, please let Shin know when you're leaving. No one knows what the situation outside is like now. I have some medical skills, and I can help. Maybe she was too excited. Shin Nanfeng couldn't help but cough a few times after speaking. She was trying hard to prove her worth, worried she might be abandoned. On this journey, Shun Nanfeng had indeed helped them a lot. Even if she didn't mention it, Su Shi would ask later, so she nodded happily and gave Shin Nanfeng a reassurance. Don't worry, I'm afraid of dying. Others may not be trustworthy, but I will definitely bring Dr. Shin along. The next morning, Su Mingyi led Su Wu to pay respects with tea. Su Shi gave Su Wu a bracelet, and Mrs. Zhang gave a pair of earrings. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very happy. But Su Wu, as the Valley Master of Peach Blossom Valley, still had many affairs to handle, so she didn't sit for long. When they were about to leave, Su Shi couldn't help but glance at Su Mingyi again. Since they entered today, Su Mingyi had been acting strangely. Did something inappropriate happen last night? But now there were many people, so Su Shi didn't ask. She decided to find a good time later to ask. After Su Wu and the others left, Mrs. Zhang couldn't wait and stood up quickly, saying she wanted to go for a walk and asked Su Shi to watch the children. Su Shi did not refuse and took the child to her own yard directly. However, after entering the yard, Su Shi realized that little Pear Blossom had not followed. Before Su Shi could speak, second girl volunteered to go find someone. Seeing second girl want to go, Mingfan quickly said she would go too. So, in the blink of an eye, only Big Girl was left. This was the first time Big Girl was alone with Su Shi. Before, second girl knew she was afraid of Grandma, so she usually stayed close. Su Shi sat on a chair without speaking. Big Girl quietly looked up at Su Shi, seeming worried she might be noticed, then quickly looked down again. After a few times, Su Shi finally couldn't help but speak. Big Girl, if you have questions, just ask. I won't scold you. After a moment, Big Girl hesitantly asked, Grandma, I think staying here is pretty good. Why do you want to leave? It's so dangerous outside, there are bad people and you might go hungry. Big Girl looked up at Su Shi with big, confused eyes. Su Shi looked at Big Girl and suddenly realized she actually resembled her a little. She waved her hand, and Big Girl hesitated for 2 seconds before leaning into Su Shi's arms. Big Girl, in life, you shouldn't only see what's right in front of you. You need to think further ahead. Peach Blossom Land is nice, but it also has its problems. Not many people come here, which means you might have to deal with the people here in the future. And what kind of person you are in your life can be seen at a glance. But Big Girl, what's the point of such a life? Yes, our journey has been dangerous, but we've also met different people. We've seen different scenery too. When we reach Jing'an Prefecture, we can rent a big house and still grow vegetables and live simply. But when you're tired of it, you can go for a walk in the street, see if there are clothes or jewelry you like. If you don't want to go out, you can stay at home. We'll meet different people and hear different stories. Big Girl seemed to be attracted by the life Su Shi described, and a small smile appeared on her face. Grandma, you're right. Living here, we see the same people and do the same things every day. That's too boring, Big Girl murmured. When you go back, you can tell second girl what I said. You should think carefully about whether to leave. Don't think your parents are weak. They're just too afraid of losing you. Su Shi patted Daya's head. Seeing that Arya hadn't returned for a long time, she knew that Little Plum Blossom probably wouldn't come. It seems Little Plum Blossom already knew her attitude. That's good. At least when they leave, Little Plum Blossom won't be too sad. She didn't know what Daya said when she went back, but after a couple of days, Su Mingren came to Su Shi and said they were willing to leave with her. Hearing this, Su Shi also felt relieved. After dinner that day, Su Shi planned to go out for a walk and exercise a bit to prepare for future hardships. Having rested so long, Su Shi felt her bones had become lazy. But after just a few steps, she bumped into Su Mingyi and Su Wu, who were holding hands. They were close together, smiling happily. If Su Shi didn't know the truth, she might think they were a loving couple. Seeing Su Shi, Su Mingyi instinctively let go of Su Wu's hand. Su Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. "Mother." Su Mingyi walked over and stopped beside Su Shi. After calling her, he didn't say anything more. But Su Shi remembered his strange expression when offering tea a few days ago, which sparked her curiosity. "Now, what's really going on between you and the Valley Master? Are you pretending or is it real?" From the way they just interacted, if Su Shi didn't know they were only pretending to be married, she might have thought they were a real couple. Su Mingyi stiffened, and his ears turned red. Seeing this, Su Shi widened her eyes. Could it be that they really fell in love? If so, that might be a problem. Getting this far, Su Mingyi played an important role. People tend to fear the strong and bully the weak, especially on the way to escape hardships. Su Mingyi didn't need to do much. Just showing his muscles was enough to scare off some bad-hearted people. He had also expressed before that he didn't want to stay in Peach Blossom Valley. So, in Su Shi's plans, he always had a place, and it was an essential one. Compared to others, Su Mingyi was less likely to leave because of their blood relation. "No, Mother. Don't think nonsense. We're just acting. The Master of the Valley is not my type. I just want someone gentle and kind. She is too strong-willed."
Su Mingyi explained nervously.
Actually, that night after drinking the toast, Su Mingyi got drunk. In his memory, he seems to have done something inappropriate with Su Wu. But when he woke up the next morning, he found that Su Wu wasn't sleeping with him, and he was dressed properly, just in a different outfit. Su Mingyi cautiously asked Su Wu about his clothes. Su Wu said she thought wearing wedding clothes to sleep was uncomfortable, so she asked the maid to change them. He also secretly asked Su Wu's close maid, and her explanation was exactly the same. But Su Mingyi still felt strange. He knew his own alcohol tolerance very well. He wasn't a heavy drinker, but he wouldn't get drunk after just one glass. Later, Su Mingyi tried asking a few more times, but Su Wu always acted as if she didn't know anything. Su Mingyi wanted to think of all this as just a dream, but the feeling of skin contact was too real. He still remembers it clearly. When he looked into Su 11's questioning eyes, Su Mingyi didn't know how to answer. After a moment, he felt guilty and said, "Mother, let me tell you the truth. The Master of the Valley and I are now sleeping separately. It's the Master of the Valley who told me I need to stay by her side all the time to scare off those with bad intentions. Mother, I just want someone gentle and kind. The Master of the Valley isn't my type." Su Mingyi lowered his voice at the end, but Su Wu still heard him. She is skilled in martial arts and has been more sensitive than others since she was young. Hearing Su Mingyi's words, Su Wu felt a sharp pain in her chest. Although she kept reminding herself that this was just a pretend marriage, her heart was not under her control. Even when Su Mingyi was fighting those 3 brave warriors and kindly told her to go back, Su Wu had already fallen for this man. Bravery and gentleness are often opposite qualities, but when they appear together in one person, the impact is huge. At least, Su Wu couldn't resist. It was because she was attracted to Su Mingyi that she thought of inviting him as a son-in-law. She lied to Su 11. Even if she didn't invite him as a son-in-law, she had ways to deal with those people. Those people thought they were being very sneaky, but they didn't know that Su Wu has better hearing than others. So, she heard all their secret plans clearly. When Su 11 came to talk about this, Su Wu suddenly realized she could use their plan to her advantage. Since Su Mingyi didn't want to talk about feelings with her, she decided to talk about benefits instead. Sure enough, when she mentioned a fake marriage, Su Mingyi agreed. That fool, in this world, there is no such thing as a fake marriage. Since they already worshipped heaven and earth, he was her legitimate husband. That night, Su Wu had someone write Su Mingyi's name into their family tree. She also knew Su Mingyi probably wouldn't want to share a room with her, but that was okay. She had medicine for that. Since she couldn't keep Su Mingyi, she decided to keep his child instead. Thinking of this, Su Wu quietly placed her hand on her belly, wondering if there was already a little Su Mingyi inside. That night, to make sure her plan worked, she kept pestering Su Mingyi several times. After hearing Su Mingyi's last words, Su 11 shook her head silently. But
She wasn't sure about that.
She had seen many things in modern times, and in the end, people often marry those very different from their ideal partners. Since they were sleeping in separate rooms, the chances of mistakes might be lower. But love can happen at first sight or grow over time. Since they would be together day and night for a month, no one knew what might happen in the future. Having learned the gossip she wanted, Sue 11 didn't feel like chatting with Sue Mingy anymore. She casually gave a reminder, and then left. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Sue 11 kept exercising. Now she could walk 5 kilometers straight without stopping. Hu Lanshan was still searching for an exit. Although Sue Wu had promised to let them go, Sue 11 didn't want to rely on just one person. In this month, Hu Lanshan had thoroughly explored the entire peach blossom land, even knowing which trees had bird nests. He was finally rewarded. He found another exit. From the marks, it looked like this exit was man-made, carved out some years ago. What made Hu Lanshan happy was that there were almost no signs of people nearby, meaning this exit and the people in Peach Blossom Land probably didn't know about it. Really? If that's true, that's great. Su Shi looked up, excited, and asked Hu Lanshan, "Can you take me to see that exit?" Hu Lanshan frowned, and just when Su Shi thought he would refuse, he gently agreed. "Yes, but I will only take you alone. Don't tell anyone before we leave." Su Shi quickly nodded, worried that if she delayed, Hu Lanshan might change his mind. Maybe because she knew they would leave soon, Su Shi felt a bit excited. She lay on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep. She counted on her fingers how many days had passed since they entered Peach Blossom Valley. Outside was still snowy and cold at first, but now it had been 2 months, and spring should have arrived. Spring is a good time because everything starts to grow again. After the heavy snow, the drought probably eased too. Now that they had traveled so far, they definitely couldn't go back to their original village. They faced 2 choices: settle in a nearby town or continue heading to Jing'an Prefecture. Su Shi preferred the second option. No one knew if there would be more natural disasters this year. If another disaster happened, they might have to keep going to Jing'an Prefecture. Last year's drought was very serious, but Jing'an Prefecture was not much affected, showing it was a good place for people to live. Good environments help people live longer. Peach Blossom Valley is a good example. While Su Shi was lost in thought, she heard something hitting the windowsill. "Is it coming now?" Su Shi was surprised, then quickly got out of bed. She casually threw her coat over herself and opened the window. Hu Lanshan looked at Su Shi, then quickly looked away and stammered, "Why are you dressed like that?" "Sorry, I didn't know you would take me tonight." "Give me a moment. I'll get ready quickly." After saying that, Su Shi closed the window and tied her hair into a ponytail. Other hairstyles took too long. Ponytails were faster and more convenient. Worried that Hu Lanshan might be waiting outside impatiently, Su Shi dressed as fast as she could and then hurriedly opened the door. "Let's go," she said to Hu Lanshan, then strode out. Hu Lanshan looked at Su Shi's hairstyle, his eyes a bit unfocused. Although everyone had truly shared life and death together, does Su Shi not see him as an outsider? She even went out with her hair tied like that. Hu Lanshan moved his lips, wanting to remind her, but in the end, he said nothing. When they arrived, Su Shi looked at the smooth cliff face with some frustration. Before she could ask, Hu Lanshan used external help to jump up. Soon, a rope ladder descended from above. Su Shi tugged at the ladder and found it quite sturdy. Holding the ladder, she couldn't help but smile. With this, all of them could leave. A few seconds later, Hu Lanshan rolled up the ladder. When he came down again, they hurried back to the courtyard. Although they knew there probably wasn't much danger in Peach Blossom Land, Hu Lanshan insisted on sending Su Shi back first before returning to his own yard. Just as Su Shi was debating whether to tell Su Mingy this news, Su Wu came to find her. "Mother, the month has passed. I am here to keep my promise. When do you plan to leave?" Su Wu sat opposite Su Shi, looking a bit pale and tired. "The sooner, the better." "All right, I will let you know once I've made arrangements. It won't take more than 3 days." After saying that, Su Wu got up and left. Su Shi watched her back, feeling a little guilty. Su Wu had helped them a lot, but she hadn't been able to repay her, and she even left a mess behind. Oh well, if things get really bad, she can wait until she stabilizes in Jing'an Prefecture, earns some silver, and then let Su Mingyi come back for a visit. When they learned they had to leave, the Su family was both happy and reluctant. Su Shi didn't care much about that. She took the remaining time to store more food in the space. Mother, we're leaving. What about little Pear Blossom? At night, Zhang Shi found Su Shi and asked cautiously, I know you don't want to take little Pear Blossom with us, but leaving her here alone isn't right. I've been out wandering these days and noticed many people in Peach Blossom Land don't have children. Maybe we can find a well-off family to take care of Pear Blossom so we can feel a bit better about Lu Chong's family. When mentioning Lu Chong, Su Shi's eyes also dimmed a little. He was truly a man full of loyalty and kindness. Zhang's child was clearly not born because of Lu Mingshan, but Lu Chong took all the blame on himself and even offered his life to apologize. Su Shi thought it was unnecessary, but since it had already happened, there was no point in blaming anyone now. Zhang's idea was similar to Su Shi's plan. The only difference was that she originally wanted to ask Su Wu for help in finding a good family for the child, but their family already owed Su Wu enough favors and felt embarrassed to ask again. Since Zhang had already chosen a family, Su Shi decided to let her go ahead. After getting Su Shi's approval, Zhang returned to her room, called Pear Blossom over, and asked her which family she wanted to visit. The next morning, Zhang came again to ask Su Shi to go see the family herself. Su Shi agreed right away. This was important for Pear Blossom's future, and Su Shi hoped she would live happily. When they heard the family wanted to adopt Pear Blossom as their child, they were so happy they cried tears of joy. Thank you so much, sister. I thought my wife wouldn't have grandchildren in this life, but now a beautiful little granddaughter has fallen from the sky. I am so happy. The old woman held Su Shi's hand and kept talking. It's been a long time since we had a child in Peach Blossom Valley. My 2 children, we've tried 5 times, but none of them survived. As she listened, Su Shi sensed something was wrong. It was strange that no children had been born for so long. In those days, people had few entertainment options, and at night, the only fun was watching fairy fights. So, the birth rate was actually quite high. Older sister, are you saying you haven't had children at all, or that the children are born but don't live long? Su Shi interrupted the old woman's complaints and asked directly. The old woman looked at Su Shi blankly. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Su Shi knew she couldn't explain everything to her. She nodded at Zhang and said, I have an important matter to attend to with the Valley Master. The rest is up to you, Zhang quickly responded, and her mother nodded, indicating she thought this family was acceptable. After leaving the old woman's yard, Su 11 headed straight to the Valley Lord's residence. Because she was in a hurry, she was already out of breath by the time she arrived. Su Wu was about to leave the house and saw Su 11, which made her face change slightly. Mother, you're leaving so quickly. Did something big happen? As she spoke, Su Wu reached out to help Su 11, but Su 11 held her hand and quietly asked, I know why the Peach Blossom Valley can't have healthy children. Mother, you. Su Wu's voice trembled, unsure if she was scared or excited. Just as Su Wu wanted to ask more, she remembered they were outside and quickly swallowed her words. Mother, let's go inside to talk. Su Wu helped Su 11 into the main hall and, out of respect, moved her own seat aside. Mother, what did you mean just now at the door? Su Wu looked at Su 11 with a serious face. This was the biggest secret in Peach Blossom Valley, and it was also the reason her position as Valley Lord was starting to shake. Some time ago, it seemed like a curse had appeared in Peach Blossom Valley. Either strange newborns or babies born with illnesses appeared. Not only adults, but even children were rarely born healthy. At first, Su Wu thought it was a problem with the water source and asked a doctor to check. But the doctor said the water was fine. Food, water, daily necessities, and housing had all been checked, but no problems were found. Gradually, rumors started to spread, saying that because Su Wu became Valley Lord, the heavens were punishing Peach Blossom Valley. Some believed it, others didn't. After all, Su-woo had been Valley Lord for over 10 years without issues before. But as more unhealthy children were born, more people believed the rumors. Even Su-woo started to believe them, which is why she replaced her trusted aides. However, she would never give up control of Peach Blossom Valley. Just when Su-woo felt cornered, Su-ming's family arrived. The rest of the story unfolded naturally. Su-woo thought if she couldn't be the Valley Lord, then her children could be. The solution is simple, as long as the people in the valley stop marrying each other. Years ago, the villagers lived quite well, which meant few outsiders came to Peach Blossom Valley. The men and women of marriage age inside the valley married among themselves. Over time, many of them became related, leading to close kin marriages. Su-11 briefly explained the problems of close kin marriage. Su-woo was surprised and stunned. She wanted to say that her parents were also close relatives, but she was still normal. Miss, the old master and madam are not close relatives. The madam was saved from the bottom of a cliff by the old master, Nanny. Su-woo looked at her nanny in shock. It was the first time she heard about this. The nanny thought carefully and then said, Madam Su might be telling the truth. The family that first had deformed children was also closely related. It's easy to verify this. Just have someone who previously had deformed children have a child with an outsider, and the results will be clear. Su-11 didn't need to lie to Su-woo. She had already promised to help them leave. If Su-11's reason was true, then the rule of only entering Peach Blossom Valley and not leaving might need to change. After finishing this, Su-11 left feeling satisfied. She had indirectly helped everyone in the valley, repaying their kindness. Another day passed, and Su-woo sent someone to say everything was arranged. Su-11 quickly packed her luggage and went to the original crossing. She thought she was the first to arrive, but when she got there, she saw Su-ming was also there. They stood with their backs to each other, and the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Were they arguing? Seeing Su-11, Su-ming looked relieved and hurriedly called her mother, then stepped over to stand beside her. Su-woo bent down and saluted Su-11, saying, Old Madam Su, I have sent people to find out about what you told me. If what you say is true, you will be the greatest benefactor of Peach Blossom Valley. I don't have much to give, just some grain. Please, madam, accept it without refusing. Having stayed in the valley for 2 months and not knowing what was outside, Su-11 wouldn't refuse. She smiled and accepted the gift, then leaned close to Su-woo's ear and whispered something. After hearing those words, Su-woo showed a look of surprise on his face. Then he glanced at Su-ming and nodded. All right, it's settled then. Everyone is here, so you don't need to see us off anymore. Su-11 patted Su-woo's arm, then picked up her bag and left without looking back. They followed the path Su-woo mentioned, walking straight ahead. The road became narrower the further they went. At first, it was wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, but eventually, it could only fit 1 person, who had to turn sideways to pass. Could that woman be deliberately tricking us? Mom, should we go back? The more they walked forward, the more uncertain Su-ming felt. Su-11 looked ahead. The path was dark and empty, with no light at all. She wasn't afraid of a long journey, but she was worried about the unknown. She didn't know how far it was or what was ahead. It's okay. Keep going forward. If there's a problem, Hulan Mountain will warn us, she said. When Hulan Mountain was mentioned, Su-ming stopped talking. The group kept walking tirelessly. After a while, they suddenly saw a faint light ahead. The tired group immediately became excited. There's light. That means we're almost there, Su-ming said happily. Yes, everyone work hard. Let's try to get out quickly. Once we're out, we can cook and eat, Su-11 shouted. Hearing about food, everyone suddenly gained energy and rushed forward. Su-air even joked with Su-11. Grandma, can I eat meat later? Yes, Su-guju gave us a lot of food. At least for the next 10 days, we won't have to worry about being hungry. The others arrived later and didn't know about this. When they heard the good news, they all cheered up and rushed forward like they had been injected with chicken blood. As they got closer to the cave entrance, the light grew brighter. Having stayed in the cave for so long, suddenly encountering such strong light, Sue 11 couldn't help but squint her eyes. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, Sue 11 smelled a fresh grass scent. After her eyes adjusted to the outside light, she lowered her hand from her forehead and looked around with interest. It was spring everywhere, and all the plants she saw were lush and green. Recalling the icy snow before entering Peach Blossom Land, Sushi suddenly felt like she had seen everything before. There was plenty of green in Peach Blossom Land, but it was a bit different from the large green mountains outside. Daya and Arius saw this scene and smiled.
Great.
They could survive. After enjoying the scenery, Sushi suddenly remembered Hulanshan. She looked around but couldn't find any trace of Hulanshan. Could something have happened? Sushi instantly became nervous. Just as Sushi was about to ask Sumingi to look for Hulanshan, she saw Hulanshan walking over, carrying 2 wild rabbits and a wild chicken. He coldly threw these things in front of Sushi, then turned and went back into the woods. Brother who is really good at hunting, Su Mingren said, standing still and sighing. Then he hurried to find materials to build a fire and prepare food. He had been walking for a long time and was hungry, not to mention the children. Mrs. Zhang was handling the rabbits and chicken, while Dia and Arya helped light the fire and boil water. There weren't many wild animals, but with the grains Su Wu had given, everyone had a filling meal. After eating and resting for a while, night fell. The group discussed and decided to rest where they were.
They didn't know this forest well.
In spring, not only do the dead trees bloom again, but hibernating wild animals also wake up. Having rested through the winter, these animals were very hungry now. Staying in place was safer. If something happened, everyone could hide in a cave. Su Shi took out her simple tent, which immediately drew everyone's attention. "Grandma, what is this?" Arya asked curiously. This tent was a reward Su Shi received from checking in at Peach Blossom Land, but the one she had was not the space reward version.
It was a handmade imitation.
Su Shi knew that the fabric of that tent shouldn't exist in this era, so she asked Su Wu for a sturdy cloth and made a fake version. Inside, she used bamboo poles instead of iron rods. Besides bamboo, she couldn't find any other substitutes. Fortunately, bamboo was enough for her. In modern times, iron rods are used because they need to be inserted into the ground to stabilize the tent and prevent it from blowing away in the wind. Now, she is sleeping in a cave, so she doesn't have to worry about being blown away by the wind. Watching Su Shi quickly set up a small tent, Hulanshan's eyes flickered. Children are always very curious about new things. Ariel looked at the tent with wide eyes, unable to look away. When she snapped out of her surprise, she immediately ran to Su Shi and bravely asked, "Grandma, can I sleep with you tonight?" "Yes, tonight you and your sisters can sleep with me." Mrs. Zhang didn't expect Su Shi to invite her to sleep together. She looked at the small tent and quickly waved her hand. "I don't need to. I can sleep anywhere. That tent is too small. It's just right for you and the children." After saying that, Mrs. Zhang looked at Ming Yan nearby. "Mom, Ming Yan is still young. Maybe he can also sleep inside the tent. No need. I made 2 more, and they are in the bundle. Let him wait and sleep with his father and second uncle, Dr. Shun. You and your 2 apprentices can sleep together." After saying this, Su Shi realized she had forgotten someone, Hulanshan. Before she could speak, Hulanshan took the initiative to say, "It's best to have someone guard the night. That way, no wild animals can come close. How about this? Ming Yi and I will take turns. I'll guard the first half of the night, and he'll guard the second half. This way, they could stay safe and also solve the sleeping arrangements." Su Shi nodded, indicating she had no objections. It wasn't that she intentionally left someone out. It was because Su Wu only gave her so much fabric, just these 3 pieces, which she had carefully sewn together. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. She couldn't use the space-rewarded tent, or her true identity would be exposed. Su Shi first laid a thick layer of grass inside the tent, then took out the piece of cloth she had wrapped things in and spread it on top. After finishing everything, she was finally satisfied and lay down on it. It wasn't as comfortable as a bed, but it was better than sleeping in the cave. Since they had to travel again tomorrow, Sushi quickly closed her eyes to rest and regain her energy. She didn't have to worry about thieves coming to steal food or traitors among them. She slept quite peacefully. Getting a good rest made her feel more energetic. Maybe because she was getting older and sleeping less, Sushi woke up early in the morning. She untied the knot, pushed aside the curtain, and stepped outside. The morning air in the forest was very fresh. Sushi took a deep breath, feeling all her pores relax. She moved her wrists and then noticed Su Mingyi staring blankly at the campfire. The fire was almost out. Early spring weather was still very cold. Sushi quickly added some firewood. But even with all this noise, Su Mingyi didn't wake up from his own world. Something was wrong with this kid.
Sushi touched her chin.
Since yesterday, he had been very quiet and he didn't eat much at dinner. Luckily, no wild animals came last night. If they had, with Su Mingyi's condition, things could have been very dangerous. What are you thinking about?
Sushi patted Su Mingyi's shoulder.
He snapped out of his daze, looked at her, and his eyes showed some panic. Mom, I wasn't thinking about Suwoo, That's basically the same as admitting it openly. Sushi almost rolled her eyes but held back, considering her role. Seeing how tired Su Mingyi looked, she couldn't help but speak kindly. It's still early. Go bring Mingfan out. I'll carry him to my tent to sleep.
You can rest for a while.
Noticing the concern in Sushi's tone, Su Mingyi suddenly felt unsure about what to do with his hands and feet. He opened his mouth to refuse, but said nothing in the end. He silently went into the tent and carried Mingfan out. Just as Sushi was about to take him, Mingfan opened his eyes. When he learned he would sleep with Daya and Arya, he was very happy. Watching Mingfan go into the tent, Sushi sat back down by the fire. But not long after, Hu Lanshan came out. He sat across from Sushi and chatted casually, asking if she planned to leave after breakfast. Hearing this, Sushi suddenly remembered something. Suwoo only told them how to get out but didn't say what to do next. This meant they had lost their way. The map was useless. Seeing Sushi's face suddenly change, Hu Lanshan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen? We planned to leave after breakfast, but I don't even know where we are now. How can we find our way?" Sushi said with a bitter smile. Who knew her problem was so serious, but to Hu Lanshan, it was just a small matter. This is simple. Huayong Prefecture is east of Longtu Pass. We just need to walk straight east. When we reach the foot of the mountain, we can see if we can find someone to ask for directions. That was the only way. Sushi carefully stored the map. After breakfast, everyone set out. Hu Lanshan, who was the best at walking, led the way to scout. Su Mingyi and Shun Nanfeng walked at the back. Su Mingren and two other young men stayed on the sides, protecting Sushi and Zhang's family in the middle. Daya and Arya, being children, were very curious about everything around them. When they saw pretty flowers and plants, they couldn't help but ask Zhang and Su Mingren what they were. Both of them were country folks and didn't know much about these things, but Shun Nanfeng was there to help. Since he was a doctor, he knew many herbs. At first, he just named them, but then they started talking about other things. The others didn't speak, quietly listening to Shun Nanfeng talk with Daya and Arya. Before they knew it, they had walked about 10 kilometers. Feeling hungry, Hu Lanshan finally called everyone to stop. Then, they divided tasks. Some gathered firewood, others cooked, and Hu Lanshan went into the mountains to hunt. About half an hour later, Hu Lanshan came back carrying some game. After eating, they rested for a while before setting out again. They walked for 4 days until they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Seeing the row of houses, Sushi was so happy, she almost cried. She hadn't bathed in several days, and it was making her itch terribly. People, it's easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go back from luxury to frugality. During the escape, not bathing for 10 or 15 days didn't bother Sushi. But after living in Peach Blossom Spring for 2 months, she couldn't stand not bathing now. Even though she really wanted a bath, her reason told her to wait. She asked Hu Lanshan to check the area first. Once it was safe, they would go. With the heavy snow, The drought had eased, but its effects wouldn't disappear quickly. In other words, everyone was very poor now. They didn't need to worry about people stealing children to eat, but many would steal children to exchange for silver. Especially those living at the foot of the mountain, either fierce and dangerous or weak and easy to deceive. Otherwise, how could they have been driven here? Soon, Hu Lanshan signaled that it was safe. Su Shi then led her people to move forward. Walking into the yard, Su Shi realized it was a bit run down, clearly unused for a long time. Let's stay here for now. Tomorrow morning, I'll check the nearby area, and after I return, we'll decide what to do next. Is that okay? No problem. Hu Lanshan's plan was the safest, so Su Shi agreed, without hesitation. Su Mingren watched the scene, and felt something was off. Was it just his imagination? Why did it seem like his mother and brother, who were a married couple? The yard wasn't big, but it had several rooms, about 4 or 5. Since elders are respected, Su Mingren gave Su Shi a separate room. Seeing Su Mingren's eager expression, Su Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. She wasn't that old, after all. It was just her son's act of filial piety, and she could only accept it with a pinch of her nose. Just as she finished putting things down, Su Shi heard Arias shouting about rain. She quickly opened the door and saw it was already drizzling outside.
Su Shi smiled softly.
Spring rain is precious, like oil. With this rain, everything that needs to grow will surely sprout. The rain continued until the next morning. During breakfast, it was still drizzling. Considering the medical conditions, Su Shi wanted to tell Hu Lanshan not to go. But strangely, after they finished breakfast, the rain stopped. Su Shi didn't say anything and waited until Hu Lanshan left before planning to go for a walk. As she stepped out of the yard, she saw Su Mingyi following her. Although there's a fence around, I still don't feel comfortable with you going alone, mother. I'll go with you. Su Shi looked at Su Mingyi and saw his clear eyes, as if he had returned to his old self. She couldn't help but breathe a little easier, but a faint disappointment also appeared in her heart. She knew their marriage was fake. Yesterday, seeing Su Mingyi's disappointed look, she thought he might have truly fallen for her. But after just one night, Su Mingyi was lively again. Very hard to read. They walked around the yard for a long time. To Su Shi's surprise, there was a piece of land behind the house, covered with dry grass. She lifted the grass and saw tender green seedlings underneath, as if they had just sprouted. Could it be that she made a wrong guess, and someone has been living in this yard all along? Su Shi looked at Su Mingyi, and surprisingly, he nodded at her as well. My thoughts are the same as my mother's. Someone must be living here. Let's keep watching for now. When the owner returns, we can talk to him properly. If that doesn't work, we can give him some silver. Su Shi doesn't lack silver now, and she doesn't have any better ideas since the house is already occupied. Next to the vegetable patch was a chicken coop, but there were no chickens inside. Su Shi glanced at it, and then looked away. After inspecting the surroundings, Su Shi returned to the yard. Before entering, she heard Aria's laughter. Sure enough, where there are children, it's lively and full of energy. Later, Su Shi didn't go out again, and Hu Lanshan didn't return until it was dark. When he arrived, everyone in the yard felt relieved. Brother Hu, why did you take so long to come back? I was worried sick. Come, sit down and have some water, Su Mingren said as he hurriedly helped Hu Lanshan sit and poured him a glass of water. Hu Lanshan thanked him and drank the water in one gulp. It's nothing serious. I just wandered a bit too far. I checked around, and this area is mostly mountain after mountain. If we want to get out, it will probably take quite some time. After Hu Lanshan finished speaking, Aria's smile suddenly faded. She looked up at Hu Lanshan with a pitiful expression. Uncle Hu, how many more mountains do we have to climb? About 5 more. Once we get over the last mountain, we'll be in Huaiyang Prefecture. Hearing that they still had to climb 5 mountains, everyone's mood started to break down. Maybe seeing everyone's low spirits, Su Mingren quickly came out to comfort them. Just 5 mountains? Now we have enough to eat and drink, much better than last year. Yes, now we can at least have meat at every meal. When we reach Huaiyang Prefecture, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. Shen Nanfeng smiled and agreed, and everyone's attention shifted elsewhere. They started discussing what they would do once they reached Huayang Prefecture. Su Shi glanced at Shen Nanfeng. Although everyone had been fleeing together for so long, she still didn't understand much about him. Besides knowing his name, she knew nothing else. However, from his tone just now, it seems that Huayang Prefecture is his hometown. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Shi decided not to ask anything. If Shen Nanfeng wanted to hide something, even if he told her, he wouldn't tell the truth. If he didn't want to hide it, she would find out once they arrived at Huayang Prefecture. Seeing everyone chatting happily and not caring whether Hu Lanshan had finished dinner, Su Shi had no choice but to ask Zhang to bring the food from the kitchen. After giving instructions to Zhang, Su Shi went back to her room. Instead of overthinking, she thought it was better to rest early and walk more tomorrow. When Zhang brought the food over, Hu Lanshan quickly blushed and thanked him. Zhang smiled slightly and said, "Brother Hu, this was brought over by my mother-in-law. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her." Hu Lanshan instinctively looked to the side, only to find that Su Shi had left without him noticing. He looked at the food in his hands, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Su Shi sat on the bed, thinking about what Hu Lanshan had just said. The older sisters, Air Sister and Sand Sister, are still young. Although Shen Nanfeng's health has improved a bit since the beginning, he is still somewhat weak and can only walk about 4 hours a day. Climbing 5 mountains, based on their previous speed, would take at least a month, and that's assuming no accidents happen. Now that they are no longer worried about life and death, their pace will only slow down. Su Shi counted on her fingers. It was February now, and the Dragon Boat Festival was 3 months away. She just hoped they could reach Huayang Prefecture before the festival. She really didn't want to spend the Dragon Boat Festival on the mountain again. The next morning, everyone set out early. As Su Shi expected, their pace was much slower than on the first day. By nightfall, they had traveled less than 20 kilometers, even though they previously could walk nearly 50 kilometers in a day. Su Shi wanted to remind them, but seeing the relaxed smiles on everyone's faces, she held her words back. Forget it, climbing mountains is always hard. She decided to take it slow. They continued like this for 10 days until they finally reached the mountaintop. Su Shi stood on the peak, looking at the lush trees below, feeling much more relaxed. Since her rebirth, she had been holding back a lot of frustration in her heart. She didn't understand why she had to go through all these troubles. But now, seeing the beautiful scenery in front of her, she felt a sense of peace. Actually, being here isn't as bad as she imagined. At least she has experienced a different life. At noon, everyone had lunch on the mountaintop. After eating, they hurriedly started to descend. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb up but hard to come down. Su Shi truly understood this. When descending, no one dared to walk too fast, afraid of slipping and falling. Even Hu Lanshan moved more slowly than usual because he had to find the way and chop a path with his knife. The only good thing was that they hadn't encountered any fierce wild animals so far. After walking for another half-month, they reached the top of the second mountain. Just when Su Shi thought they would smoothly climb over 5 mountains, a tiger blocked their path. As soon as she saw the tiger's big eyes, Su Shi felt her legs go weak and almost knelt down. The tiger, being the king of the forest, had an impressive presence. Su Mingren and Zhang gathered around, surrounding Dia, Arya, and Ming Fan in the middle.
Su Minji protected Su Shi in front.
They faced the tiger together. Eventually, the tiger couldn't hold back and let out a low roar, charging towards Su Shi and her group. Hu Lanshan quickly ran forward with his knife. Su Shi pushed Su Mingyi aside, signaling him to help. "Only if you and Hu Lanshan stay alive can we survive. Otherwise, we will be eaten by it sooner or later," Su Shi shouted. After shouting, she looked at Zhang and said, "Zhang Pingping, Su Mingren, if you don't want to die, hurry and run with your children over there. Dr. Shen, please come with us and bring some medicine to prevent snake and insect bites. Leave marks along the way so we can meet at the foot of the mountain later." After saying this, Su Shi quickly ran in different directions. Seeing the prey escape, the The tiger became visibly anxious and growled several times. But Sushi didn't look back, only kept running forward. She didn't know how far she ran until she was completely exhausted and sat down on the ground, leaning against a tree trunk. She also wondered what had happened to Su Mingyi and Hulanshan. After sitting for a few seconds, Sushi regained some strength. She closed her eyes and listened carefully, but everything around was silent. No sounds at all. Her heart sank. If the tiger hadn't died, she should have heard its roar. Now, everything is so quiet. There are only two possibilities. First, the tiger was killed by Hulanshan and Su Mingyi. Second, the tiger bit and killed Hulanshan and Su Mingyi. Sushi hopes the first is true, but with so little time, how could the two of them have killed the tiger? She sat in place for a while before finally getting up and heading back. Since so much time has passed, the tiger should have left. Anyway, Hulanshan and Su Mingyi died saving her, so she must go back to retrieve their bodies. But will the tiger leave their bodies behind? Sushi's mind was a mess, so much so that when she saw the injured Hulanshan, she didn't react immediately. Seeing her blankly staring, Hulanshan felt both amused and helpless. Is she being silly? Stop looking. If you keep staring, I might bleed to death. Hearing Hulanshan's voice, Sushi suddenly snapped out of her daze. She hurried over to him and supported his uninjured arm. Where is Su Mingyi? Why didn't he come with you? Sushi asked instinctively. He went to find Su Mingren and the others. He thought you left with Su Mingren. After saying this, Hulanshan seemed to use all his strength and fainted onto Sushi. Fortunately, Sushi was prepared and held him firmly, preventing him from falling. She helped Hulanshan lie down under a big tree and then examined his wounds. From his torn clothes, Sushi could guess how terrible the situation was at that time. Hulanshan's arm was injured, and his chest was hurt too. Sushi quickly took out medicine from her space and gave it to him. Luckily, it was early spring and the weather wasn't hot. Otherwise, with so many wounds, infection could be a serious problem. Maybe because he took the medicine, after about half an hour, Hulanshan woke up. Hulanshan opened his eyes and saw the uneven mountain wall. Just as he was about to sit up straight, he heard a calm voice nearby. I advise you to stay lying down now. Otherwise, if your wound bleeds again, I won't have any medicine left to help you. He looked toward the voice and saw Sushi resting against the mountain wall, her face visibly tired. At this moment, he also remembered what happened before he fainted. He recalled falling by the roadside. It was indeed very hard for Sushi to help him here. Did you leave any marks when you came earlier? Sushi asked anxiously. The mountains are so big, and it's not easy to find each other if we get separated. Hulanshan also seemed to think of this. He shook his head. I forgot, but Mingyi should have left some. Once I recover a bit, I'll follow the marks to find him. Sushi nodded. That was the best option now. Otherwise, Hulanshan couldn't be expected to chase after someone with his injuries. With Hulanshan's skills, he could easily run away on his own, but he didn't. Instead, he saved a group of people. People don't always repay kindness with kindness, but they shouldn't repay kindness with hatred either. At least, Sushi couldn't do such a thing. Seeing that Hulanshan seemed to have nothing more to say, Sushi continued to lean against the mountain wall, thinking about what might happen next. Sushi was tired, so she only packed a little food in her bag. She could secretly get some food from her space, but Hulanshan wasn't easy to fool, so she could only hold out for 2 days. She just hoped that after 2 days, Hulanshan's condition would improve. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain where the food came from. After sorting everything out, Sushi stood up and went out to find water and dry wood for dinner. Watching Sushi busy around, Hulanshan wanted to say something but was not good at chatting, so he swallowed his words again. Soon, the cave was filled with the smell of porridge. While serving Hulanshan, Sushi quickly added crushed anti-inflammatory medicine into the porridge, stirred it a few times, and then handed it to him. Then she poured herself a bowl and ate on the other side. After eating, there was nothing else to do, so they went to sleep early. Sushi had wanted to find some thorns to block the cave entrance, but Hu Lanshan said it wasn't necessary. Where there's a tiger, other wild animals wouldn't dare come close. Although injured, Hu Lanshan woke up early. He turned his head and was surprised to find Su Shi sleeping right beside him. Hu Lanshan was startled. He quickly moved back a few steps, his eyebrows furrowing so tightly they could kill mosquitoes. This Aunt Su is too much. How could she sleep with him? If others found out, her reputation would be completely ruined. Hu Lanshan decided that when Su Shi woke up later, he must talk to her seriously and tell her that such things should never happen again. Thinking of Hu Lanshan's gaze, his eyes naturally fell on Su Shi's face. Suddenly, he was stunned. The face before him was completely different from the one he remembered. In his memory, Su Shi was a pale woman with a lot of sagging flesh on her face, especially her eyes, which always looked sideways at people, making her seem sharp and harsh. He didn't know when the sagging flesh on her face disappeared, and her chin even looked a bit pointed. After spending 2 months in Peach Blossom Valley, she had become much fairer. Hu Lanshan suddenly realized that Su Shi was actually quite pretty. No wonder both Su Mingren and Su Mingyi looked good. It turned out they took after her. Realizing he was thinking about such trivial things, Hu Lanshan quickly looked away. Hu Lanshan, what are you thinking about? He scolded himself harshly in his mind, then moved his body a little further inside until he was pressed against the mountain wall and stopped. Soon, Su Shi woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Hu Lanshan sleeping against the mountain wall. She didn't think much about it and simply leaned over, gently touching his forehead. Good, no fever. There shouldn't be any problem, Su Shi muttered to herself, then quietly got up and left. After she walked away, Hu Lanshan finally opened his eyes. He looked at the cave entrance with a complicated expression, as if he could still feel Su Shi's body temperature on his forehead. So, this woman slept beside him yesterday because she was worried she might have a fever? Hu Lanshan felt a strange sensation in his heart, part touched, part happy. The dinner yesterday had almost used up all the water in Su Shi's water bottle, so this morning, she not only needed to gather dry wood but also find a water source. Fortunately, she was lucky. She followed a small path and soon found a little stream. The water in the stream was crystal clear, and she could see fish swimming now and then. Su Shi's eyes flickered. Fish soup was good for nourishing the body. The faster Hu Lanshan recovered, the more benefits she would get. After hesitating for a few seconds, she rolled up her pants and stepped into the water. As soon as she entered, Su Shi couldn't help but shiver from the cold. The water was too cold, and she felt like giving up. But giving up halfway was not her style. Since she had already stepped into the water, she had to catch 2 fish to bring back. Otherwise, all this effort would be wasted. After waiting for a while and seeing that Su Shi had not returned, Hu Lanshan couldn't help but feel worried. Why hasn't she come back yet? Could she be in danger? But she was just gathering firewood near the cave entrance. Hu Lanshan frowned. He was sure that Su Shi was not nearby. If something had really happened, how could he explain it to Su Mingren and Su Mingyi? Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back any longer and got up to go outside. Outside the cave, he looked around first, then followed the footprints left by Su Shi. Halfway there, Hu Lanshan saw Su Shi walking toward him, holding several fish. The fish were still jumping lively, making Su Shi a bit flustered. Seeing Hu Lanshan, Su Shi looked like she had found a savior. Quick, kill these fish. She thought the fish wouldn't survive long out of water, but surprisingly, they kept flopping around. Seeing that Su Shi was fine, Hu Lanshan let out a breath of relief. He took the fish, gently pressed on them, and the lively fish instantly stopped moving. Was it that simple? Su Shi looked at Hu Lanshan excitedly. How did you do that? There is a pressure point here. Just press it and they will faint. Hu Lanshan added. People are the same. Actually, that last part could be left out. Su Shi awkwardly smiled and then widened her eyes at Hu Lanshan. You can walk now. Does your wound not hurt anymore? Thanks to Su Shi's reminder, Hu Lanshan realized he had walked quite far without noticing. He managed to walk so far only because he was holding his breath. Now that he let it out, he felt a bit unsteady. Luckily, Su-shi reacted quickly and supported him. You, with your body not fully recovered, what are you trying to prove? I just want to get water. Oh, and later, we'll have fish soup. Eating it will help your wound heal faster. Su-shi scolded while supporting Hulanshan. After she finished speaking, Su-shi suddenly remembered that Hulanshan was her benefactor, not her son. She couldn't help but feel frustrated and wanted to rub her forehead. This was probably a side effect of being a mother for so long. No, she had to change this habit. Hulanshan still had injuries on his body, so Su-shi didn't ask him to do anything. She returned to the cave, where Hulanshan continued to rest, and she prepared to cook the fish soup. While Hulanshan was not paying attention, Su-shi sprinkled some meat floss inside, and soon the cave was filled with the smell of fish soup. After resting for a day, Hulanshan was able to walk normally again, so he quickly urged Su-shi to find Su Mingren and the others. This was exactly what Su-shi wanted, so she packed her things quickly and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Hulanshan couldn't help but look back. He felt like he must be confused from his injuries, or else how could he feel like he was back home in this cave? They first went back to the place where they saw the tiger before, then followed the marks left by Su Mingren to continue the chase. Since Hulanshan was still injured, every half hour, Su-shi suggested taking a rest. They chased for a whole day, and finally, by noon on the third day, they caught up with Su Mingren and his group. When Su-shi appeared, Arya, like a little bird, rushed into her arms. "Grandma, you're finally back. I was so worried about you these days." Su Mingren and Mrs. Zhang both had tears in their eyes, but Su Mingyi's eyes didn't turn red, though his expression showed he was quite excited. He stepped in front of Hulanshan and patted his shoulder. "Brother Hu, thank you for taking care of my mother these days. From now on, we are half-brothers. Your matters are my matters." While saying this, Su Mingyi kept looking at Hulanshan. It wasn't surprising he thought this way. To Su Mingyi, Hulanshan had long had some feelings for his mother. Now that they had been living together for several days, it was natural he might start to have inappropriate thoughts. "Yes, Brother Hu, from now on you are my big brother," Su Mingren added. Hulanshan instinctively looked at Su-shi. She was hugging Daya and Arya, talking to them, not paying attention to him. He felt strangely upset inside. "Well, I'm fine with whatever makes you happy," Hulanshan replied quietly. He knew he shouldn't have these messy thoughts. After all, he came here for a reason. Thinking this through, Hulanshan quickly pushed his confusing feelings aside. Su Mingyi looked at Hulanshan with some doubt, unsure whether he had other feelings for his mother. If he didn't, then why did he look at her just now when he asked that question? If he did, then why would he agree to become sworn brothers with them? Regardless of whether it is true or not, once they become sworn brothers, Hulanshan cannot be with Su-shi anymore. If the timing were better, Su Mingyi would want to swear brotherhood with Hulanshan right now. When Su-shi rejoined the group, everyone felt like they had found a main support. After resting for a while, they continued their journey. They traveled for over a month and finally reached the foot of the last mountain. After crossing this mountain, we will reach Huayang Prefecture. Su-shi looked up at the tall mountain in front of her, her voice full of excitement. This last mountain seemed taller than the others, but everyone was eager to get into Huayang Prefecture to enjoy good food, so they pushed on. In just 3 days, they reached the top of the mountain. Now, no one knew what was happening in Huayang Prefecture. "I suggest you wait at the foot of the mountain. Let me go into the city first to find out more, then we can decide." Not everyone agreed with Hulanshan's idea. Su Mingren and Su Mingyi thought it was unnecessary since they all planned to go to Huayang Prefecture anyway. But Shun Nanfeng supported Hulanshan's plan, believing caution was best. Seeing the different opinions, everyone looked at Su-shi, hoping she would make a decision. Su-shi was not as naive as Su Mingren and Su Mingyi. Yes, they all had to go to Huayang Prefecture, no matter what the situation was, but going prepared was very different from rushing in blindly. First, they needed to understand the situation to avoid mistakes quickly. The recent disasters couldn't be fixed with just a few snowfalls or spring rains. The disaster would only be fully over by this fall, when the first harvest of grain was collected. I agree with Hulanshan. We've waited long enough. 2 more days won't matter. Since so many of us are going into the city, our goal is big. I suggest Hulanshan and I go ahead to check the situation and try to find a place to stay today. When Sumingi heard that Sushi planned to go into the city with Hulanshan, he looked reluctant. Mother, going into the city and back is too tiring. Maybe I should go with Brother Hu instead? Until the 3 of them officially swore brotherhood, Sumingi couldn't fully trust Hulanshan. With just the 2 of you, you'll stand out and become the main focus of everyone's attention. Sushi poured a cold water on Sumingi. Shun Nanfeng also spoke nearby. I think Aunt Su and Brother Hu are the best choices. The children are too young, and if they go with Brother Hu, it can also reduce suspicion. Because they still needed to rent a house, it was decided that Sushi and Hu Dashan would go together. Before leaving, Sumingi tightly held Hulanshan's hand and said, Brother Hu, my mother is your mother too. Please make sure to bring her back safely. Listening to this, Sushi felt her teeth almost ache. What does it mean that my mother is your mother? She's not that old and can't have a son as big as Hulanshan. Hulanshan also blushed from Sumingi's words. He secretly glanced at Sushi and then nodded in agreement. Actually, the foot of the mountain was still some distance from Huayang Prefecture, but compared to the road they had traveled before, it was not much. Along the way, Sushi kept observing the surroundings. As she expected, even though it was spring and it was raining, many disaster victims had gathered outside Huayang Prefecture. Seeing those pale and thin disaster victims, Sushi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Last year's snowstorm, she didn't know how many people died. Although many of those people looked worn out, some still held hope for life on their faces. Even though it was noon, many people still wanted to go into the city. Sushi and Hulanshan patiently queued up. There were many people, and the soldiers checked each one, so the line moved very slowly. Hulanshan thought Sushi would get impatient, but she didn't say a word the whole time. When it was their turn, Sushi quickly handed over her household registration. The soldier looked at it, then at Sushi, and suddenly a mischievous smile appeared on his face. After traveling so far, you still look so well-fed. It seems your family is quite well off. This was a sneaky remark. Sushi cursed inwardly, but she forced a shy smile and said, There's no special family background. My husband is a hunter in the mountains. Without him, I might have been eaten up long ago. The soldier's gaze shifted to Hulanshan, and his arrogance slightly diminished. As the saying goes, the king of is easy to see, but little ghosts are hard to deal with. Sushi didn't want to offend these people, so she quickly handed over about 10 copper coins and asked, Official, can we go into the city now? The official weighed the copper coin and then allowed passage. Huayang Prefecture is very large. As soon as you enter the city, the first thing you see are many shops, all open and bustling with activity. At least from these people, you can't see the effects of the disaster. It seems that no matter where you are, the suffering is mostly among the lowest class. Where are we going now? Sushi asked Hulanshan, feeling a bit curious. Hulanshan seemed very familiar with this place. We're heading to the official office next to the county government. Usually, notices are posted there, Hulanshan explained as they walked. Sushi nodded and arrived at the office. She was curious and looked at the notice, but she couldn't read the words. Hulanshan read quickly and finished in no time. It seems they know the disaster was very serious and have arranged for nearby places to shelter the victims. He summarized the notice briefly for Sushi. Does that mean we can go into Huayang Prefecture now? Sushi asked excitedly. They had been living in a tent for 3 months. Now she missed a wooden bed, even a simple one, as long as she could sleep on it. Seeing her hopeful look, Hulanshan didn't want to burst her dream, but some things couldn't be hidden just because he wanted to. Not necessarily. The prefecture master said that disaster victims wanting to enter Huayang Prefecture need to pay 5 taels of silver per adult and 3 taels per child. They said these people's arrival was crowding the original residents. The emperor only said to shelter the victims nearby, but he didn't specify how to do it, so people are making a fuss over it. Su Shi counted on her fingers. 2 adults, 3 children. Their group had 8 adults and 3 children. To enter Huayang Prefecture, they would need to pay 49 taels of silver. Wow, just one trip to Huayang Prefecture could almost use up all their savings. No wonder the victims, upon hearing they could enter, still stayed outside the city. They simply couldn't afford it. Su Shi had enough silver, but they also needed to rent a house. With so many people, a small yard wouldn't be enough. Renting a big yard probably wouldn't be cheap either. Plus, with this policy, rent prices likely wouldn't be low. Seeing Su Shi's worried face, Hu Lanshan couldn't help but speak. If you really decide to go to Huayang Prefecture, you don't need to worry about where to stay. I have a 2-room courtyard here. It's small, but it should be enough for everyone. You have a house in Huayang Prefecture? Su Shi looked at Hu Lanshan in surprise, then quickly realized. Indeed, judging by Hu Lanshan's skills, he was not an ordinary person. But if he had a house in Huayang Prefecture, why would he still come to their village? Although Su Shi was curious, she didn't ask, knowing everyone has their own secrets. Having a place to stay made Su Shi feel less anxious. She and Hu Lanshan strolled around the street again before leaving the town. The guards at the gate remembered her and didn't ask questions, simply letting her out. Money really can do anything, Su Shi thought, then quickly walked forward. It was getting late, and they needed to get back before dark. Before reaching home, Su Shi saw a figure walking back and forth at the road entrance. As she got closer, she recognized it was Su Mingyi. Seeing Su Shi return, Su Mingyi hurried over. "Mother, how did your investigation in the city go today? Let's talk about it when we get home." She said this now, but later she would have to repeat it again at home, which she didn't want to do. Besides, she was really tired after walking for so long. Seeing the fatigue on Su Shi's face, Su Mingyi swallowed the rest of his words. He led Su Shi to a nearby village. "After you left, my elder brother and I looked around and found this village, so we spent some silver to rent a courtyard. No more camping." Su Shi was naturally happy. The courtyard Hu Lanshan and the others rented wasn't big, only 3 rooms, but everyone could squeeze in and sleep. As soon as they entered, Zhang Shi brought dinner. Smelling the delicious food, Su Shi realized she was starving. "Mother, you eat first. We'll talk after you're done," Zhang Shi said kindly. So Su Shi and Hu Lanshan ate quickly. After finishing, Su Shi shared what she had learned about Huayang Prefecture. Learning that staying in Huayang Prefecture would cost 49 taels of silver, the Su family was stunned. "Mother, I suddenly feel that going to Huayang Prefecture might not be that necessary," Madame Zhang said quickly. 50 taels of silver, in a good year without disasters, could support a family for several years. If they were careful, it could even last more than 10 years. Su Mingren stayed silent, only nodding repeatedly.
Su Shi turned to Su Mingyi.
"Mingyi, what about you? What do you think?" "I think it's still better to go to the city. No one knows what might happen next. If the famine continues, we'll be less helpless in the city." A look of satisfaction flashed in Su Shi's eyes. To her, people were more important than money. Money could always be earned again, and with her around, there was no way they wouldn't make more. She then looked at Shen Nanfeng. "Dr. Shen, what about you? I'd like to go to the city too. But don't worry, Aunt Su. The money for the 3 of us will come from our own pockets," Shen Nanfeng said with a smile. Hu Lanshan also spoke up. "I'll pay for myself as well." Seeing that everyone seemed to prefer going to the city, Su Mingren and Madame Zhang exchanged a glance and changed their minds too. After the discussion, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Thinking about entering Huayang Prefecture the next day, Su Mingren and Madame Zhang were too excited to sleep for a long time. Even so, they woke up early the next morning, and so did the children. Just as dawn was breaking, laughter from the Su family filled the courtyard, waking Su Shi. At first, she felt a little annoyed, but when she heard the children talking happily about their hopes for the future, her irritation faded. When Su Shi came out, Madame Zhang immediately quieted down and apologized shyly. "Mother, did we wake you?" "No, it's fine. Go make breakfast. After we eat, We'll head to Huayang Prefecture, Su Shi said, which made the children cheer with excitement. While Madame Zhang went to prepare breakfast, Su Shi returned to her room and took out the silver she had stored away. Since Shun Nanfeng and Hu Lanshan had said they would pay for themselves, she only needed to cover her own family's expenses. 4 adults and 3 children, that would be 29 taels. After giving out that money, she would have only 30 taels left. The thought made her heart feel heavy. Earning more money had become an urgent task. Perhaps because they were hopeful, everyone naturally quickened their steps. When they reached outside the city wall, it was already late morning. Coincidentally, the soldier guarding the city was the same one from yesterday. He looked at Su Shi with a much kinder expression. "Madam, you're coming into the city again today. Yes, my son and daughter-in-law want to enter Huayang Prefecture. I, as an old woman, have no choice but to follow along." Hearing this, the soldier's eyes brightened. He glanced at the people behind Su Shi and quickly calculated how much reward money he might receive. After calculating, he looked at Su Shi with a friendly smile. "You want to enter Huayang Prefecture, right? Come, I'll take you to register." "But, madam, I must be honest with you. There are so many disaster victims, so the official accommodations won't be as good as your own home." Before he finished speaking, Su Shi quickly handed over a string of copper coins. The soldier's face lit up as he touched the coins. Then he changed the subject. "But don't worry. I think you look familiar. You remind me of my aunt. I'll do my best to arrange a good house for you. All right, we've arrived. You let your husband go over there to register. I'll take you to see the house first," the soldier urged. Su Mingren and Su Mingyi looked at Su Shi with surprise. Their mother's husband? When did they get another father? Under the brothers' shocked gazes, Hu Lanshan blushed and stepped forward. Su Mingyi looked at Hu Lanshan with anger. He thought Hu Lanshan had bad intentions. Su Shi forced a smile and then pulled Su Mingyi away. When they saw the good house the soldier mentioned, Su Shi couldn't help but grimace. It was just a broken thatched hut. How could they call it good? It was a waste of her copper coins. When Su Shi paid, others saw it too. After the soldier left, Zhang Shi couldn't help but complain. "Mother, this person is so greedy. He took so much money from us and only gave us such a small house." "Stop talking," Su Shi quickly interrupted Zhang Shi, worried someone might overhear. "Anyway, our family now has a place to stay. Pingping, you and the children clean up the room. Mingren and Mingyi, go find a ladder and check the roof." With Su Shi's command, everyone started working in an orderly manner. Since there's a place to live, Su Shi no longer wants to buy the yard from Hulun Mountain. First, he doesn't want to trouble others, and second, he doesn't want to be the one who stands out and attracts trouble. Soon, the house was cleaned up. Because of the spring and winter rains, although the dried-up river didn't have as much water as before, there was at least some water now. However, it was limited. Each person only got half a small bucket of water per day. By the time they finished cleaning the house, only half of the water was left. Fortunately, everyone was used to living with little water, so it wasn't too hard. "Mom, I just heard someone outside say there's work available. I'll go ask." Su Mingyi is a restless person. Su Mingren also said, "Mom, I'll set up a stove outside. It'll make cooking easier. I'll go into town to gather some firewood." Hulun Mountain's voice buzzed in agreement. Seeing everyone actively finding things to do, Shun Nanfeng also said without hesitation, "I'll go out with them. I'll take the 2 boys with me to look for herbs or something. We need to make money." The 2 boys he mentioned are his apprentices. Mrs. Zhang immediately said, "Then I'll take Dia, Arya, and Mingfan out to gather firewood too. There's no firewood here. The cleaning was done with ice water. It's still early spring in March, and ice water is too cold. Girls should avoid touching ice water." So Mrs. Zhang, worried about her daughters, decided to go out and gather firewood as well. Su Shi nodded and said, "All right, everyone go do your own things. Remember to take your ID tags. The ID tags are the ones issued by the government during registration. With these tags, they can freely enter and leave the city. But if they lose them, the city won't care about them anymore, and they won't be able to enter the city." Everyone knew how important the ID tags were, and nodded in agreement. Seeing the lively family all leave one after another, Sushi had no reason to hesitate. He closed the door securely and went out for a walk. He absolutely couldn't just sit around doing nothing. But earning money wasn't easy either. On the street, shops lined up closely, and competition was fierce, but there weren't many customers. After all, the common people had suffered disasters. Who could afford to buy things? After wandering around, Sushi started thinking about doing some small business to make money. But she only knew how to do a few things and wasn't sure what to do. Candied hawthorn sticks, 3 coins each, 5 coins for 2. Suddenly, in the lively street, a vendor's shout caught Sushi's attention. Yes, she could sell candied hawthorn sticks. The weather now is perfect for selling them for another 2 months. She decided to do it right away. After thinking it over, Sushi first bought a candied hawthorn stick to try. It was so sour it hurt her teeth. This made her even more determined to make money. But when she went to the grocery store, she was stunned. "Boss, how much for the candied hawthorn?" Sushi asked in disbelief. The store owner impatiently replied, 500 coins per jean. "If you want it, buy. If not, don't waste my time." Sushi was furious at his attitude and turned to leave without hesitation. As she walked away, she could hear the owner's dismissive voice behind her. "Pfft! A poor person dares to come to my shop? Look at how clueless they are." Sushi took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and knew she couldn't get angry. Right now, she had no right to be angry. The world is so harsh. If you have no solid foundation, you can only be bullied. What Sushi didn't expect was that she visited 3 grocery stores, and all of them sold candied hawthorn sticks at the same price. She realized this was probably a price they agreed on, trying to make a big profit during hard times before things got better. But she felt helpless. In the end, Sushi gritted her teeth and bought 10 jean of sugar, spending 5 taels of silver. She only had 10 taels of silver in total. But making candied hawthorn sticks is so easy to copy. So, if she wanted to make money from it, she had to do more before others learned how. Then, Sushi bought some fruits. Strawberries, hawthorns, glutinous rice, chestnuts, oranges, yams. She kept buying until she spent all her money, then headed home with her goods. When she returned, only Sumingi was back. Sumingi looked at what Sushi was holding and was very surprised. "Mother, where did you buy these things? What are the conditions like at home now?" "Buying these things, doesn't that mean you don't want to live anymore?" Sushi explained calmly, "I want to make some new kind of candied fruit to sell." "Do you need strawberries to make candied fruit?" Sumingi was very confused, but as they walked, he believed his mother wouldn't do anything unprepared, so he didn't ask further. Instead, he started talking about what he had discovered. The government is still considering the situation of the disaster victims. They pay for work, but I looked at the prices and they are not much. But there are many disaster victims, so even if the pay is small, many still go. Now, even if they go late, they can't get the work. Those are physical jobs, and only my brother and I can do them at home. I'm worried that my brother's health can't handle the work. Such physically demanding work only pays 3 copper coins and 2 steamed buns a day. It's a real cut in pay. But where else can the disaster victims go? They all go to fight for these jobs.
Sushi sighed deeply.
Deductions everywhere. No one cares how the victims survive. In the past, disaster relief always included free grain. But here, they have to work to exchange for it. If the work is simple and easy, even old people and children can do it. But now, Sumingi says the work is too heavy, which shows it really is very hard. Old people and children can't do it. What will they eat? Sushi asked. No matter what, the government wouldn't let most people starve to death. If it got out, would these officials still want their official hats? Sumingi nodded, a sarcastic smile on his face. They've thought of everything quite thoroughly. The workers can buy steamed buns at night, 1 copper coin for 2 black-faced buns. In this way, the men working can earn 3 copper coins and buy 6 small black buns, enough for the family to eat. But it's only enough to keep from starving. Sushi felt a bit frustrated, but she knew she wasn't capable of doing much. She took a deep breath and said, Once your sister-in-law and the others bring back firewood, I'll try making some candied fruit on sticks. If they sell well, you and Lanshan shouldn't have to do this hard work anymore. Working so hard for just 3 copper coins? Why not just steal the money instead? Su Mingyi didn't have a masochistic streak. If earning money could be easier, he wouldn't mind at all. The mother and daughter waited for about half an hour. Zhang and the others gradually returned. Everyone supported Su Shi's idea after hearing it. As for Shun Nanfeng, he said, I found some herbs, but they are cheap and in small amounts. Still, it's better than nothing. I plan to take them to gather herbs again tomorrow. Gathering herbs is also a matter of luck. If luck is on your side and you find valuable herbs, it can make more money than selling candied fruit on sticks. Su Shi smiled and said, Dr. Shun, you don't need to report everything to me. To be honest, there are 2 different groups. Shun Nanfeng doesn't need to explain his actions to him. Hearing this, Shun Nanfeng just smiled silently. After a moment, he said, Tomorrow, if you're confident, you can go to the first shop of the Rong family on Lion Street in the southern city area to sell. The Rong family is wealthy and kind, so it's easier to sell there. When he mentioned the Rong family, a quick flash of something crossed Shin Nanfeng's eyes. But it soon returned to normal. No one else noticed this, but Su Shi was curious and asked, The Rong family? How do you know about them? Shin Nanfeng chuckled softly, his eyes gentle. Aunt Su, the Rong family is famous merchants all over the world. Their main branch is right here. Only Aunt Su's family, who grew up in this small village, wouldn't know about these things. Hu Lanshan also nodded heavily and said, The Rong family was considered the richest merchant in the world about 10 years ago. They've become less prominent over the years, but they still have a lot of wealth. This also told Su Shi that Shin Nanfeng knew about the Rong family, which wasn't surprising. After all, the Rong family used to be the richest merchants in the world. Knowing this kind of thing is completely normal. World's #1 rich merchant. When did we become so wealthy? Su Mingren said somewhat sadly. Forget being the #1, just being able to eat and drink enough is enough. So what if he's the richest merchant? During this disaster, I haven't seen any big families in the city offering porridge, Su Mingyi said with a slight smirk, sounding quite sarcastic. In his view, these rich merchants are all the same. Normally not one to argue, Shin Nanfeng responded with a slightly excited voice. Mingyi, you can't judge things just by appearances. Maybe the government is pressuring them, not allowing these big families to give out porridge? After all, you just said the officials want the disaster victims to work and earn money to buy bread. Although Shun Nanfeng's words made sense, he sounded so excited. Su Mingyi looked suspicious. He squinted and asked casually, Why are you so excited? Does it have something to do with the Rong family? Shin Nanfeng's eyes twitched a couple of times, and he helplessly said, I'm just speaking about the situation. I think you're being too extreme. I have no other meaning. Who is more excited? Su Mingyi gave a half smile and asked back, but he didn't press further. Everyone has secrets, after all. Moreover, they only met Shin Nanfeng by chance along the way, and it's normal to hide some things from each other. After spending some time together, he only needed to know that Shin Nanfeng could be trusted. As for other matters, he didn't care. Come on, help out quickly. Su Shi broke the silence. Actually, it was her first time making candied hawthorn. She knew how to do it, but she had never done it herself, so she wasn't very confident. She used very little sugar, experimenting bit by bit to get the right heat. The first batch of sugar was sticky and hard to eat. The second batch was too runny. The third batch was too hard. After 13 tries, Su Shi finally mastered the perfect heat. The sugar was crispy, sweet, and not sticky to the teeth, the best. Then she started boiling glutinous rice. By early the next morning, Sang Yu and Zhang's family were busy working together with great enthusiasm. Although I mastered the timing yesterday, I was still not very skilled, so I wasted 1 or 2 attempts at boiling the sugar. It was only on the 3rd try that I succeeded. Later, Su 11 became more confident and skilled. The 3 little ones were responsible for washing the fruits, while the adults threaded them onto sticks. Mom, do you think there are too few strawberries, glutinous rice, and chestnut candy treats on the skewers? Su Mingren asked while threading. The skewers with hawthorn, glutinous rice, chestnuts, or strawberries only had 2 candied treats each. Isn't that too few? Yeah, I could eat all of them in one bite, said second sister, chattering. Su 11 smiled and replied, I not only put less on each skewer but also sell them at a higher price. I plan to sell each skewer for 7 coins. How much? 7 coins? That's too expensive. Who would buy that? Su Mingren couldn't believe his ears. Just 2 hawthorns with a bit of glutinous rice, and it costs 7 coins? Even though Su Mingren usually trusted Su 11's decisions, he was starting to worry this time. At this price, they might lose money. You're clueless. Do you see how many wealthy and noble people there are? They would buy a skewer for 2 coins. Our price is high, but for them, it's a sign of style and status. Su 11 was blunt in criticizing her son. She didn't consider how much it costs to make these treats. Selling for less than 4 coins would not even cover her costs. Strange thing is, yesterday I bought a skewer to try, and it only cost 3 coins. But sugar is so expensive. If he's selling it for 3 coins, isn't he losing money? Su 11 muttered, a bit confused. Hu Lanshan, who was helping out, answered softly, probably because they see you as a disaster victim, so they sell it at a high price on purpose. For local people, it wouldn't be that expensive. Usually there are only 2 prices in such cases. Otherwise, local residents, who are ordinary people, wouldn't be able to afford such high prices. This is so unfair. Su Mingyi, hearing this, became a bit angry and blurted out a swear word. The 3 children immediately looked up at their uncle with surprise. A loud bang hit Su Mingyi on the head. Su 11 gritted his teeth. Try saying a bad word in front of the kids again? I'll send you to reunite with your brother. Su Mingyi immediately dodged away. Then Su Mingren quickly pleaded for his brother. Mom, second brother was just too angry. Don't argue with him. For Su Mingren, protecting his brother had become instinctive, especially over such a small matter. Su 11 shot him a glance and said calmly, All right, if all 3 kids learn to swear, I'll tie you brothers up and give you a good beating. The 3 children covered their mouths and giggled secretly. Su Mingren shook his head helplessly, but a smile was on his face. To him, Su 11's words didn't really count as scolding. Did you hear that? No swearing. The children behaved very well. After making 40 or 50 candied hawthorns, they filled a scarecrow with them. Yes, Su Mingren made a scarecrow that looked quite funny and adorable. Su 11 instructed, Big brother, carry this and take Arya with you to the busiest street in the city to sell. Make sure Arya eats them too. Then he carefully told Su Mingren the prices and repeatedly warned, Don't sell cheaply just because someone says a word. Our costs are high. If you're too kind-hearted, your mother, wife, and kids will be left with nothing. Su Mingren nodded obediently. Arya happily skipped out holding a candied hawthorn. When the second scarecrow was filled with candied hawthorns, Su 11 asked Su Mingyi to carry it, then took Dia to the East City to sell. The East City was home to officials and wealthy people. When the third scarecrow was filled, Su 11 carried it himself, then took Mingfan and went to the South City to sell. As for Hu Lanshan, he took a few candied hawthorns and left, but no one knew where he went. Meanwhile, Zhang stayed at home, taking apart and washing everyone's quilts. On their journey, they had stayed in mountain caves many times, and their bedding was terribly dirty. They hadn't had the chance or means to keep things clean before. Now that they were free and had water, she eagerly started to wash and clean everything. She first unwrapped Su Shi's quilt, then carefully took out the cotton. The mother-in-law has given so much to this family. There's little she can do now. After Mrs. Zhang finished washing Su Shi's quilt, she began preparing lunch. But she couldn't be sure when everyone would come back, so she had to prepare in advance and cook later. The weather was still quite cool, so if she cooked too early, the food would get cold by the time they returned. I wonder if these expensive candied hawthorns will sell. Mrs. Zhang anxiously waited at home. She waited for a long time, growing restless, and finally locked the door, planning to go out and look for them. But she didn't expect that as she passed by the city gate tower, She would hear one or two hoarse voices shouting her name from nearby, and this would mark the beginning of trouble. Ping Ping, my daughter, mother's girl. These calls rekindled Mrs. Zhang's long-buried memories. Father, mother. Mrs. Zhang staggered forward, tears already streaming down her face as she ran toward them. She hadn't seen her parents in 8 years. At this moment, the two elderly people looked disheveled, unkempt, and poorly dressed, with high cheekbones from hunger. So pitiful. Although they were only in their early 40s, they looked as old as 60. Mrs. Zhang felt heartache. Father, mother, have you suffered on this journey? Mrs. Zhang's father, Zhang Lin, looked her over with joy, tears reaching the corners of his mouth, but the old man was too overwhelmed to speak. He trembled as he held her hand, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. When people are overwhelmed with emotion, they often find it hard to speak. Whether to go in or not, if not, step aside. Yeah, don't block the way, the nearby refugees impatiently shouted. Zhang Bao immediately said, Daughter, hurry up and give us some money so we can go in first. But Mrs. Zhang was very embarrassed. Father, I don't have any money. It costs several taels of silver to get in, and she had no such money. Hope may be shattered, but I still feel a bit disappointed.
Ping Ping, you come out first.
Let's have a good talk, just the two of us. Zhang Lian's rough hands never let go of her daughter. They haven't seen each other in 8 years. Now, she can't bear to let go of her daughter for even a second. Zhang Baoqing sighed and nodded. No money, no way in, so there's nothing they can do. Only when her daughter comes out can they talk. It costs money to go in, but coming out is free, very easy, and no one stops them. The family found a quiet corner to have a good talk. Zhang looked around at everyone and couldn't help asking, Mom and Dad, where's second sister and little sister? And who is this girl? Big sister. You're only worried about second sister and little sister. Why not ask about me? A slightly playful man's voice said. It was Zhang's only younger brother, Zhang Jitsai. Zhang Jitsai is only 17 years old, the only son in the family, and very spoiled. You're just standing here, so I want to ask about second sister and little sister, Zhang said. She wasn't very close to this brother, but since he was her real sibling, she would care a little. But she was more worried about her two sisters who weren't here. Her eyes fell on her mother, Zhang Lian. Your sister. Big sister, this is my wife Hong Hong. She's pregnant now. Shouldn't you give her and the little nephew a greeting? Zhang Jitsai grinned happily. Hearing this, Zhang finally looked carefully at the girl in front of her. The girl was a bit thin, but her face looked healthy. She was pretty, not stunning, but not ugly either. She was a little short, and her eyes kept looking her over from top to bottom. That look was a bit sharp, making Zhang feel like she was being stripped bare, which made her uncomfortable. But appearances can be deceiving. She had never interacted much with her sister-in-law, so she didn't dislike her just because of her gaze. As for the greeting, Jitsai, we're just refugees here. We don't have any money, Zhang said with a bitter smile. She really didn't have any money. There are still a few pieces of jewelry, all of which were stolen from bandits and originally belonged to Mingfan's family. Although her mother-in-law gave her these items, Zhang believed they still belonged to Mingfan. She didn't want to spend them, even to keep Mingfan's memory alive.
So, Zhang wasn't exactly lying.
However, Zhang Jitsai was unhappy. He scolded lightly, rolling his eyes dramatically. Big sister, do you really have to pretend to be so poor? Don't worry, even if I have to go hungry with my parents, I won't beg at your door. Red, delicate and polite, said softly, Big sister, I shouldn't say this on our first meeting. But look, our parents are already starving. If you have money, at least buy some food for them. You've got money to go to the city, so you should have some cash. It takes several silver coins just to get into the city. Without money, who can go? This older sister-in-law is really stingy, hiding money from her own parents. Red, Jitsai, don't make things difficult for your big sister. Ping Ping's mother-in-law is very strict and favors her own son. Our big sister has never been treated well by her mother-in-law, so she probably doesn't have much money. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law giving her daughter a hard time, Zhang Linshi immediately stepped in to defend her daughter. Though her tone was gentle and somewhat flattering, she firmly sided with her daughter. Even Zhang Baoqing looked worried and said, "A daughter who is married out is like water spilled. Even if her mother-in-law has some money, can the daughter-in-law really take it?" In Zhang Baoqing's mind, once a daughter is married, she no longer belongs to their family. He felt embarrassed to ask his daughter for money. Seeing the elderly couple siding with Zhang, Red's tone turned sarcastic. Yes, big sister really has it tough. That's why I think this child should be aborted, or she might not even survive to be born. The old couple immediately looked displeased. Zhang Baoqing scowled and glared, while Zhang Linshi kept trying to flatter Red, saying kind words. From their looks and health, it was clear that on this journey, the elderly had probably given most of their food to their son and daughter-in-law. Otherwise, the young couple wouldn't look so rosy, while the old couple looked pale and thin. But no matter how Zhang Linshi tried to persuade, Red refused to give in. Now, even adults can't get enough food. How can we have children? Should we have them just to abandon or harm them? Red cried as she spoke. It seemed she didn't want to abort the baby, but she was forced and pushed by life circumstances. Zhang Lin's face was full of difficulty. She looked at Zhang, then withdrew her gaze and continued to persuade Red. Red, your eldest sister really has no money. We can earn money if we don't have any, okay? Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Although it was also out of necessity before, she already felt guilty enough about her daughter. Now, she didn't want to make things hard for her daughter. All right, mother. I won't make things difficult for you. I definitely won't keep this baby. Otherwise, when the pregnancy gets bigger, I might lose it because I have nothing to eat, which would hurt my health too much, Red said as she pounded her stomach. The whole family was in chaos. Zhang Jizai also cried and made a fuss. In the end, Zhang Lin looked hesitantly at Zhang. Zhang Lin's face, full of wrinkles, looked very troubled. She knew she shouldn't speak. Once she spoke, she would reveal her feelings for her daughter. But, Pingping, do you have any ideas? Don't worry, this money is borrowed, and I will pay it back. I just can't bear to see my grandson lost. As she spoke, Zhang Lin started crying. Both her palms and the back of her hands were flesh. Today, every choice she made was wrong. She was a little angry, but more than that, she felt heartache. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang finally took out a small purse and handed it to Zhang Lin, whispering, "Mother, this was given to me by my mother-in-law. You can use it to exchange for money. It's the only thing my daughter can give you. If she truly had nothing in her hands, she wouldn't hesitate. But she still had something she could take out, so she couldn't bear to ignore her parents." Zhang Lin pinched the purse, perhaps a bracelet. It might be worth a few taels. Her lips trembled as tears, cloudy and heavy, fell down. She couldn't help but hug her daughter tightly. "Pingping, it's all because your parents are not capable. We're sorry, dear." She couldn't help her daughter with anything, and she had been a burden all along.
Sobbing.
Zhang Baoqing's hands trembled as he stepped forward. "Big sister, don't worry. Dad can still work. Once we earn some money, I will definitely pay you back." "My father, why do you like to take things from your own children?" Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang felt very touched. "Dad and Mom, what are you saying? That's too formal. The city has set up straw houses for the refugees, and they can work to earn bread. Come inside quickly." Seeing how weak her parents looked, she truly felt sorry for them. Suddenly, Zhang Jizai stepped forward and snatched the purse from Zhang Lin's hand. When he opened it, he gasped loudly. An emerald bracelet. "Oh my goodness, sister, does your in-laws really have such a nice thing?" Zhang Jizai suddenly realized that maybe he had underestimated his sister. She still had valuable things. She could bring out an emerald bracelet for her parents, so she must have many more good items. "It seems I really need to build a better relationship with my sister." "Wow, so beautiful." Hong Hong also reached out and put the bracelet on her wrist, admiring it with fascination. Zhang Jizai proudly said, "See? Marrying me was the right choice. You'll have a good life." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Why does my younger brother boast so much? But since her parents didn't seem to mind, Mrs. Zhang didn't say anything. Having been submissive in her husband's family for so many years, she had learned to read people's expressions. Yes, yes, Akai, I believe you. I really like this bracelet. Can you leave it to me? Hong Hong affectionately hugged Zhang Jitsai's arm and kept acting cute. This beautiful bracelet, although she hadn't seen many such things, she could tell it was valuable. If she could keep it, it would be hers. Her eyes kept flickering with scheming thoughts. But this can't be. It's for us to exchange for money to go to the city and for a life, Mrs. Zhang hurriedly said, trying to take the bracelet back. But Hong Hong refused to give it up. She dodged and asked unhappily, Mom, do you treat me like a stranger? How can you say that? I didn't mean it. Mrs. Zhang was worried but still tried to explain to her daughter-in-law. Hong Hong pouted and said, If you don't treat me like a stranger, why can't I keep this bracelet? Mother still thinks big sister can wear the jade bracelet, so I must not be worthy, Hong Hong spoke while glancing sideways at Zhang. She seemed eager to see if there was anything else valuable on Zhang. She originally followed Zhang Jitsai just to survive. Now it seems there might be unexpected wealth? I didn't mean that. If I don't sell this bracelet, how can I afford to go to the city? You're not. Zhang Lin was stammering, staring at Hong Hong's belly with a very conflicted look. As a mother-in-law, she had never been in such a situation before. But she had no choice. Her son was irresponsible, and she could only do so much. She didn't expect that. Even though she was lowering herself so much, her daughter-in-law was becoming more and more unreasonable. Mom, just let sister take out another treasure. If she can casually show such a fine bracelet, she must have other treasures too. Hong Hong tugged at Zhang Lin's arm, begging and acting cute. But Zhang Lin was not naive. No matter what her daughter-in-law said, she refused to agree. Finally, Zhang Baoqing spoke up. Stop fooling around. Selling this bracelet will help us settle down. Look at our status. Can we really afford such nice things? He felt ashamed to have received such a precious gift from his daughter, and he certainly wouldn't ask for more. Hong Hong was unhappy when she heard this. She pouted and said, Oh, my stomach hurts, whatever. If you don't want to stay with our Zhang family, then leave. Anyway, now that we have this bracelet to sell, it's enough. In a couple of years, we can earn money to marry my son to a proper girl. Zhang Baoqing blushed and scolded her. This wasn't something a father-in-law should say, and it wasn't right. But she was being unreasonable. Zhang Baoqing knew that if he didn't take this chance to suppress her, the Zhang family would be in chaos later. His daughter-in-law would be in charge. Hong Hong's face suddenly changed. She instinctively looked at Zhang Jitsai, but he was excited at the idea of marrying again after hearing about it. Almost instantly, Hong Hong was annoyed, but she quickly calmed down, knowing it wasn't the time to cause trouble. At the very least, she must firmly control Zhang Jitsai first, then compete for it. Why are you so fierce? I just haven't seen good things before. Here, take it. Red surprisingly managed to keep smiling in this situation and took off her bracelet to give it to Mrs. Zhang. At the same time, she pouted and said, Mom, women all like jewelry. I can't be different. If I said something wrong just now, please don't be mad at me. Red is really difficult to deal with. Her parents can't handle such a daughter-in-law at all. But luckily, her parents are not confused, which made Mrs. Zhang breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, just be good. Mrs. Zhang naturally wouldn't argue with her daughter-in-law. Later, Zhang Baoqing handed the bracelet to Mrs. Zhang and said, Girl, you still need to go exchange it for money, or we can't get in either. Mrs. Zhang agreed happily. But she didn't expect that such a simple thing would still cause problems. Mrs. Zhang hurriedly found a pawn shop. When she took out the jade bracelet, the clerk, who had looked down on her at first, immediately became serious. After examining it carefully, he tentatively asked, Madam, where did you get this bracelet? His words and expression clearly implied suspicion that the item might be problematic. Because, judging by Mrs. Zhang's clothes and appearance, she didn't look like someone wealthy. And this jade bracelet, it's quite valuable. Mrs. Zhang was a bit nervous, clutching her hand and stammering, I'm here to it. Just tell me how much it's worth. Madam, Even though we are a pawn shop, we can't accept items with unclear origins. What if this was stolen? What's wrong with you? Who stole it? This was my mother-in-law's family heirloom. Things are going well now, and I just want to exchange some money. Give it back to me, and I'll go to another pawn shop. Even though Mrs. Zhang usually has a good temper, she was so angry at the other person's attitude that her face turned green. More importantly, this bracelet was real and genuine, not something their family could produce. To put it plainly, it looked no different from stolen goods. So, how could Mrs. Zhang withstand the others' questioning? The young man saw that Mrs. Zhang was getting anxious, so he quickly smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. This is a serious business, so I need to ask properly. We are willing to buy this bracelet. I can offer you 3 taels of silver. How about that? How much?" "You tell me how much." Mrs. Zhang was surprised and widened her eyes. Even if she didn't know much about jewelry, she knew this bracelet was worth more than 3 taels of silver. The young man pointed at the jade bracelet and said, "Look at this jade bracelet." He pointed out several details and used many technical terms, which made Mrs. Zhang feel overwhelmed. But although Mrs. Zhang was easy to talk to, she wasn't a fool. She immediately decided to take the bracelet back. She thought, "This is a good bracelet. How could I sell it for only 3 taels of silver? Why are you in such a hurry? Since you're so anxious, I can add 1 more tael of silver. I won't sell it," Mrs. Zhang said, her face turning red. Even though the other person was being unreasonable, she felt a bit embarrassed to say this. But her tone was firm. The young man picked up the jade bracelet again and looked at it carefully. He accidentally touched a small bell attached to it. Ring, ring. A clear, pleasant bell sound rang out. Mrs. Zhang's restless mood seemed to calm down a little. Soon after, a man dressed in silk clothes, with a big belly and a fair face, entered. In these days, being well-fed and fat meant the man had a wealthy background. "This bracelet is really a fine piece." The fat man stepped forward, snatched the jade bracelet from the young man, and examined it carefully. After a moment, he looked up at Mrs. Zhang with eager eyes and asked, "Madam, are you planning to sell it?" "I don't plan to sell it right now," Mrs. Zhang said angrily. Even though the man was being pushy, she still felt a bit guilty saying no. But her tone was still firm. The man immediately asked, "Madam, why is that?" Mrs. Zhang pointed at the young man and said without hesitation, "This young man said my bracelet has too many flaws and can only be sold for 3 taels of silver." The man gasped in surprise. The young man immediately broke out in a sweat, lowered his head nervously, and stammered to explain. But before he could say another word, the fat man slapped him across the face. "How dare you? You dare to deceive a customer? My shop can't tolerate an employee like you. Get out of here. Shopkeeper, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." "I was just greedy for a moment." The assistant immediately covered his face and knelt down to beg. But the fat man had a stern face, not allowing any excuse. "If you don't leave now, I will report you." The assistant's face changed several times and finally, he had to grit his teeth and leave. Once the assistant was gone, the fat man quickly returned to his friendly and kind appearance. At the same time, he eagerly asked Mrs. Zhang, "Young lady, I can sell this bracelet to you for 80 taels of silver. But you must pay up front." "80 taels?" Mrs. Zhang exclaimed, instinctively covering her mouth. The difference from just a few silver coins to 80 taels was huge. Mrs. Zhang almost immediately agreed, without hesitation. After the confused Mrs. Zhang left, the man who had been beaten earlier came in with a smiling face, licking his lips. "Shopkeeper, look at how convincingly I acted." The fat man chuckled, took out a piece of broken silver, and handed it to the assistant, saying happily, "This is your reward. If there's a next time, I'll give you more." "Thank you, shopkeeper." The fat man, lost in thought, stroked the jade bracelet, a slight smile on his lips. "Fool." Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang quickly left the town and found her parents. "Big sister, how much did you sell it for?" Zhang Jitsai asked eagerly. The whole family looked at Mrs. Zhang with anticipation. This was their lifeline. "I sold it for 40 taels of silver." "Here, father and mother, take it," Mrs. Zhang said, passing the money to Zhang Baoxing, smiling happily. You need 20 taels to go into town, and the remaining 20 are enough for you to settle in the city. Although they couldn't enjoy luxury, they wouldn't go hungry or thirsty. Zhang Lin was overjoyed, very happy. But then she quickly looked worried and held Mrs. Zhang's hand, asking, "Daughter, if your mother-in-law finds out about this, she won't make things difficult for you, right?" Mentioning this, Mrs. Zhang felt guilty. She forced a smile and said, "Let's not tell her. She won't find out." Even though she sold the bracelet for 80 taels, Mrs. Zhang, being filial, didn't give all the money to her parents. Maybe because she felt guilty towards Mingfan, she wanted to keep the 40 taels for him. Perhaps out of selfishness, she wanted to keep the item herself, so that if something happened to her small family, she could still use it. Mrs. Zhang glanced at the somewhat dissatisfied Hong Hong and pushed down her worries. There was no way the situation she feared would happen. "Let's hurry into town," she said. Zhang Baoqing nodded, and his dull eyes suddenly looked clearer. "Wait a moment," Hong Hong stopped everyone. Everyone looked at Hong Hong with confusion. Even Zhang Jitsai asked, "Hong Hong, what are you waiting for?" Hong Hong looked at them with a sneer and said angrily, "Such a beautiful jade bracelet. How could it only be worth 40 taels of silver?" She was not someone without experience. In the past, she had worked as a maid for a wealthy family. If not for some accidents, she wouldn't have fallen so low and been forced to marry Zhang Jitsai, who had nothing. She could tell that the bracelet was worth at least 100 taels. "Big sister, you even took a kickback from our parents? You're really something else." Hearing this, Zhang Jitsai immediately angrily accused Mrs. Zhang. His finger almost poked into her eye. The old couple of the Zhang family seemed stunned. It was Mrs. Zhang herself who slapped Zhang Jitsai's hand away and replied unhappily, "Kickback? Do I need to take kickbacks? That's my stuff. If I don't take it out, how would you all know I have it?" "Zhang Jitsai, do you have no conscience?" Mrs. Zhang was very angry. She had loved her younger brother dearly since she was a child, but now she was extremely disappointed. Indeed, she had hidden half of her money. But it was her own property. "Yes, Akai, don't talk nonsense. Your big sister isn't that kind of person," Zhang Lin said, angrily slapping her son twice and trying to comfort Mrs. Zhang. "Daughter, don't be angry. Mother will help you deal with this troublesome boy later." Mrs. Zhang's face changed several times, but she finally suppressed her anger and said, "Let's go into town first. Once everything is settled, I'll go back quickly." She didn't know if her parents-in-law had returned. No one at home knew she had gone out. If they came back and found she was missing, they would be worried. Zhang Lin nodded firmly. Good, good. Zhang Jitsai pouted but didn't say anything else. Hong Hong also seemed to be lost in thought and didn't cause any trouble. The Zhang family finally managed to enter the city. Afterward, Mrs. Zhang took them to the government office to settle the refugees. Their thatched cottages were just across the street from the Su family's home. Coincidentally, the Su family members were anxiously looking for Mrs. Zhang and happened to see her and her family. "Ping Ping, where have you been? You scare me to death." "Mother, where did you go?" Su Mingren and the children ran over, looking at Mrs. Zhang and her family with concern. They were very worried about something going wrong. Faced with their concern, Mrs. Zhang felt a bit guilty. She touched her nose and quietly said, "Brother Mingren, I met my parents and brought them here. Just now." Mrs. Zhang exchanged her jade bracelet for silver coins, and she didn't regret it. After all, she couldn't just watch her parents starve. But she hadn't discussed it with her husband and mother-in-law, so she felt a little guilty. However, Su Mingren didn't notice her feelings. Instead, he looked surprised and raised his head to look at Mrs. Zhang's family. Originally, Mrs. Zhang was sold to the Su family, so Su Mingren had only met his father-in-law and mother-in-law once. He had forgotten what they looked like after many years, especially since they looked very thin and worn out from hunger now. Despite that, Su Mingren was polite and greeted them. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you've had a hard journey. Dia and Arya, go call someone." "Hello, Grandma and Grandpa." "Grandma, Grandpa." The three children obediently called out. Mrs. Zhang looked at the children with love, unable to take her eyes off them, touching each one affectionately. It seemed she could never get enough of them. Mrs. Zhang cleared her throat gently and introduced Su Shi to her parents. Father and mother. This is my mother-in-law. Mother. This is my father and mother. Mrs. Zhang hesitated before repeating her introduction. Su Shi's eyes flickered, and after a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to greet them, a young woman pushed forward.
Hello, Aunt Su.
I am Zhang Jitsai's wife. On behalf of our family, thank you very much. Hong Hong smiled warmly. Su Shi was confused, but Zhang's heart suddenly had a strange feeling of unease. Su Shi smiled slightly and nodded, then said, I appreciate your kind words. However, I was just talking to your parents. Shouldn't you wait until the elders finish speaking before you say anything? Although they had only just met, Su Shi didn't like this young woman. Her eyes revealed too many things, and Su Shi didn't like it. She also worried that the Zhang family might cause trouble because of this daughter-in-law. When they returned home, she planned to give Zhang a stern warning. No matter how much trouble the Zhang family caused, it didn't matter. But it shouldn't affect the main family. Hong Hong's face turned pale and purple from Su Shi's words, and she bit her lip in embarrassment. Seeing her beloved little wife upset and feeling wronged, Zhang Jitsai immediately stepped forward. Su family's wife, isn't this a bit too much? You're being a little too controlling. Zhang Jitsai, how can you talk like that? Zhang's mother immediately scolded. Zhang Lin followed quickly. Akai, you shouldn't be rude. Their daughter had just secretly taken a jade bracelet to sell for money. If her mother-in-law found out, she would be in trouble. At this moment, if Akai offended Su Shi again, it would make things even more difficult for their daughter. Zhang Jitsai was unfazed and said, She disrespects my wife, so why should I respect her? This old woman thought she was the supreme ruler, didn't she? Oh, Akai, don't be like that. We just spent money from the Su family, so we should be grateful to Su's wife. Hong Hong twisted her body and leaned on Zhang Jitsai's arm, smiling as she tried to mediate. But her eyes revealed a ruthless intent, which she didn't hide at all. Spending money from the Su family? What do you mean? Gao Dawei, the tall and strong Su Mingyi, was the first to react. His gaze swept over Zhang's family and then looked at Zhang with a stern expression. No matter how he looked at it, he disliked these people just like Su Mingyi. He hoped his sister-in-law wouldn't be confused, or else. Su Mingyi's eyes flickered several times, but he didn't say much. After all, this family was still led by Su Shi, especially when it involved Su Mingren and his wife. As a brother, Su Mingyi naturally didn't want to say too much. How can you say that? Mrs. Zhang's face turned pale with anger, and she couldn't help but scold her daughter-in-law for the first time. This kind of thing should definitely be kept from the Su family. Mrs. Zhang's heart was in turmoil. She immediately bowed and apologized to Su 11. I'm sorry, dear family. It's all our fault. We're useless and a burden, which is why Pingping had to pay for us and why we came to the city. Seeing her own mother bowing and lowering herself, Zhang felt uncomfortable inside. She didn't care about being angry and quickly helped Mrs. Zhang up, whispering, Mom, don't do this. I'll talk to my mother-in-law. Mrs. Zhang looked up, her face timid and weak. Is that okay? It's because my parents are useless that they are burdening you. I can't bear to see you being scolded. Mom, it's okay. With this sentence from Mrs. Zhang, her heart felt warm and full of love. During this time, Su 11 said nothing and showed no emotion or opinion. Before knowing the full story, she naturally wouldn't embarrass Mrs. Zhang. Mom, Mrs. Zhang hesitated as she stood in front of Su 11, her hands clenched tightly, feeling nervous. But she was just trying to comfort her mother. All right, since the thing was given to you, it's yours. Besides, even if you didn't spend your own money, you're my eldest daughter-in-law. I wouldn't argue with you. Su 11 suddenly interrupted Mrs. Zhang, her face gentle. You are my daughter-in-law, but also a daughter of the Zhang family. Would I let you watch your parents starve outside the city? I understand. After calling her mother Mom, Mrs. Zhang's eyes filled with tears. She never expected her mother-in-law to be so understanding. Su 11 smiled and gently wiped her tears with her finger, then turned to Su Mingren and said, Elder brother, Go home and bring 5 jeon of grain to deliver to your father-in-law's family. Su Mingren felt happy and quickly ran back. He was naturally kind-hearted, especially since it was his father-in-law's family. He didn't want to see his wife in trouble. Even if Su 11 hadn't spoken, Su Mingren planned to ask her privately. If Su 11 took the initiative, Su Mingren would be even happier. Oh, where is this coming from? After the Zhang family was shocked, Zhang Bao immediately refused, saying, "We took our daughter's money, and we already feel guilty enough. How can we ask for more food now? Yes, dear in-laws, you are really kind. But your family has so many people. Don't worry, we will definitely pay back the 40 silver coins later, for sure," Zhang Lin repeatedly assured them. Although Su Shi spoke very politely in front of them, was she really not uncomfortable in her heart? As a future mother-in-law herself, Zhang Lin understood her own feelings well, so her repeated promises were mainly out of concern that Su Shi might secretly make things difficult for her daughter. Dragging her daughter into this was unavoidable. Maybe helping her daughter a little more was just helping a little more. Our family doesn't have much silver, but at least we can eat enough. These 5 jeon of grain are to help you get through this tough time. In this city, even the refugees can earn money, Su Shi subtly expressed. The 5 jeon of grain was a quick fix for the Zhang family's urgent need, a timely help, but it was only this once. In the future, the Zhang family still had to work hard to earn money and survive. The Zhang family naturally understood this, but their reactions varied. Zhang Bao and Zhang Lin felt deeply ashamed. Meanwhile, Zhang Jitsai and Hong Hong looked down on them. Su Shi saw all of this clearly, but said nothing. She even stopped Su Mingyi from getting angry. Only after delivering the grain to the Zhang family did the Su family members leave. At this moment, Hu Lanshan and Shun Nanfeng had not yet returned, so Zhang Shi nervously explained everything in detail. She also handed over the remaining 40 silver coins. Zhang Shi blushed and said, "I originally wanted to keep this bracelet for Mingfan, since it belongs to their family. But I really couldn't do anything else now. After all, they are my own parents." Although she said she had no choice, she felt very guilty toward her mother-in-law and Mingfan. She couldn't even lift her head. "Mother, this thing was already stolen by bandits. If you kill the bandits, it will be yours. You don't need to say you kept it for me." Mingfan was the first to speak. But from his expression, it seemed he had more to say but held back. "All right, I don't blame you. As a daughter, it's natural that you can't ignore your own parents. I don't mind the things, but have you noticed that your sister-in-law is difficult to get along with?" Su Shi didn't want to see Zhang's helpless and submissive look. But she knew that some habits are hard to change, and there was nothing she could do. So she tried to hide her dislike to avoid causing Zhang unnecessary worry. However, when Su Shi mentioned Hong Hong, Zhang's face turned even redder with pain. "That Hong Hong. She's not exactly a good person, but my parents love my younger brother, so maybe." Actually, Zhang didn't like Hong Hong either. Not only because Hong Hong had provoked her several times today and even made things difficult for her, but more importantly, she saw clearly that Hong Hong showed no respect to her parents. Even during this journey fleeing from hardship, Hong Hong and her brother, though chubby, at least looked spirited. But what about her own parents? Zhang felt heartache for her parents and couldn't help but hold some resentment towards Hong Hong. "That's a family matter of the Zhangs. I won't interfere. But I want to remind you, your family might not be peaceful in the future. You can take care of your parents, but you must not hurt your own small family, understand?" Thinking about Zhang's personality, Su Shi added sternly, "In the future, if you spend money on your parents, ask me first. If it's reasonable, I won't stop you. But if it's because of Hong Hong, I absolutely won't allow it." With Zhang's temperament, she was not much different from Su Mingren. Rather than regretting later, Su Shi preferred to be firm now, even if it caused some resentment from her eldest brother's family. Zhang trembled and said, "I understand, mother. All right, go and cook quickly." "Everyone's starving." Su Shi waved her hand impatiently. She didn't expect that selling candied hawthorn sticks would go so smoothly and end up with this situation. She always felt that this family would be troublesome. But for now, The two elders of the Zhang family seemed reasonable, and she couldn't just force Zhang to ignore her parents. That would only cause a rift between her and her eldest brother's family. Even so, after Zhang left, the eldest daughter immediately ran out to help, but the second daughter didn't go out for some reason. Su Mingren also looked at Su Shi with a pleading expression and said, "Mother, Pingping is just." Su Shi made a shushing gesture and whispered, "I was just scaring her. I think that girl Hong Hong might be as tricky as Su Mingli. Now I'm just warning your wife, so we don't face a disaster like before. In the past, because of kindness, they almost lost their family. How many times did Su Mingli almost hurt Su Shi? How many times did he put the whole family in danger? And later, there was the tragedy in the village." Su Mingren sat up straight, his expression serious, and his eyes showed pain as he remembered the villagers who had died tragically. "Mother, I understand now. Thank you for your care. Grandma, you're so kind." Arya ran over and hugged Su Shi. Su Shi gently pinched Arya's nose and said with a smile, "You little girl, do you really think I don't know why you stayed? Since they are mother and daughter." Su Shi didn't mind. When Zhang finished preparing the meal, Hu Lanshan returned, but Shun Nanfeng and his disciples were still not back. "Don't worry. I'll go outside the city wall to find them. You all just wait at home." Hu Qingshan said this and immediately left. He knew very well that the Su family still needed to discuss selling candied hawthorn and the profits. That was their family matter, and it wouldn't be good to discuss it in front of outsiders. He thought that maybe Shen Nanfeng also considered this, which is why he hadn't come back yet. "Mother, I want to go look for them too," Su Mingren said. Seeing Su Mingren's silly and honest look, Su Shi asked the sky in frustration, "Are you stupid? He's deliberately hiding." "Deliberately hiding? Why?" Su Mingren was very confused. All along, Hu Lanshan had been on their side. Why would he hide on purpose? "Dad, it's probably because we're about to count the money, so Uncle Hu hid," Ming Fan said seriously and clearly to explain to Su Mingren. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other reason. Just say it directly. I'm an honest person and not good at turning things around." "I really thought something had happened." Su Mingren heaved a sigh of relief, muttering and complaining. Everyone's mouths twitched slightly. But clearly, everyone knew that Su Mingren was just this kind of person and couldn't be changed, so no one explained anything to him. Ming Fan, the young master with a big personality, was from a noble background, so he understood more than Su Mingren in many things. He was very serious about explaining to Su Mingren, hoping he would become better. "Dad, Uncle Hu wouldn't be so straightforward if he said it directly. Sometimes we shouldn't speak too directly. Then, when as many times..." Su Mingren scratched his head, humbly asking for advice. But this stumped Ming Fan. He didn't know when to pay attention to how he spoke, but now, how could he teach Su Mingren? He really couldn't sum it up. But Ming Fan had a way. The little guy grinned and said, "Next time this happens, I'll whisper to Dad, and gradually, Dad will understand when to use this kind of way of speaking." He never thought his dad was stupid. It was just that their different backgrounds had made his thinking rigid. He could teach him slowly. Hee good boy. Dad still has to rely on you." Su Mingren snorted, glancing at his mother and second brother. Su Shi's eyes were cold. "What's wrong? Do you have an opinion about Mom?" "Not at all, not at all." Su Mingren immediately looked very scared. Everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere became relaxed. Second sister loved to act spoiled with Su Shi, and seeing this, she immediately hugged Su Shi's leg, acting coquettishly. "Grandma, let's count how much money we made." She hadn't expected selling candied haws to go so smoothly. "All right, come on, you guys count." Su Shi was in a very good mood. She hadn't expected the selling to go so smoothly. It seemed the city's troubles didn't affect her much. The three kids happily climbed onto the Kong bed and started carefully counting coin by coin. Su Shi closed her eyes and gently calculated. We made a total of 168 coins this time. It was only in the morning." The Su family was all shocked. Su Mingyi angrily clenched his fist and said unhappily, If only the rock sugar hadn't been so expensive, we would have made more profit." Just selling rock sugar alone tripled the cost. But Su Mingren was content and happy. That's good. We made so much in half a day. At least 300 coins in a day. Hearing this, Zhang's heart also grew excited. Mother, let's quickly make some more to sell. Of course, the more money, the better. Unexpectedly, Su Shi shook his head and said, We won't sell candied fruit sticks anymore. What do you mean? Zhang's heart suddenly sank from happiness to disappointment. They had just earned over 100 coins, and now they can't sell anymore? Su Shi smiled and announced, I sold the secrets of making candied fruit sticks and the different types to a bakery in the city. Although candied fruit sticks are not very technical, when a new product first appears, even if it gets copied soon after, it still attracts attention. In the early days of this new product, the bigger the reputation, the more money they could make. Even if others imitate, it wouldn't completely hurt their business. How much did you sell it for? Arya eagerly asked, and everyone in the family looked at Su Shi. Su Shi didn't hide it and smiled. 20 taels of silver. Long live Grandma. Mother, you're so amazing. The Su family was instantly filled with joy. They knew this business would make 300 coins every day, so selling it once for a big profit was the best plan. Grandma, you're so impressive. We all sell candied fruit sticks, but you thought of selling to the bakery. You're amazing. Arya held her face and looked at Su Shi with shining eyes. Her grandma was truly incredible. Arya made up her mind to work hard and become as amazing as her grandma. Hearing this, Su Shi only smiled lightly. She didn't plan to sell all her food items here, as her goal was Jing'an Prefecture. Mother, what should we do next? Su Mingyi asked. He doesn't want to stay at home all the time. That would be too boring. As a grown man, how can he just stay at home? Everyone nodded in agreement. At the same time, Su Mingren began to reflect on himself. Why could his mother and second brother think of things he never considered? Now that he was a father and the eldest son, he felt it was really wrong not to think ahead. Su Shi didn't know about Su Mingren's feelings, but she did have some plans for the future. If we are going to Jing'an Prefecture, we need to prepare well. I plan to buy a cart and we should stock up on food and supplies. Although it had rained a few times in spring, the 3-year drought had been severe and recovery wouldn't happen quickly. To be safe, they needed to prepare thoroughly. At least, this time, Su Shi was determined to make good use of her space and fill it with supplies. So, they needed money. I've thought of 2 ways to make money. We can split into 2 groups. Some of us will go with Dr. Shen to pick herbs outside the city. With his guidance, we can find high-value herbs to sell. Another idea is to sell breakfast foods. But ordinary people, having just survived the drought, probably won't want to spend money on breakfast, and wealthier families might not bother. So, our target customers are the managers of wealthy households and slightly better off common folk. Initially, Su Shi wanted to sell breakfast foods. She could still make meat-filled buns, which was her specialty. Although others might copy her, if she persisted, she believed she could make money. But because of the disaster, she wasn't sure if she could really earn enough. So, she considered selling herbs instead. Does Dr. Shun want to join us? Su Mingyi was not very optimistic. There weren't many wild plants and flowers now, and the water in the rivers was less than 1/3 of what it used to be. It wouldn't cause death from thirst, but both crops and plants were slow to recover. This meant herbs would be limited. Because of the potential profits, Su Mingyi was worried. But Su Shi shook her head. First, Dr. Shen isn't a stingy person. The 3 of them can't gather too many herbs. Second, I didn't plan to take advantage for free. If I want to gather herbs, I definitely need Dr. Shen's help. I have already thought it through. The money we earn will be split 80-20, with Dr. Shen getting 20%. With both kindness and benefit involved, I believe Dr. Shen won't refuse. By dusk, Shen Nanfeng and his team finally returned. Su 11 didn't hesitate and directly shared her plan with Shen Nanfeng. Of course, that's fine. But it's not very convenient to come in and out of the city all the time, especially since some places are far away. I plan to rent a yard outside the city, so it's easier to go out gathering herbs and to dry them. Shen Nanfeng also shared his plan. Right now, the most important thing is to make money. His goal is also to earn well in Jing'an Prefecture. Okay, let's discuss how to split the work, Su 11 nodded. After some discussion, Su 11 decided that Su Mingren and Zhang's family would stay in the city to sell meat sandwiches. Meanwhile, Su 11 would take Su Mingyi and second sister Mingfan to follow Shun Nanfeng and his apprentices to the village. When Hu Lanshan found out, he immediately said, "There are still some dangers in the village. I'll go with you." Compared to the village, the city is naturally safer. But seeing Hu Lanshan eagerly following her mother, Su Mingyi felt annoyed. However, since the reason was reasonable, he couldn't say anything, so he could only feel upset inside. "Big brother, you and your wife come with me to buy some things." As soon as Su 11 finished speaking, Hu Lanshan suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go with you. We can buy things at normal prices. Currently, the prices in the city for refugees and locals are two different sets." Hu Lanshan hadn't realized this before, which caused Su 11 to spend more money. Now that he knew, he naturally wouldn't just watch her get taken advantage of. "Brother Hu, I treat you like a big brother. You really want to be my father, huh?" Su Mingyi suddenly said something shocking, with a slightly red eye and a very cold look. The atmosphere instantly tensed because of Su Mingyi's words. Su 11 frowned but didn't intend to speak. To her, this was a matter between Su Mingyi and Hu Lanshan, not a big deal. She naturally didn't want to get involved. Su Mingren was startled and looked around nervously. He looked at Su Mingyi with a confused expression and asked, "Second brother, what are you talking about? Big brother Hu and mother? How is that possible? Mother is several years older than big brother Hu. Am I talking nonsense? Big brother Hu, shouldn't you clarify what you mean?" Su Mingyi looked irritably at Hu Lanshan. He had always respected Hu Lanshan. In his heart, Hu Lanshan was like a big brother to him. But ever since he found out that Hu Lanshan seemed to have different feelings for his mother, Su Mingyi couldn't accept it. He had endured it all along, but today, seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't hold back anymore. After a long moment, Hu Lanshan finally said, "Who I like is my own business, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." Throughout, Hu Lanshan's gaze never once fell on Su Shi. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore," Su Shi said quickly to stop the argument. But unexpectedly, this provoked Su Mingyi, who blurted out without hesitation, "Mother, do you really like him?" Without hesitation, Su Shi slapped him. Her face was cold, and her words were icy. "What attitude is that? How are you talking to your mother? Forget about whether I like someone or not. Even if I liked Hu Lanshan, what does that have to do with you? Your father even wanted to kill me. Do you want me to stay loyal to your dead father?" This was rare anger from Su Shi, and it was directed at Su Mingyi. Actually, Su Shi didn't like Hu Lanshan, but she was angry about Su Mingyi's attitude. Who does her son think she is, to control who she likes? Does he even know who his mother is? Mother. Okay, let's talk nicely. Don't hit anyone." Su Mingren was startled and quickly stepped between Su Shi and Su Mingyi. Mrs. Zhang also immediately tried to soothe her. "Mother, second brother didn't mean that. I mean exactly that. Mother, if you want to remarry, I won't oppose. But anyone but Hu Lanshan." After saying this, Su Mingyi turned and walked away. No matter how Su Mingren called after him, Su Mingyi didn't look back once. "You're this, Mingyi, daughter. Don't be angry. I'll go find him first." With a loud shout from Su Shi, Su Mingren immediately stopped. Although he was a bit worried about his younger brother, he was more afraid of his mother. Su Mingren looked worried but still tried to speak up for Su Mingyi. "Mother, my second brother just has a moment of confusion. Don't worry, when you and brother Hu get married, I will definitely." Su Mingren jumped up holding one leg, looking innocent and asking, "Mother, why are you hitting me? Your mother wants to hit you, and does she need a reason?" Su Shi's eyes widened with anger. Then she turned to Hu Lanshan calmly and said, "Hu Lanshan, I was just laughing at you. Zhang, come with me to buy some things. Some foolish people don't need to come." After saying that, Su Shi led the way, and Hu Lanshan silently followed. Zhang also smiled softly and quickly followed. Su Mingren, holding his sore leg, looked confused. Wait, what happened? Until now, he still didn't understand why he was beaten. Finally, Mingfan explained it to him. "Dad, Grandma means that she can like whoever she wants and marry whoever she wants. That's her choice. If she doesn't like someone, she won't allow anyone to interfere. That doesn't mean she likes Uncle Who. This little one is really difficult. This dad is hard to handle. Can't he understand such simple logic? Su Mingren put down his foot, pouted, and scratched his head. If she doesn't like it, just say so. That way, there won't be misunderstandings. His mother is really too stubborn. Ming Fan was stunned, opening her mouth wide. So, everything he just said was pointless? I'll handle this. Second sister pushed Ming Fan aside confidently, then crossed her arms and looked up proudly at Su Mingren. Dad, I have a question. If Grandma told you to divorce my mother and marry someone else, would you do it? Don't talk nonsense. Grandma wouldn't do that. Su Mingren was startled by his daughter's words. This girl is really brave, daring to say anything. She doesn't seem like his daughter, but more like Su Mingyi. Second sister rolled her eyes. Just say if you're willing or not. Sun Mingren was led around by his daughter and quickly replied, Of course I don't want to divorce your mother. I love her and want to stay with her. Since you don't want to divorce my mom, my grandma didn't force you. But do you think my grandma's suggestion would make my mom angry?
Arya asked patiently.
Sun Mingren said, Of course she would be angry. Such thoughts shouldn't even exist. Whether he agreed or not, if his wife had such ideas and said them out loud, it would hurt Ping Ping. Arya shrugged and said, Yes, she would be angry. So isn't that the same as now? Sun Mingren was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and thought carefully several times before finally understanding. Then he sighed deeply. I see now. I understand. It's really you, Arya. You explained things so clearly. Arya grinned and patted Ming Fan on the shoulder loudly, saying, Brother, next time you explain things to Dad, pretend he's a silly fool or a simpleton. That way, he'll understand you. Arya, do you talk about Dad like that? Do you believe I'll hit you? Sun Mingren's eyes widened with anger, and he chased after Arya to scold her. The two of them played and laughed happily in the small yard. This scene also caught Shin Nanfeng's eyes from inside the house. Such a peaceful and warm scene. He thought he would never have it in his life. Suddenly, he thought of something, looked toward the south, and his gaze became full of longing, as if craving something. But after a moment, Shin Nanfeng lowered his head and sighed regretfully. All of it was just a dream. Master, are you okay? Someone asked. It's nothing. Keep choosing the herbs, Shen Nanfeng replied, shaking off his distracting thoughts and continuing to teach his apprentice how to identify medicinal herbs. That night, Su Shi began teaching Zhang how to make meat sandwiches. Because she didn't know how to operate the oven for baking bread and time was tight, she could only make do with using an iron pot to cook the bread. The key was in the oil. Zhang was a skilled cook and picked up quickly. Then it was time to stew the meat. When the fragrant pork belly was ready, its aroma spread far and wide. Many wandering people eagerly gathered outside the Su family's small yard, but how could the Su family be willing to share such delicious meat with others? Sniff. A few children, despite the heat, started eating first, one after another. Second sister was the most eager, but after taking a bite, the smell of the pork belly exploded in her taste buds, making her feel very happy inside. This is so tasty. The eggs are even better than the meat. Grandma, you're amazing. Second sister quickly gave Su 11 a big thumbs up. Su 11 chuckled softly. While cooking the pork belly, she also boiled some eggs, which naturally made the smell even more delicious. Seeing her 3 grandchildren eating happily, Su 11 was very pleased. Then she chopped some chili peppers and added a little to each meat bun. The whole family, except for the absent Su Mingyi, was eating with their mouths full of juice. Each child had 2 buns, and the adults had 3 each. Everyone's stomachs were bulging from eating so much. Ping Ping, put these 3 in the pot so they can be warm when Mingyi comes back to eat. Su Mingren said quickly. When Su Mingyi was mentioned, Su 11 rolled her eyes, but didn't say much. The 3 buns left were originally for Su Mingyi. Smells so good. I want to eat, I want to eat. Suddenly, a sweet and slightly playful voice came from the Su family's yard gate. Everyone looked up. It was actually Hong Hong and Zhang Jitsai. Zhang's face immediately turned red. She stepped forward and asked, "Why are you here?" "How can I not come, sister? Now that you have money, why are you so afraid to see your own brother? Do you have to be so cautious?" Zhang Jitsai's words were not kind. Expecting her to respect Zhang's family? Maybe in another life. "Sister, you're living so well now? Eating white bread and meat whenever you want? Can you share some with your big nephew? He's in my belly, and he's craving to eat." Hong Hong's tone was much softer, but their goal was the same. Second sister immediately went to Su 11's side, looking hopeful. "Regarding my granddaughter's wishes," Su Shi understood. She gently patted her granddaughter's head and softly said, "Second girl, you need to let your mother learn to face things and handle them herself. She is the head of your family. You can't always rely on grandma." Su Shi has plans for the future. Clearly, her future plan is to eventually part ways with the children of the Su family. So, she needs to train Su Mingren and Mrs.
Zhang.
When they can support the family on their own, it will be the day she has lived in the original body long enough to leave them and live for herself. Second girl, though confused, understood that grandma was doing this for her mother's good. "Can my mom hold on?" Second girl was a bit worried. Su Shi just smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Mrs. Zhang didn't know her mother-in-law's plans. She was blushing deeply as she faced her brother and sister-in-law who kept asking for more. "Big sister, say something," Hong Hong impatiently urged. Mrs. Zhang softly replied, "Nothing left." That was true. Although there were 3 more, they were left for her younger brother by her mother-in-law. She couldn't give them to her own brother. Even if her mother-in-law didn't mind, she couldn't do that. But Zhang Jitsai didn't think so. He immediately raised his voice and asked loudly, "You all are eating so well, and when I come, you say there's nothing left? Zhang Pingping, I am your real brother. Even if you see a beggar, you shouldn't be so cold." Hong Hong also sarcastically touched her belly and said, "Big sister, I must be having a boy. Then he will be the only grandson of the Zhang family. You don't have a son, and you wouldn't want to see your brother also without a son, right?" As the saying goes, hitting someone where it hurts most, Hong Hong's words stabbed directly into Zhang's most painful spot. Suddenly, blood was everywhere. Zhang's face turned pale immediately, and she swayed as if about to faint. Dia, feeling distressed, supported Zhang, but like Zhang, she couldn't say a word. It was second girl who, like a small cannonball, charged straight at Hong Hong. Although blocked by Zhang Jitsai, Hong Hong was still startled. She truly didn't expect that such a gentle older sister-in-law could raise a fiery daughter like this. My stomach hurts so much." Red eyes darted around, and she immediately started crying out loud. Zhang Jitsai was startled and quickly wanted to kick open area to check on his wife. But unexpectedly, his kick. Zhang Jitsai's foot hit something as hard as iron, causing him to yelp in pain and hop around, clutching his foot. The loud noise even disturbed Hong Hong, who was pretending to have a stomach ache. Su Shi calmly put away the shovel, her sharp gaze like silver needles piercing Zhang Jitsai. "You're hitting my family's child. Do you think I'm dead?" At the same time, Su Shi turned her head with a frown, her sharp eyes directly pointing at Zhang's family, with a hint of blame growing stronger. "I don't care if you want to suffer and act like a dog for your family brothers, but if I find out my family's child gets hurt or upset because of you, I won't forgive you." Her strong blame and sharp look almost made Zhang's family gasp for air. Even Su Mingren didn't dare to speak up at this moment. In his heart, letting Su Shi step in might break some of Zhang's family's bad thoughts. He wasn't an unreasonable person, but his brother-in-law. It might be better not to get involved. "Grandma." After feeling scared, Arya looked very worried about Zhang's family. Su Shi reached out and held Arya's cold little hand, gently pinching her palm. The girl immediately understood. Arya blinked first, then burst into tears, throwing herself into Zhang's arms and crying loudly. "Mom, my brother wants to hurt me. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared. Seeing him is like seeing my little uncle, boo-hoo." Thinking of Su Mingli, Zhang immediately remembered the time he almost burned Arya's face. Even the softest woman has an instinct to protect her children. So, as Arya cried, Zhang's anger was also stirred. She held Arya in one arm and pointed at Zhang Jitsai with the other, scolding, "Get out of here. I sold my bracelet to give you money, so you wouldn't starve or freeze. That's enough to repay my parents and you. Don't ever show up in front of me again. If I see you bullying my girl again, I'll fight you." Zhang's mother scolded angrily, tears streaming down her face. She was feeling wronged. She has never spoken ill of her family and has done her best to be kind and loyal. Years ago, to save her brother, she silently endured when her parents decided to sell her. At that time, she told herself that this was her way of repaying her parents' kindness. But now, seeing her parents in such a miserable state, she has once again stepped in to help, and she has done her best. However, her younger brother shows no gratitude and treats her children badly. If it weren't for her mother-in-law's quick reaction, her second sister might have been hurt badly. Mrs. Zhang can hardly imagine this. With all these things happening together, Mrs. Zhang cannot help but feel angry and upset. Meanwhile, Zhang Jitsai does not think he is at fault and loudly argues back. "How dare you say you've done your best? What are you eating? What are our parents eating? Are you even a real person? Stop talking nonsense. I eat things from the Su family, and what you all eat is also from me from the Su family. If I'm not considered a person, then what are you? Just a useless girl who only leans on our parents to eat and drink. What are you? An animal?" Mrs. Zhang's face turns red and blue, and her chest rises and falls rapidly. She truly cannot understand why the same rice can produce two different kinds of people. "What are you talking about? Who's leaning on our parents to their blood? They're willing to spend money on me. I am their son. Your envy and jealousy are useless. Who asked you to be a useless girl?" In his anger, Zhang Jitsai suddenly slapped Mrs. Zhang hard across the face. Even Su Shi didn't expect this. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Jitsai's fierce face looked like a waking demon, his eyes red, and he raised his hand again to slap her. "Get lost it." Su Mingren quickly pulled Mrs. Zhang behind him and kicked him in the stomach. At the same time, Arya, like an angry little bird, grabbed a nearby stick and shouted as she rushed forward. "You dare hit my mom? I'll beat you to death." The stick in Arya's hand rained down quickly and densely on the other person. After a moment, Ming Fan also joined in angrily, and the two little kids started fighting fiercely. Su Mingren couldn't care less about these things. He only felt heartache as he held Zhang tightly, soothing her constantly. It's okay. I'm here. The children are here, and Mother will protect you. Everything will be fine." He knew that at this moment, Zhang couldn't bear any blame. So even though Su Mingren was extremely angry inside and even slightly blamed Zhang, he endured it all. He just held his wife tightly and kept softly comforting her. "Little brat, get lost. Ah, you little troublemaker, I'll beat you to death." After Su Mingren kicked Zhang Jitsai down, he hadn't yet recovered when two little kids started crying loudly. In his anger, he spoke harshly without thinking. "Arya Ming Fan, move aside." Suddenly, Su Shi shouted sharply. Then, a powerful sound rang in the air. Arya and Ming Fan naturally knew how fierce their grandmother was. They immediately retreated without hesitation. Then, in the next moment, they saw a thick stick, as wide as a bowl, fiercely strike Zhang Jitsai's leg. It was the sound of bones breaking. Zhang Jitsai screamed painfully and fainted from the pain. Hong Hong was so frightened her legs went weak. She sat down the ground, muttering, Too scary. Are the Su family people even human? They just broke someone's leg right away? Don't they care about family ties at all?" In the small yard, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even Zhang, who was sad and angry, stopped crying. Looking at her brother, who was unconscious from pain, how could Zhang not feel heartache? But after thinking about what just happened, Zhang couldn't feel any sympathy anymore. Who would pity Zhang Jitsai? Who would pity her? Mother. Su Mingren swallowed hard and asked nervously, "What should we do now?" His brother's leg was broken. How could they explain this to the Zhang family? Even if it was because Zhang Jitsai started the fight first, his mother's fierce actions, could the Zhang family just let it go? If the Zhang family caused trouble to the authorities, Su Mingren's face turned pale. The couple was united. Su Mingren could understand what was happening, but Zhang couldn't possibly not see it. Immediately, Zhang covered her mouth, choked with sobs, and walked over to Su Shi, asking affectionately, "Mother, what should we do now? Don't blame me, or you'll end up in jail again." At this moment, Zhang's heart no longer cared about her brother. Her mind was full of concern for her family's safety.
Su eleven's nird. Accúseme?
Don't worry, that's impossible. After saying this, Su 11 went back into her room to do something and soon returned. Su 11 seriously asked Zhang, "I can solve this problem, but I need to know what you think." For some reason, seeing Su 11 so serious made Zhang feel heavy inside. But she still held her broken heart and nodded obediently. "Yes, you can say it. After this, the Su family and the Zhang family will definitely stop talking to each other. What do you think about that?" Su 11 knew her question was a bit harsh, but avoiding it would only cause more trouble. Zhang was deeply shaken, her big eyes filled with tears, and she involuntarily took a step back. Is it really that serious? Even Su Mingren felt a bit sorry for her and asked, "Mother, do we have to be so harsh?" Although Zhang Jitsai isn't a good person, my in-laws still care about Pingping. Still what? Still love her, Su 11 sneered, directly exposing the last shame of the Zhang family. She had the memories of the original owner. Zhang was sold to the Su family by her own family. If she had married normally, she wouldn't have to be so submissive in the Su family. But she was bought with money by the Su family. Some might even say she was forcibly sold to them by the Zhang family. So, what status does Zhang have in the Su family? Zhang, I ask you, do you know where your two sisters are? I remember when your parents sold you to me, you still had two sisters.
Su 11 smiled slightly.
Zhang suddenly looked like she had been struck by lightning. Some things she had deliberately forgotten or ignored suddenly flooded back. What are you doing?
Guy.
My son, what's wrong? At this moment, Zhang Lini's surprised voice suddenly rang out. It turned out she was worried because Zhang Jitsai and the others hadn't come back yet. They all knew that although their daughter was easy to talk to, the Su family, especially Su 11, was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Worried about a conflict, Zhang Linshi decided to come out. But she never expected that her son had been knocked out and was lying on the ground. What happened? Zhang Pingping, tell me. Zhang Baocheng angrily questioned. However, for some reason, he didn't directly face Su Shi. Instead, he ignored her and asked Zhang Shi. This was very rude to Su Shi. After all, they were equals, and now Su's family was led by Su Shi. If something happened, Baocheng didn't talk to her. Zhang Shi was about to speak, but Su Shi spoke first. She held a stick in her hand and said casually, "Your son came to my house, cursed, and hit people. I thought he was raised by parents, but it turns out he has no proper upbringing, so I taught him a lesson." She had raised her son this way and still had the nerve to question Zhang Shi? Even if you raise a dog, you wouldn't let it run around freely if you can't control it, Su Shi said coldly. Her words made things worse. The Zhang family members immediately got angry. Hong Hong trembled and lied. "Mom and Dad, you have to avenge Akai. I was just hungry, but no matter how we begged, Big Sister wouldn't share her food with me. Then she even scolded me and bumped into my belly. Poor Akai was just protecting me." He told Big Sister to control the kids. And then, Akai was kicked and broken his leg by this wicked old woman. Boo-hoo. Hong Hong's mouth moved quickly, and her lies spilled out. Hearing this, Zhang Bao and Zhang Linshi were furious. Zhang Linshi was stunned and shouted loudly, "How can you lie like that?" "Exactly, it was Zhang Jitsai who hit my mother, and then my grandmother hit him. He is a bad person." Both older sisters spoke at the same time. But the older couple in the Zhang family looked at their unconscious son and couldn't believe these stories. Even Zhang Linshi couldn't help but blame Zhang Shi. "What are you doing? You just got slapped, and you watch your sister-in-law break your brother's leg? Pingping, how did you become so mean?" Zhang Shi was at a loss. She opened her mouth but felt like she had lost her ability to speak. How could her mother say such things to her? What does it mean that she just got slapped? She is the older sister. When Zhang Jitsai came to the Su family and caused trouble, and even hit her, could the Su family not fight back? Mother-in-law, how can you say that? Zhang Jitsai came to my house and hit my wife. If he doesn't get hit, who will? Su Mingren immediately stepped forward to protect his wife. But while speaking, he kept looking at Su Shi for help. He knew his limits. Against such a person, he and his wife together are not as strong as his mother. However, Su Shi didn't step in to help. This was a good chance for Zhang to see her real family. How could Su Shi miss it? Without Su Shi's help, Su Mingren and his wife were pointed at and scolded by Zhang Lin and Hong Hong. Or maybe you don't have a son. That's a punishment from heaven. Zhang Lin's face twisted as she cursed. Zhang's mother shouted in disbelief. Her own mother in front of her in-laws said such things? Did she not consider her situation at all? In her parents' hearts, what does she even count as? So, what if I don't have a son? If I had a son like Zhang Jitsai, I would rather never have a son in my life. Besides, I do have a son now. Su Mingren spoke more firmly than ever before. He was furious at his good mother-in-law. She wasn't really his mother, she was an enemy. You all. Zhang Lin's face turned red with anger, her breath stuck in her chest, unable to breathe properly. At this moment, Su Shi suddenly spoke slowly. I want to ask, what about Zhang's two sisters? Were they sold too? With Zhang's family conditions, they couldn't possibly have kept Zhang Jitsai fat and healthy all this time. They must have some extra income. But with Zhang's situation, what extra income could they have? Plus, the two daughters are definitely missing, which is why Su Shi guessed this. Hearing this, Zhang Lin's face showed a hint of discomfort. Zhang's eyes widened in shock, almost tearing at the corners. She suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Zhang Lin's shoulders and shaking her desperately. Really? Did you really sell your sisters? Speak up.
Tell me.
I had no choice. We have to survive, and selling them was for their own good. Zhang Lin's words sounded guilty. Actually, she knew deep down that this was wrong, but she saw no other way. There was no food or money at home. To stay alive, she had to sell those two unprofitable girls. Yes, that's right. In Zhang Lin's mind, her daughters were just a burden. Before, she pretended to care about her daughters in front of Zhang, but it was all fake. It was her usual trick. She would still squeeze her daughters, but act weak and innocent, so they would feel sorry for her. Then, if something happened to them, she might be able to blackmail a little more. At first, Zhang Lin wanted to keep pretending. But today, when she saw her precious son get his leg broken, she was furious. Her anger overwhelmed her, and she forgot to hide her true feelings. When she said, "No son," she immediately regretted it. She knew that after saying that, it would be hard to fool her daughter again. But seeing her son's injury, a cruel look flashed in her eyes. She pushed Zhang away and threatened through clenched teeth, "You Su family bully us and hurt my son like this. I will report to the authorities." Hong Hong quickly added, "Yes, and they should pay us money. The Su family must be rich if they can all eat meat." She said that the eldest sister-in-law could casually take out a jade bracelet, which meant she had money. But these fools still didn't believe her. It's not too late now.
Sell?
For their own good? Then why don't you sell your son or yourself? After I sold you, you promised me you'd find a good family for my sisters, Zhang shouted angrily. When she agreed to be sold so easily and calmly, it was not just to repay her parents' kindness, but also because her parents promised to find a good family for her sisters. She didn't ask for riches, just a hardworking and kind family. Zhang Lin was about to hit her, but this time, with Su Mingren beside Zhang, how could he just watch his wife be hit again? Su Mingren angrily grabbed Zhang Linsher's arm and forcefully shook him off, saying with disgust, "Selling your own daughter again and again. Your family is truly inhuman." The surrounding refugees also pointed and whispered about the Zhang family. Although some of them had also sold their children to survive, they truly had no other choice. From the conversation, everyone could tell that the Zhang family was clearly selling their daughter to raise their son.
How can people not be angry about this?
Zhang Baoqing looked on coldly at this scene, stopping Zhang Linshi and saying, "Enough, stop talking about useless things.
Su Shi, you broke my son's leg. What do you think we should do? Nothing else matters now.
The most important thing is to deal with the current problem. We can't just leave our son lying on the ground." Zhang Linshi, overwhelmed with emotion, immediately nodded. She squatted down, holding her son in her arms, gently touching his broken leg, her heart full of pain. The elderly lady looked up angrily at Su Shi and gritted her teeth, saying, "I will report this to the authorities. I will have you put in jail." Her son had never suffered such injustice before. This matter must not be let go easily. "Put me in jail?" Su Shi smiled. Suddenly, she beckoned to Hong Hong and said, "Come here, I think you'll be interested in something." Hong Hong was confused and asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" She didn't think that the wife of the Su family would have any good intentions for her. Su Shi smiled and said, "There's a deal. Are you interested?" Hong Hong's eyes lit up instantly. The Su family was doing so well, which meant they must have a higher income source. If she could get involved in a deal, she could make money. Thinking of this, Hong Hong couldn't help but walk towards Su Shi. Although everyone didn't know what Su Shi was up to, Zhang Baoqing instinctively tried to stop Hong Hong. He also scolded, "She just broke Ah Kai's leg. If you go over now, aren't you afraid she might do the same to you?" Su Shi immediately smiled and said, "It's understandable that I hit Zhang Jitsai. If I hit you without reason, wouldn't that cause trouble for myself? And you're pregnant too. If I get into a fight with you and something goes wrong, I don't want to go to jail." In the end, Su Shi's words convinced Hong Hong. Although Zhang Baoqing tried hard to stop her, Hong Hong still followed Su Shi into the house. Zhang Linshi was worried about her son and kept urging, "Let's take a Kai to see a doctor first. We don't want him to become disabled. No, if we leave now, how can we threaten them with the law?" Zhang Baoqing refused immediately. But inside, he was also very worried. He was concerned that if his son's leg was delayed too long, it might cause problems. If they leave now and the Su family denies everything, even if they report to the authorities later, they won't be able to prove anything. For a moment, Zhang Baoqing was caught in a dilemma. Just as the Zhang family was anxious and Zhang Linshi even wanted to rush in, Su Shi and Hong Hong came out. One looked calm, the other was full of happiness. Suddenly, the Zhang family felt a pang of worry. Clearly, the two had reached an agreement. "Hong Hong, what did you promise her?" Zhang Baoqing immediately questioned his daughter-in-law. But how could Hong Hong, with her stern face, be subdued? Hong Hong brushed her hair back, pouted, and said casually, "I didn't promise anything. Is she silly?" "Hurry up and tell us about your son," Zhang Linshi urged. Right now, her son's situation was the most important. Under her constant pressure, Zhang Baoqing felt like he was missing something very important. But he didn't dare delay any longer. He was really worried that his son might become disabled. So, Zhang Baoqing nervously asked Su Shi, "Let me ask you about my son's situation."
"Forget about that.
I also want to sue you, sue your son." Su Shi suddenly interrupted, speaking startlingly and taking control of the situation. Everyone was shocked by her words. "You broke my son's leg, and now you want to sue him? Are you crazy?" Zhang Baoqing almost laughed out of anger. This woman clearly doesn't know what to do. Has she gone crazy? Zhang Lin also spat and angrily cursed, "How dare you accuse my son?" Even Zhang's wife looked very nervous as she watched Su Shi. Is the mother-in-law going to accuse Zhang Jitsai? There should be some official reason, right? But the mother-in-law just met Zhang Jitsai. What reason could she have to accuse him? And her own parents want to accuse the mother-in-law. It's a complete mess. Right now, Zhang's wife feels both regretful and worried. She caused so much trouble for her mother-in-law. Can the mother-in-law forgive her? For a moment, Zhang's wife was trembling with fear. Accuse your son of kidnapping a young woman, of allowing concealment and cover-up, and of your son assaulting the young woman. Under these charges, even if your son is alive, can he come out of prison? Su Shi smiled slightly. Today, she wanted to end all future troubles. It was her kindness that caused so many tragedies and problems later. Now, she would not let that happen again. You're talking nonsense. Your son is the one who assaulted the young woman. You just open your mouth and want to slander my son? Dream on, you old hag, if you dare to talk nonsense again. I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhang Baocheng and Zhang's wife both cursed loudly. But Su Shi smiled gently and said, Hong Hong, that young woman is the one. She just told me about her suffering and asked me to help her report the crime. Suddenly, all the insults stopped. Even Zhang's wife and Su Mingren were stunned. They thought of many ways Su Shi might respond, but they never expected she could. Do this? Hong Hong hid behind Su Shi, tears in her eyes, and pitifully said, If I hadn't seen how reliable Auntie Su is today, I wouldn't dare to say anything. But to make Zhang Jitsai pay the right price, I am willing to go to court. In everyone's eyes, Hong Hong looked like a fragile little plant that had been hurt but was very strong. Su Mingren couldn't help but keep rubbing his eyes. This was completely different from the arrogant Hong Hong just now. Could this woman change her face? Shut up, you old hag. What are you talking about? We saved you, and you say my Akai assaulted you. Pa. You don't even look at yourself, you worthless person. Can my family, Akai, really force you? Hong Hong didn't seem angry. Instead, she touched her belly and said calmly, But do you have any proof? I have proof that Zhang Jitsai forced me. That's this child. Hong Hong smiled shyly, looking a bit delicate. But her words made Zhang Lin's eyes roll back, almost fainting. Zhang Baocheng was so angry, he couldn't even speak properly, just gasping heavily. This was how Su Shi and others felt most directly. Isn't it unreasonable? Seeing Hong Hong calmly handle the Zhang family, the Su family felt like the tide had turned in their favor. Su Shi, what do you want to do? Zhang Baocheng asked through gritted teeth. A strange look flashed in Su Shi's eyes. This Zhang Baocheng didn't seem as honest and simple as he looked. He had quickly calmed down from his rage. But no matter how calm Zhang Baocheng was, she couldn't avoid her plan. So, Su Shi confidently said, Let's talk inside. There were so many people watching outside, it was not convenient to speak openly. Zhang Baocheng nodded in agreement, biting his teeth. Zhang Lin hesitated. What about the son? What should we do about him? Originally, Zhang Baocheng was already annoyed. Seeing his wife still clueless about the situation, he got angry and scolded her. You're so stupid. If we don't clarify this matter, what will happen to our son in the future? Right now, his leg was broken. But if Su Shi and Hong Hong really took him to the officials to accuse him of, his whole future would be ruined. Don't they understand what's more important? Zhang Lin shrank back from the scolding but finally let go of Zhang Jitsai. However, she glared fiercely at Zhang herself and gritted her teeth, saying, Take care of your brother, or I won't forgive you. You jinx. You're the jinx.
Aya quickly retorted.
In her heart, Zhang Lin wasn't really her grandmother. She saw her as a bad person who only bullied her mother. So, Arya didn't feel any affection for Zhang Lin. Zhang stopped her daughter and looked defeated as she said, There's no need to say these things. After all, she was her own mother. If the daughter had a conflict, it would ultimately be bad for the daughter. After what just happened, Zhang's feelings for Zhang Lin were completely gone. She no longer wanted to get angry because of her, or to involve her daughter. Zhang Lin glared fiercely at Zhang, almost as if she wanted to tear her apart, then went into the house. Su Mingren was very angry. How can she do that? What does it have to do with you? He felt sorry for his wife. How does it have nothing to do with me? She is my real mother, but she caused so much trouble for the family. Zhang's eyes filled with tears, clutching her chest, heartbroken. She felt she had no face to see her in-laws now. If it weren't for her, the family wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. You're you, and they are they. Don't worry, I can tell the difference, Su Mingren said confidently. If this had happened before, he might have truly cried with his wife. But now, with his mother, Su Mingren believed completely. Yes, Grandma is very powerful. She won't blame you, Arya also said firmly. Actually, even Dia believed that Su Shi wouldn't blame Zhang. But Zhang, being involved, couldn't control her scared heart. Hopefully, with everyone's comfort, Zhang's mood finally calmed down a bit. Not long after, Zhang Baoxing and Zhang Lin came out angrily. Zhang Lin looked at Zhang and was about to curse, but suddenly heard Su Shi cough softly. Zhang Baoxing and Zhang Lin immediately gritted their teeth and carried Zhang Jizai away. This scene was truly amazing. Mother, how did you do that? Su Mingren asked curiously. Su Shi didn't answer him right away. Instead, she secretly handed Hong Hong a small purse and said, "Come back to see me exactly 1 month from today." "Thank you, Madam Su." Hong Hong happily left. Even Arya couldn't help but gather around, chattering excitedly. Su Shi gently tapped the heads of the children, then turned around and hummed as she went into the house. Everyone quickly followed. Once inside, Su Shi explained everything to everyone. "That red-haired girl doesn't seem like a well-behaved person. I used money to tempt her, and she naturally agreed to everything. I planned to stay here for 2 months to earn money and gather supplies, so I didn't give her all the money at once. I will give her some after 1 month, and again after 2 months. This way, during this time, Hong Hong can help us keep the Zhang family steady and prevent them from causing trouble. No one is an eternal enemy. As long as you use them wisely, problems are not really problems." Spending money? How much did you spend? Mrs. Zhang's heart was tightly clenched, feeling very nervous. She worried she caused more trouble for her family. Su Shi smiled and replied, "Not much. But I'm happy because not only did I solve today's problem, I also took the initiative to get something for you." Hearing Su Shi's mysterious words, everyone was confused. She took the initiative to get something for Mrs. Zhang? What could the Zhang family give Mrs. Zhang? Looking at the eager eyes of her children and grandchildren, Su Shi didn't hide anything and immediately told everyone. "I got a document to sever ties, so we won't have to worry about the Zhang family threatening Mrs. Zhang with filial piety anymore," Su Shi said calmly. But her eyes kept fixed on Mrs. Zhang. The document to sever ties. This was something she should have asked Mrs. Zhang about first. But since the situation was urgent and Hong Hong was such a good breakthrough, Su Shi naturally wouldn't miss the chance. So she simply took action first and reported later. "Mrs. Zhang, although I took the initiative to get this document, if you don't want to, you can tear it up," Su Shi said very peacefully. She had no right to decide whether her daughter-in-law wanted to cut ties with her own family, so she left the choice to Mrs. Zhang. When that light piece of paper was handed to her, Mrs. Zhang's mood was complicated. She trembled as she took it.
"Sever. Yes."
"Does this mean she will never have parents again?"
"Mom."
"You can't tear it up." Second sister was so scared, she snatched the document to cut ties. She really wasn't sure if her mother would tear it up. Big sister also weakly said, "Mom, Grandma, and the others don't care about you at all," although she felt that cutting ties with her biological parents was a bit. She could see that her grandmother and others didn't like her mother at all, and they often scolded and hit her. It was too frightening. It was just like her grandmother from the past. "Ping Ping, don't be confused. Your mother is also trying to do what's best," Su Mingren said, more worried about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. He knew his own mother wanted to cut off future troubles, but since Ping Ping's biological parents were her own, he was worried Ping Ping might feel conflicted. Later, if Ping Ping and her mother-in-law. He was really worried. Seeing everyone's worried faces, Zhang cried, then smiled and said, "What are you all thinking? I took a piece of paper from my mother to free myself. How could I not appreciate her kindness? Cutting ties was just a way to prevent her parents from bothering her in the future. It didn't mean she would ignore her parents' well-being. If one day her parents couldn't take care of themselves, she would help, and she wouldn't be controlled by that document of severance. This document of severance is my backup plan, not a restriction," she said sincerely to Su Shi. She was truly grateful to her mother-in-law. If it were an ordinary mother-in-law, she would have already been furious, but her mother-in-law was so calm. "I'm glad you understand. As for feeling sorry, Just take care of yourself in the future and don't be soft-hearted and give them money again. Su Shi nodded, not saying anything like, it's not a big deal. These troubles were indeed troublesome. But if Zhang could be decisive and refuse, it wouldn't be a problem later. So, although Su Shi didn't blame Zhang, she also didn't mean to comfort her by saying, it's not a big deal. Zhang immediately understood her mother-in-law's tone was a warning, and she stood up quickly to show her stance. Don't worry, mother. At first I thought my parents were too pitiful. My mother, she still cared about me back then, but it was all just her acting. As she spoke, tears uncontrollably fell. She was kind and easy to talk to, but not foolish. Even though I couldn't understand my parents' false appearances at first, now I have seen how they change their faces. How could I not understand? Soft words and gentle talk are just ways to coax you into giving them money.
But
You two staying here to sell breakfast? Are you sure that will work? Su 11 feels a bit uncertain. Although Hong Hong has already been persuaded by her, if Zhang's family can't hold on and gives money to Zhang Linshi, Hong Hong won't stop them either. After all, who would dislike having more money? Zhang's face reddened when questioned by her mother-in-law and stammered, I will definitely refuse. They shouldn't have the face to ask for money again. At that time, it was 40 taels of silver. After spending some on going to the city, there were 20 taels left. In the city, refugees can work and earn their own food, so no matter what, their parents wouldn't starve. And today, things have gotten so bad. How could her parents still have the face to come find her? Mother, why are you so naive? Second sister was so angry she crossed her arms. Their parents really didn't give her a moment's peace. Su 11 was amused by second sister's attitude. This little girl. Then Su Mingren suddenly also smiled. He squeezed Zhang's hand and quietly said, I suddenly understand why I was so angry back then when I insisted on bringing Su Mingli. It was because I had naive hopes that my parents would be perfect, because he had unrealistic expectations of someone whose character was already broken.
he didn't understand at the time.
Now, looking at his wife, he suddenly understood. My parents and Su Mingli are not the same, Zhang's weakly retorted. Who was Su Mingli? But he was a beast who had tried to kill his own mother several times. No matter what, her parents wouldn't do such things to their own flesh and blood. Of course, she was also disappointed in her parents' actions. But comparing her parents to Su Mingli made her feel uncomfortable. Second sister raised her eyebrows, about to speak, but Su 11 stopped her. All right, Zhang, you and Mingren take second sister, Mingfan, and second brother outside the city to pick herbs and dry them. When you sell them in the city, just let second brother and Dr. Shin come along. Big sister, you stay here with me to sell meat sandwiches. Su Shi made a firm decision immediately. She realized that with people like her husband and his wife, you can't negotiate or discuss what to do. You have to give direct orders. They are clueless about how to handle things. But Su Shi could scold her own son directly, yet she couldn't openly criticize her daughter-in-law. Problems kept coming one after another, never ending. Mother, Mrs. Zhang felt a bit nervous. Is her mother-in-law angry? Su Shi frowned, tired of her nonsense, and waved her hand to say, this is for the best, so you won't have trouble with your parents again. As long as they get through these 2 months, they will go to Jing'an Prefecture, and they probably won't see each other again, so there won't be any more problems. Yes, Su Shi comforted herself this way. Okay, Mrs. Zhang hesitated but agreed. She felt a little uncomfortable inside, but she knew her mother-in-law's plan was the best. Mother, our family must stay close. Second sister tightly held Mrs. Zhang's hand, looking at her affectionately. Actually, second sister knew very well that her grandmother wanted her to go outside the city with her parents because she was worried something might happen. Her parents were soft-hearted, but she was fiery-tempered and could support them. Thinking this way, second sister felt a heavy sense of responsibility on her shoulders. Grandmother really trusted her. Mother, how much money did you give Hong Hong? Su Mingren asked carefully. They couldn't keep making their mother pay all the time, right?
Such things should be paid for by them.
Mrs. Zhang immediately responded, yes, how much did I spend? We will definitely give it to you. We've caused enough trouble for you already. I can't let you pay more. Su Shi glanced at them sideways. She wanted to refuse, but then thought they had money and things, so they might be easily persuaded. Now that they could still contact the Zhang family, even with Hong Hong's guarantee, she wasn't entirely sure, so she decided to accept their money. So Su Shi nodded and said, "All right, then give me all the money and things you have." As for how much she gave Hong Hong, she didn't say directly. Su Mingren and his wife had already asked once, so they felt embarrassed to ask again. They blushed and handed over the coins and jewelry they had. "Once we reach Jing'an Prefecture, I will give you the money," Su Shi said directly. Although they are mother and son, she wanted to be clear from the start. She didn't really want the money from Su Mingren and his wife, so there was no need to make them worry. Many tragedies start from a small misunderstanding. Knowing this, she shouldn't intentionally cause trouble. "Mother, what you're saying isn't right. This money was originally given to us by you," Su Mingren replied. "That's not the point," Su Shi interrupted him seriously. "Over the years, you and your wife have worked hard both inside and outside the house. The harvests come from your efforts. This family's money is earned by you too. When I suggested splitting the family during the escape, it was because I didn't want to involve Su Mingli's family. Now that Su Mingli has passed away, and we haven't even reached Jing'an Prefecture, I will manage the money. Once we arrive in Jing'an Prefecture and everything is settled, I will naturally split the family assets with you and your brother." But when Su Shi finished speaking, Su Mingren and his wife, who had been moved by her recognition of their value, suddenly heard her mention splitting the family. They immediately knelt down. "Mother, we don't want to split the family," Su Mingren hurriedly said. "I was wrong before. Our family can't do without your leadership." "I can't do it." Zhang also expressed her support. "Yes, mother, we can't split the family." They truly had no intention of dividing. Now that their mother-in-law was fair and capable, they believed they would have a better life following her. Plus, they were still young and needed to support their mother-in-law. Get up, get up. Why do you keep kneeling?"
Splitting the family.
"We'll talk about it later," Su Shi said, knowing that for ancient people, splitting the family had a different meaning, so she didn't press further. Hearing this, Su Mingren and his wife finally relaxed. Everything seemed to be settled, but Su Shi was worried. Su Mingyi had still not returned. However, Su Mingyi was a reliable person. As it got completely dark, he finally returned. Although Su Mingyi didn't say anything to apologize to Su Shi, he naturally asked, "Mom, did you save me some food?" His tone seemed even more affectionate than before. For someone like Su Mingyi, a tough man, this was actually him softening a bit. He just couldn't bring himself to say the apology out loud. Su Shi, of course, wouldn't argue with her son. She nodded and said with a stern face, "Yes, in the pot." Just like that, mother and son exchanged a few words, and it seemed they had resolved their previous unhappiness. There was no real apology, but both felt much better inside. "Mom still cares about you, second son," Su Mingren said with a smile. If it were up to him, he thought, Mom is just too strict. She was very worried about her second son but wouldn't say it directly, instead keeping a serious face. Second daughter quickly added, "The food you left, Grandma put the most meat in it." Su Shi's face darkened instantly. She scolded sternly. "Shut up, you all are everywhere." Su Mingren and second daughter chuckled, not minding at all. They knew very well that Grandma, the mother, had a soft heart deep down. Su Mingyi didn't know what to say but ate eagerly, chewing loudly to show that the meat bun was very tasty. Su Shi found it annoying. "Can you stop chewing so loudly?" Su Mingyi happily agreed, and only said after finishing, "Mom's food is just delicious." He wouldn't say anything softer than that. Su Shi nodded coldly, as a response. "Mom, in the future, if you want to find a partner, I won't say anything. Anyone is fine," Su Mingyi said straightforwardly. After going out for a walk and thinking it over, he understood. Just like how his mother didn't interfere when he married Su Wu, he shouldn't interfere with her freedom either. "Yes, that's good." Su Shi finally relaxed her icy expression and showed a slight smile. "I have no other feelings for Hulan Shan. You can rest assured." If she had said this earlier, Su Mingyi wouldn't have gotten so angry. but when she said it now, it meant something different. So, Su Mingyi was left feeling bitter and helpless, with no way to change things. Hee, that's good. Everyone's worries were finally eased, and they could all sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, the Zhang family members had just returned to their thatched cottage, exhausted. Zhang Baoqing gently set down his son, while Zhang Linshi brought water and steamed bread, calling out repeatedly, "My son, that's enough. Stop calling. You're annoying," Zhang Jizai snapped, pushing away Zhang Linshi's hand impatiently. He was already upset, and this old lady kept nagging him non-stop. It was too much. Zhang Linshi looked a bit wronged, but she didn't want to take her frustration out on her son. She quickly complained, "Kai, you don't know your wife." She actually sided with that old lady from the Su family and said she might accuse you of wrongdoing. Oh my goodness, if that happens. Before Zhang Jizai finished speaking, his eyes turned red with anger. He stared fiercely, like a venomous snake, and asked coldly, "Did you really do that, Kai?" "I did it for our good," Red replied softly, feeling nervous under his intense gaze. She was scared but quickly calmed down and explained gently, "I tricked the old lady from the Su family out of some money." She wanted to tell him the most important thing first, to avoid him losing patience. Tricked her out of money, the Zhang family members all said at once. Suddenly, even Zhang Baoqing looked at Red more kindly. Red avoided the money issue and started to explain herself, wiping tears from her eyes and sniffling, "Kai, I'm already pregnant with your child. How could I not be loyal to you?" Hearing this, Zhang Jizai's face softened immediately. He apologized quickly. "I misunderstood you. Next time, you should talk to me first if something happens." Red felt even more wronged. It all happened suddenly. How could I discuss it with you beforehand? Seeing the two of them being affectionate, Zhang Linshi couldn't take it anymore. She urged, "Get to the point quickly." She thought Red was just a scheming woman, always trying to flirt with men. Little troublemaker, she had already won over her son and was no longer listening to her. She needed to find a chance to teach her a lesson, Zhang Linshi thought quickly. She never thought that while she was planning against others might also be plotting against her. Red-eyed, she carefully observed Zhang Lin's changing expressions, then spoke in a sad tone. "It happened suddenly at the time, but I thought since the Su family is so rich, they might just pay the officials some money. Then, even if we are the victims, the officials might not favor us. And at that time, Kai was the one who started the fight. If the Su family twists the facts, then..." So, I thought it over carefully. Instead of ending up with nothing, I decided to agree to the old lady from the Su family's conditions. I could get some silver and also help Kai with his leg. Seeing Kai suffer made me feel heartbroken. Everyone can say nice words, but Red clearly had a good grip on Zhang Jizai's weakness. So, her words resonated more with Zhang Jizai's wishes. Zhang Lin was so angry her mouth almost twisted. She defended her son. "So you're willing to agree to Su Shi's plan to accuse Kai of? Do you know that could land him in jail? This little troublemaker was so good at twisting things around." Zhang Jizai's face stiffened immediately. Going to jail is frightening for every common person. No one is exempt. Red quickly said, "Mother, I'm not stupid. How could I really let Kai go to jail? So, the Su family just wants you to forget about them breaking Kai's leg and also not to borrow money from Big Sister anymore, right? Our reason for borrowing money is just for quick cash. If she can give me the money directly, wouldn't that be easier?" The woman, with a charming look in her eyes and a confident tone, spoke smoothly. Zhang Lin wanted to argue but didn't know what to say, stomping her feet in frustration. Zhang Baoqing then asked, "Did Kai's leg get broken for nothing?" Faced with her father-in-law's question, Red remained calm and said, Mother, if you keep arguing like this, it's all about money, isn't it? I already said if we really go to the officials, Kai might end up suffering for nothing. And what about the money? How much did she give you?" Zhang Baoqing asked through clenched teeth. When she was getting treated earlier, Red didn't spend a single coin. Yet, she spoke so beautifully, and in the end, the money ended up in Red's hands. Wouldn't that mean they lost both the fight and the money? Red pouted her lips and walked over to Zhang Jizai. She held his hand gently and said softly, Akai, I want us to keep this money, for you and the kids. How could she possibly give this money to Zhang Baocheng and his wife? Wouldn't that be a waste of her effort? And what about giving it to Zhang Jizai? She had her own plans for that. Yes, Dad and Mom. We both have children now, and we should have some money ourselves. Besides, this money was earned by Red, so let's keep it with us. Zhang Jizai quickly agreed, thinking that no matter how good his parents were, money in his own hands was better. But how can that be? You're still young. I should hold on to it, Zhang Lin said firmly. As the head of the Zhang family, how could she leave the money in her daughter-in-law's hands? Red rolled her eyes and immediately started to cry softly, leaning into Zhang Jizai's arms. Her hands unconcernedly rested on his chest, gently touching. Akai, look, my own mother still treats me like an outsider. If you're worried, I can give this money to Akai to keep safe, she suggested. Or, do you not trust Akai either? Her delicate hands teased softly, her graceful figure pressed against the strong chest of the man. The perfect mix of softness and strength made Zhang Jizai's heart race wildly. Suddenly, his heart leaned toward his wife. He waved his hand and scolded Zhang Lin. Mom, don't be so nosy. Red is already my wife and has my child. What more do you want? Besides, Red said she would give the money to me. Don't be so meddlesome. He muttered under his breath. Old women are just too nosy. This made Zhang Lin furious, but she knew arguing now was useless. She could only grit her teeth and endure. Why are you saying that? I'm your mother. Of course I trust you. Red also trusts you, but she's just worried that you might spend money recklessly because you're young, she said with a forced smile. She wanted to tear Red apart, but on her face, she forced herself to look calm and kind. She couldn't let her son think she couldn't accept his wife. Red and charming, she smiled twice and leaned on Zhang Jizai's chest, showing deep affection and admiration, saying, Akai, you really know how to talk and you love me the most. Zhang Jizai suddenly let out a small sound. Hearing this, Zhang Baocheng's face turned green, and he immediately took his wife to another room. In a short while, sounds of singing and whispering from a man and woman could be heard, with no attempt to hide it. Mrs. Zhang scolded angrily, Bah, you little rascal. Enough, stop talking. Let's go to sleep. Later, we'll think of a way to get that money back from Akai. Otherwise, this money will eventually be taken by Hong. Got it. But is it really possible for them to get the money back just because they want to? The next morning, just before dawn, Zhang and others got up early to help Su Shi prepare meat and bread. After helping him carry the goods to the street and paying the stall fee, Su Mingren and others left. Hu Lanshan lagged behind a few steps and whispered, Here, even if you feel wronged, you have to endure it. After all, there are many wealthy and powerful people here. If you can't hold your temper for a moment, it might bring disaster to the whole family.
Su Shi nodded. I understand.
Don't worry. I'm not the impulsive or violent type. They didn't know who suddenly drew a knife and killed Su Mingren and Niu. Isn't that violent? But aside from that, everyone trusted Su Shi's ability to handle things. So after talking, they all left confidently. After leaving the city, Shin Nanfeng naturally started talking about his plan with Su Mingren. I already looked into it. It's in Zhouzhuang village, about 2 miles outside the city. I asked around a few times and found a very honest family to rent their courtyard. Old Uncle Zhou's son got married and wanted to live together, so they built 3 extra rooms, with no wall in the middle. But unexpectedly, the son moved to the city, so the house has been unused. Just 200 coins a month and they will help with cleaning. Shun Nanfeng had already considered this, so when he went out to pick herbs a few days ago, he paid attention to this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a suitable place so quickly. Nanfeng, you really handle things carefully. No wonder my mother has always thought I am not careful enough when doing things. I really should learn from you all. Su Mingren sincerely bowed and showed respect, looking very impressed. He used to think he was honest and reliable, but his mother was never fully satisfied. He secretly wondered if his mother was too picky with him, but now he realizes he does have some shortcomings. Mingren, you're just too honest. After spending more time together, Shin Nanfeng didn't bother with empty words. He agrees with Su Shi's opinion of Su Mingren. He is too honest, not flexible enough, and should think more carefully before acting. I guess that's my only good point, Su Mingren smiled bitterly. He also wants to become someone his mother can rely on. He is already married, with 2 or 3 children. How could he want his mother to keep worrying about him? At this moment, Mrs. Zhang gently squeezed Su Mingren's hand and smiled warmly at him, her eyes full of confident affection. No matter how others see Su Mingren's flaws, in Mrs. Zhang's eyes, he is the best and most dependable. Encouraged by his wife, Su Mingren suddenly felt full of energy. Everyone around him smiled kindly at this. In just 2 miles, they soon arrived at the place. At the gate of the yard, an elderly couple was standing, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Shin Nanfeng and the others, they immediately smiled warmly and went to greet them. "Ah, Dr. Shin, you finally arrived. We've tidied up the house." Old Mr. Zhou was tall and thin, but only had 1 arm. The other arm was said to have been cut off during military service, and he retired honorably afterward. The old lady standing beside him, though full of wrinkles, looked very kind and easy to talk to. However, she was short, barely reaching Mr. Zhou's chest. "Children, come in quickly." Mrs. Zhou smiled and invited everyone inside. The Zhou family's yard was very large, clearly built with care and a good amount of money. Unfortunately, it was never used much later. Because the neighboring yard didn't have a big gate, the usable area of their yard was larger. There were 3 big tiled houses, all cleaned thoroughly. The stove was still warm from the recent fire, and there was hot water in the pot. "The quilts have all been aired out, so don't worry." Grandma Zhou cheerfully led everyone inside, smiling happily. Shin Nanfeng asked in surprise, "Grandma Zhou, I never said I would definitely rent this yard." All these preparations must have started 2 or 3 days earlier. For example, the heated bed. It's rarely used, so it had to be heated a few days in advance, or the room would stay damp. And the freshly dried quilts. Old Mr. Zhou chuckled. "I have some judgment. Besides, if you really rent it, the house won't be damp and cold, right? Even if I was wrong, it's just a waste of firewood." The elderly couple liked lively company because their children were nearby. So, they often rented out this yard. But they rarely found suitable tenants, so it was mostly used for 8 or 9 months each year. Since Shin Nanfeng is a doctor, that made Mr. Zhou feel more at ease. That's why they agreed so quickly. "You're quite foresight, Grandpa Zhou," Shin Nanfeng said politely, showing his admiration. Villagers living in the countryside may not have much formal education, but that doesn't mean they are narrow-minded. On the contrary, they have a lot of rich life experience. Old Mr. Zhou smiled and then talked about farming with Su Mingren. The 2 men got along very well and kept talking happily. Later, Shin Nanfeng and the others waited to leave for gathering herbs, and Grandma Zhou gently interrupted her husband. All right, don't say more. Xiao Su and the others are going to make money," she said playfully, giving her husband a teasing look. This man, when he starts talking with others, forgets everything else. Old Mr. Zhou laughed loudly, not feeling embarrassed, and said openly, "I can't change this habit, Xiao Su. Please forgive me. Be careful, everyone. Goodbye, Grandpa Zhou. Goodbye, Grandma Zhou." The elderly couple stood at the yard gate, watching the lively second girl jump around, their eyes full of envy. They kept watching until they couldn't see her anymore and still didn't want to go inside. What were they going to do? Were they guessing about Ding Ke? "Uncle, is that the doctor? I heard he makes good money selling herbs." "Uncle, can you ask him to take me along?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared out of nowhere. He had a mustache, small eyes, a bald spot on top, but a very good figure. From behind, he looked very handsome and confident. This man was Zhou Laobo's nephew, Zhou Shujin. As soon as Zhou Shujin saw him, Uncle Zhou instinctively crossed his arms, frowned, and started to scold him. "Can you stop staring at others all the time? You're already 40 years old. Can't you earn some money and live a good life?" He always seemed so careless. His eyes were always on money, money that wasn't earned honestly. Zhou Shujin was very thick-skinned. He didn't mind being scolded and smiled as he asked Grandma Zhou, "Grandma, can you help me talk to him? I just want to earn some money, so I can buy you some dates and yam cakes to show my respect. If you can make money and live well, your Uncle Zhou and I will be happier than anything." Grandma Zhou was being vague. She didn't want to refuse her nephew directly, but she also didn't want to encourage him. But this trick worked on people with thin skin. It was useless against those with thick skin. Sure enough, Zhou Shujin kept asking, "That's all in the future. Grandma, can you help me? Don't you want to see your nephew earn money?" His words were a bit harsh. Just as Grandma Zhou was thinking about how to respond politely, Uncle Zhou couldn't hold back and kicked him. Though he missed, Uncle Zhou's face remained stern. "I told you, don't ask your grandma. I make the decisions in this family. If she dares to help you try, I'll be mad. And if I find out you're bothering Dr. Shin, I'll beat you to death." Hearing his strict words, Grandma Zhou felt a little relieved. She then gave a helpless smile and looked at Zhou Shujin. It seemed like the old man was giving her no face, but in fact, he was stopping Zhou Shujin from bothering her. She didn't want to get involved with her nephew. His words could be so harsh and unpleasant. She was already so old. There was no need to argue with the younger generation over such small matters. When the time comes, it will be very embarrassing. "Uncle, look at you. I'm doing this also for." Uncle Zhou was scolded until he was covered in spit, but he never showed a bad mood. He always left with a smile. Grandma Zhou felt worried inside and quietly advised her husband, "Uncle Jean is a bit sensitive. You should be careful with your words and tone. Don't say things that hurt him. He's grown up now and cares about his reputation." If Uncle Zhou had gotten angry right then, it might have been okay. But since he seemed upset and thoughtful, she was worried about what might happen later. She also wanted to tell her husband to stop worrying about it, but she knew her words wouldn't help, so she gave up on that idea. Humph. If he cared about his reputation, why is he still wandering around with his face out? Enough, enough. Grandma Zhou quickly interrupted as her husband got more and more excited. She pushed him gently into the yard and said, "We can't say much. We owe him after all." With those words, all of old Zhou's anger disappeared like the wind. They were the ones who owed this nephew. Seeing her husband less angry, Grandma Zhou tentatively said, "What about Jing'an Prefecture? Maybe you." "Shut up. Absolutely not. Don't bring this up again. I won't allow it." Old Zhou's tone was more serious than ever. Grandma Zhou looked at her husband's back as he slowly walked away and finally let out a soft sigh. Time passed quickly, and a month went by. During this time, Sue 11's meat bun stall wasn't booming, but she still earned about 100 coins each day. Making these buns didn't require much skill. So many people started copying her. As a result, her business was affected. Now she could only earn around 60 or 70 coins a day. Although the money wasn't much, Sue 11 was not in a hurry. She stayed here for 2 months not to make money or stock up on supplies, but mainly to rest. Everyone had been fleeing from danger for nearly a year, living in constant fear, which was very exhausting mentally. So, Sue 11 decided to stay here and rest for 2 months. Of course, everyone was restless and found things to do. Otherwise, we could just sell the jewelry at Mingfan's house to stock up on supplies and buy a cart. Why go through so much trouble? "Grandma, no one has bought our meat sandwiches for a while," Dia said anxiously. Today, they could still make 5 or 6 more sandwiches. Sushi thought for a moment and said, "Let's finish selling today early, then go out of town to see your parents. In the past month, they've only seen them once." Dia has been longing for her parents and sister since they've never been apart for so long. But compared to Arya, Dia never dared to show her desires, so she never mentioned it. As for Sushi, she had never been a senior before, so she naturally wasn't as attentive. "Really? That's great." Even Dia, who is usually quiet, couldn't help but cheer. Sushi pinched Dia's little face and said affectionately, "You miss your parents, so why didn't you tell me earlier? We're earning money. How could I delay, Grandma?" Dia shyly rubbed her hands, looking a bit embarrassed. Sushi said loudly, Girl, if there's anything you want, remember to say it out loud, okay? Okay. Dia nodded quietly. Seeing this, Sushi knew she hadn't really taken it to heart, but she didn't say anything more. Changing someone's personality isn't easy. When they returned to the thatched hut, Sushi told Dia, "Wait here first. I need to buy some things." "Okay, Grandma." Dia didn't ask why she couldn't go along and obediently listened. This saved Sushi from unnecessary explanations. After leaving, Sushi immediately went to a pawn shop and sold 2 pieces of jewelry. Of course, she also encountered the situation with Zhang's family that day. But Sushi was sharp and wouldn't be fooled. Although she got 10 or 20 taels less silver than expected, she didn't get just a small amount like Zhang's family offered. After selling for 200 taels of silver, Sushi started buying grain, but she didn't buy too much. Mostly, she bought herbs and medicine for injuries, storing them in her space. Afterward, I went to the snack shop and bought a box of treats that the children love, then returned to the thatched cottage. However, Sushi never expected that when she arrived home, she would see chaos everywhere and her little girl sitting at the door, crying quietly. All of Sushi's good mood instantly disappeared. "Dia, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Sushi quickly stepped forward, walking briskly to check on Dia. She gently pulled up her granddaughter and carefully examined her from head to toe. Seeing no injuries, she finally relaxed. As for the state of the house, she didn't pay much attention.
Dia, stop crying.
Grandma is here. Sushi crouched in front of the child, first hugging her, then waiting until her crying slowed down. She gently wiped her tears and asked softly, "Tell Grandma, are you hurt?" Dia sniffled and answered with red eyes like a frightened rabbit. "Woo, no, I'm not hurt. But everything in the house was taken. Who took it?" Even now, Sushi asked calmly and patiently, because she already had a guess in her heart. "Grandma, they came to take it. Grandma covered my mouth, and Grandpa took things. They searched around, and then took all the food and meat from the house. Boo, it's all my fault. I didn't watch the house well. Grandma, I was wrong." Dia cried as if the sky was falling. It's often said that children from poor families grow up quickly because they understand hardship better and are more sensible. Dia had suffered a lot since she was young, fleeing from hardship, and knew that food was as precious as life itself. Now, seeing her home being robbed of everything,
how could little Dia not be scared?
Especially since she already harbored a fear of her grandma, Sushi. She was worried she might be beaten to death. "Grandma, please don't hit me. I will listen better. I can do many more chores, woo-woo." Thinking of the past, Dia was terrified. Sushi quickly picked her up and gently comforted her with a soft voice. "It's not your fault. It's those bad people's fault. You're still too young to stop them, and that's normal. Grandmother hopes that next time, if such a situation occurs, you won't try to stop it." Big sister was so surprised she forgot to cry. "Are you going to let others take away our things?" Sue 11 smiled and nodded. "Yes, just don't stop them. If you try to stop, what if those people hurt you? It's just some food and meat, nothing as important as you. All the money is with her, and the jewelry is in her space. The most important things can't be lost." A warm feeling slowly flowed through Big Sister's heart. She felt so warm inside, and her face was no longer so pale. Grandmother, saying that she is more important? Silly girl, don't worry. They won't get away with it, Sue 11 said with a slight smile, carrying a mysterious air. Then she left with Big Sister, who looked confused. As for what was happening inside the house, she didn't want to bother. She just locked the door and left. After the grandmother and granddaughter arrived at old Joe's house, Big Sister immediately told her parents about the theft. Su Mingyi's eyes widened, and he immediately slammed his hand on the table. "Mother, that Zhang family is so shameless. Do they think we have no one? I and my older brother will go and get our things back." If he had been there that day, he would have taught Zhang Jitsai a good lesson. Seeing Su Mingyi tapping his fingers loudly, Zhang's lips trembled. Why couldn't they just leave her alone? Did her parents really want to leave her no way out? "Grandmother told me not to resist next time, saying that I am more important than food." Big sister's face was flushed as she proudly said this. Su Mingren smiled gratefully at Su 11, then gently ruffled his daughter's hair and nodded seriously. Of course, big sister, you are the most important. He firmly held Zhang's hand, then looked at Su 11 and asked, Mother, is this really the end of it? He was no longer the same person as before. Zhang's family clearly didn't consider Pingping's feelings or situation. Even for Pingping's sake, he couldn't just let Zhang's family get away with it. As for Zhang, she covered her mouth, looking sad and distressed, not daring to say a word. She no longer had the right to speak in her in-laws' house about such matters. Of course, I won't let them get away with it. Do you think I am just a peaceful person? Su Shi smiled proudly. Actually, she had already noticed that the Zhang family had secretly followed her and her mother several times. After a few times, Su Shi boldly guessed that the Zhang family was interested in their family. They might be planning to steal something or cause trouble. But looking at the Zhang family, she didn't think they had the courage to hurt anyone. So, she took this chance to set a trap for them. At the same time, she used this opportunity to stock up on supplies. Usually, she didn't have the chance to go shopping alone without her older sister. After hearing Su Shi's plan, everyone was a bit confused. They wondered if she had prepared everything in advance. Don't worry, big brother, and everyone. I already gave 10 copper coins to the old man next to the thatched hut, so he can listen for any movement. If the Zhang family dares to take my sister or hurt her, he should shout loudly for help. Later, I will give him another 100 coins. Su Shi explained her plan to prevent her son and daughter-in-law from misunderstanding. She was doing this for her granddaughter's safety. Although she believed the Zhang family wouldn't dare to hurt her sister, human nature can be unpredictable. So she never underestimated anyone. Grandma, you're so clever. But they still took the grain and meat. Heir's sister was jumping around excitedly. When can I be as clever as Grandma? Su Shi smiled and said, the meat was laced with medicine. She didn't tell the rest of the story because she was worried about Zhang's situation. Medicine for diarrhea? Su Mingren asked. Su Shi just smiled silently. Zhang's mother sighed in relief. Serves them right. They should learn a lesson, but it's a pity about the grain and meat. Heir's sister angrily waved her arms, feeling it wasn't enough to vent her anger. Everyone laughed at this, except Zhang's mother, who looked a little pale. I'll go prepare dinner first, she said, then left looking lost. Su Mingren was worried and didn't want her to be upset. I'll go help Mom. The older sister immediately followed. Later, Heir's sister and Mingfan also went out. Su Mingren wanted to follow but felt embarrassed, worried that his mother might get angry. Mother, Pingping is just as Su Mingren was about to explain, Su Shi suddenly interrupted him and said seriously, eldest brother, there's something I didn't say earlier when your wife was here. Seeing Su Shi's serious expression, Su Mingren's heart sank. It was clear that whatever she was about to say wouldn't be good news, especially not for the Zhang family. After swallowing a few times, Su Mingren asked nervously, what is it? I not only added something to the meat, but I also hinted to a few people who secretly deal with displaced families that they could take the Zhang family away. Su Shi calmly confessed everything she had done. She had thought it over carefully and believed that if the Zhang family stayed nearby, trouble would eventually come. She didn't want another tragedy like what had happened to Su Mingli. So, she came up with this plan. Although the government was trying to settle the refugees, things were still chaotic. For example, the local officials hadn't yet given them proper documents to stay or return home. Because of that, a hidden trade had formed, similar to what happened during the famine, when people exchanged food for children. But now, secretly taking away a few refugees was something that couldn't be made public. Usually those who did such things had connections, so the authorities often turned a blind eye. Still, no matter how one looked at it, helping those people take the Zhang family away was both wrong and illegal. For a moment, Su Mingren's face twisted with conflict. He was upset. He felt his mother shouldn't have done that. But since she did it for the family, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Mother, by doing this, aren't you helping those people do something bad? He asked, clearly unhappy. He didn't like the Zhang family either, and he could accept some harsh measures against them, but helping people who took others away was going too far. Faced with his son's questioning, Su Shi calmly glanced at them and replied vaguely, "Did you see Hu Lanshan today? Those two little rascals are really quite impatient." Thinking things through, I realized I wasn't thorough enough. Su Mingyi rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "Mom, what does it matter what time it is? Are you still asking about Hu Lanshan? Didn't you see? Didn't Mom say she doesn't like Hu Lanshan? Then why is she still asking about him?" Su Mingren gently nudged his younger brother to remind him. Has the second brother forgotten why he argued with Mom before? "Mom, I didn't mean anything bad," Su Mingyi explained dryly. Seeing their expressions, Su Shi felt a bit annoyed and deliberately teased them, "Then just wait for Hu Lanshan to come back, Su Mingren brothers." "What's going on?" "No, Mom, this is our family matter. Why do we have to wait for Hu Lanshan to come back?" Su Mingyi, being straightforward and careless, knew his tone might upset his mother but asked directly anyway. "Why does everything revolve around Hu Lanshan? Did Mom lie to him back then? Mom told you to wait, so wait. Useless fool, get out of here." Su Shi impatiently drove them out. "What is this? Not a single person believes her?" "No, it's not like that. Cough cough, Mom, we're leaving now." "Second brother, don't say anything more." Su Mingren quickly interrupted his brother and pulled him out. In the yard, Su Mingyi still grumbled angrily at Su Mingren. "I told you. Big brother, why did you stop me? We need to ask clearly." "Ask what clearly?"
Didn't Mom already say?
"Wait for brother Hu to come back and then talk," Su Mingren kindly advised. "We're all family, why get so worked up? Since Mom said to wait for Hu Lanshan to return, there must be a reason. You're really making a mountain out of a molehill." Su Mingyi stormed off angrily. Su Mingren, who was unfairly blamed, didn't get angry. Instead, he shook his head helplessly and said, "You really need to stop being so impatient. They're already married." Thinking of Su Wu, Su Mingren felt even more worried. He had been hoping his second brother would get married, but now he had married Su Wu almost as a joke and then left. When he first left Taohua Garden, he heard his second brother mention Su Wu, but after that, there was no more talk. As for Su Wu, she seemed unaffected at the time, showing no signs of sadness. Do these two people take marriage lightly? Young people these days are really... What's wrong? Why are you arguing with your second brother? Zhang, who had just finished washing vegetables, heard Su Mingren muttering to himself and came out to ask kindly. The brothers rarely argued. Their father is gentle and easy to talk to, always letting his younger son do as he pleases. And Su Mingyi never looked down on or bullied them, so they rarely fought. "It's nothing. My second brother is straightforward and stubborn. He had a disagreement with our mother. I tried to talk to him, but it didn't help, and he yelled at me." Su Mingren hesitated for a moment, but decided to keep it from Zhang. After all, Zhang's parents are her real parents. If they found out he was sold, they might blame Su Shi. So, Su Mingren chose to hide the truth. People have already been sold away, and they probably won't see each other again in the future. I thought it was something serious. You're the eldest brother, so you should be more patient. My second brother has had a hard time. If he could marry a wife normally, he might be gentler. In her view, women can change a man's character. But it's a pity that the second brother's marriage isn't going smoothly. Yes, I understand, Su Mingren nodded. After a short while, just as the meal was almost ready, Hu Lanshan returned. Seeing Hu Lanshan, both Su Mingren and Su Mingyi immediately ran over, then followed him to find Su Shi. This scene was seen by Arya. Arya blinked and thought to herself, what are Dad and second uncle doing? Do they have some little secret? So she quietly followed behind. Meanwhile, everyone else, lost in their own thoughts, didn't notice. Even Hu Lanshan didn't realize, since it wasn't a time of hardship now, and everyone around was family. There was no need to be so tense. Inside the house, Hu Lanshan smiled and bowed to Su Shi, saying, I am honored to fulfill my duty. Su Shi finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. This clever plan left both Su Mingren and Su Mingyi confused. Mother, brother Hu, What are you talking about? Su Mingren moved his mouth, looking very puzzled. Su Shi explained everything to them. It turned out that Su Shi had already discussed with Hu Lanshan. They agreed that once the traffickers truly sold the Zhang family members, Hu Lanshan would bring officials to catch the traffickers. Shouldn't the officials catch them in the act? That way, the Zhang family would be saved, Su Mingyi said quickly, understanding the plan. But how could they be sure the officials would wait until the Zhang family was sold before acting? Su Shi raised an eyebrow. That's Hu Lanshan's skill. Since learning that Hu Lanshan had a residence in the city, Su Shi realized that Hu Lanshan's background was probably not simple. Later, when they went shopping, Hu Lanshan managed to prevent the shops from raising prices, which showed he had some influence. At least in this city, he had connections. So, Su Shi decided to talk to Hu Lanshan about this matter. The key was to make sure the traffickers sold the Zhang family members. But the officials might not agree. She didn't expect that after she spoke, Hu Lanshan agreed without hesitation. And now he had done an excellent job. Brother Hu, you're so powerful. Do you know the officials? Su Mingren asked straightforwardly with no tricks. He was amazed that the officials could turn a blind eye. That was incredible. Although Su Mingyi didn't ask, he kept watching Hu Lanshan carefully. Why would such a powerful person appear in Hahua village? And why did he follow them to escape hardship? Throughout the journey, he had been so helpful and dedicated. If it weren't for his help, their family might not have made it here alive. Now that I know Hu Lanshan has such great ability, I have to wonder about his original purpose for going to Hahua village. Brother Hu, who are you really? Why did you come to Hahua village, and why have you been following us all this time? Su Mingyi clenched his fists, his tone full of cautious suspicion. He believed in some parts, but with such no clear reason or background, and with Hu Lanshan hiding his true intentions, how could he fully trust him? Under Su Mingyi's questioning, Hu Lanshan remained silent, until Su Shi slowly asked, I'm also very curious. She didn't believe that someone would be kind without reason. Hu Lanshan's eyes flickered several times, but in the end, he only said, I swear to the heavens, I never had any intention to harm you, but you're not honest. If you don't explain clearly, I don't think we can continue together. Su Mingyi pressed him further. All right, I'll tell you. Hu Qingshan was not a hesitant person. Seeing everyone so serious, he no longer concealed the truth. It turned out Hu Qingshan came from a very powerful family, but he didn't have a good reputation. His biological mother was just a humble dancer, a foreign dancer at that. In such a big family, being an illegitimate child is shameful, especially since I have Hu blood. If I looked like that person, it would be okay, but my eyes look exactly like my mother's. Hu Qingshan calmly told a story, as if it had nothing to do with him. In that big family, someone like him was a disgrace. Especially to the matriarch, Hu Lanshan's eyes were like a slap, harshly hitting her face, used to show everyone that her husband was unfaithful and a womanizer. Because of this, Hu Lanshan had a very hard time in the family. I don't know if they were kind or cruel. They accepted me back and raised me, but ignored and neglected me, letting others bully me. I wanted to leave, but before my mother died, she wanted me to join that family's lineage. So I stayed. Later, some things happened. I made a promise to that man. If I could succeed and bring honor to my family, I would include both myself and my mother in the family record. If I failed, I would gouge out my eyes and end my life in a remote village with their family. Hearing this, Su Mingren couldn't help but angrily ask, how could they treat you like that? Su Mingyi also said, gouge out your eyes and then keep you alive? Why not just kill you outright? When Su Mingren heard this, he was shocked and gave Su Mingyi a stern look, saying, how can you say such things? They had no quarrel with Hu Qingshan. Why would they want him dead? Su Mingyi curled his lips and said, Big brother, you're really naive. Was that what he meant? Just as Su Mingren was about to ask, Hu Qingshan sneered softly, kill me, and it would ruin their reputation, wouldn't it? They wouldn't do that. Leaving me alive shows their mercy. This is the hypocrisy and coldness of a big family. Using the betrayal of their own kin to prove their kindness. How ridiculous. Everyone sighed upon hearing this. They hadn't expected that behind Hu Qingshan, there was such a tragic story. After a moment, Su Shi asked, "You succeeded, but they didn't keep their promise?" Otherwise, Hu Qingshan wouldn't have appeared in Lotus Flower Village. A flicker of something crossed Hu Qingshan's eyes. His gaze at Su Shi was complicated. He masked his inner pain and nodded. Yes, they stole my glory and achievements and claimed them for their legitimate heir. Later, they even tried to kill me to cover everything up. But I escaped. I just wanted to find a quiet village to live out my days. But then a famine came, and I wandered aimlessly with the villagers. Later, I met you all. Hu Qingshan looked at Su Shi steadily and said, "Your various actions truly caught my attention. You showed me a brave spirit to break through despair, a resilience that never gives up. Just like I once was. By the time I realized it, I had already gotten used to watching you. I just wanted to help you, nothing more. As for the connections in the city, they were just remnants from the past." Although he was expelled from his family, when he first went out to explore, he did not use his family's name. Therefore, even after leaving the family, he was still able to do these things. After hearing Hu Qingshan's explanation, everyone understood. Especially Su Shi. To Su Shi, Hu Qingshan's days seemed very boring. At this moment, she caught Hu Qingshan's attention. It was not because of romantic attraction, but more like seeing something interesting and wanting to watch her life. It's similar to modern people watching dramas, reading novels, or following celebrities. It's the same kind of thing. If we think this way, Hu Qingshan might not truly like her. He might just be interested in her story, like watching a main character's journey, just wanting to see how far she can go. Understanding this, Su Shi felt relieved and sincerely apologized. "Hu Qingshan, I'm sorry we doubted you." Although Su Shi didn't think they did anything wrong, it still hurt feelings. So, she thought it was right to apologize. Hu Qingshan shook his head, looked at Su Shi, and his blue eyes seemed mysterious and full of life. He answered softly, "It's okay." Then he got up and left. He had just mentioned a past event he disliked talking about, so he felt a bit upset. Mother, shouldn't we not ask about that?" Su Mingren felt a little embarrassed. He was a kind person, so when such situations happened, his first thought was guilt, feeling responsible for making his friend sad. Su Mingyi rolled his eyes at him and said silently, "Big brother, can you stop being so kind-hearted? Do you even know if what he said is true? Even if it is it the full truth?" Su Mingren felt like his brain was not working well. "Is it fake? I didn't mean that Hu Qingshan's words are false. I mean, you can't tell if something is true just by what the other person says. You need to judge for yourself afterward." Su Mingyi said with frustration, if it weren't for worrying about others overhearing, he'd be shouting. That big brother's stubbornness really makes him exasperated. This is so confusing, so troublesome. Su Mingren gave a 6-word comment. Su Mingyi's eyes widened with anger, wishing he could give his older brother a good punch. "Sorry to trouble you, but you need to learn too," Su Shi said fairly. "In the future, if you want to be a responsible man, you can't know nothing." Su Mingren immediately promised, "Mom, don't worry. I will study hard." "Mom, your move today was amazing. You killed 2 birds with 1 stone." Thanks to Su Mingren's reminder, Su Mingyi realized this too and couldn't help but admire Su Shi. He wished he had that kind of thoughtfulness. Just like Su Wu. I wonder how Su Wu is doing now. Su Mingyi felt heavy-hearted. "Should I tell Zhang's wife about this?" "You decide, big brother. It's just your and your wife's matter. I won't interfere," Su Shi said calmly. Su Mingren, without thinking, replied, "No, you can't tell her. She might worry," unaware that his precious daughter had overheard these words and was now talking to someone about it. "Brother, what should we do? Should we tell Mom?" Second sister mumbled, then annoyed, kicked a stone by the wall. At first, she was happy to hear this, because then no one would bully their mother anymore. But she wondered her mother's parents, if she found out, might be sad. Little fat girl sat on a big stone in the corner, pouting and worried. Mingfan touched his nose and sat down beside second sister. He wanted to say something, but when his eyes fell on her rounded belly, his words changed. "Second sister, why are you getting fat? You have a belly now. Oh, you have a double chin, Mingfan exclaimed as if he discovered something new. Second sister had always been thin, with yellowish hair and a face with hardly any flesh, scary thin. But now, her face was round and chubby, like a small apple, round and red, very cute. Her big eyes were black and shiny, with short eyelashes that made her eyes look even brighter. Her hair was still a bit sparse, but no longer yellow. She had 2 little puffs tied with red beads, each with a short silver bell hanging below. The red and silver colors contrasted and complemented each other. Playful and adorable. Once, the sharp chin disappeared, replaced by a rounder chin that looked smooth and shiny. The little belly only appeared when sitting down. After more than a month of good rest, the little girl has become chubby, cute, and healthy. Even the smallest girl doesn't like to hear she's fat. So, second girl angrily pounced on Mingfan, who ran away quickly. The laughter of the 2 children is the sweetest sound in the world. Second girl, don't bother your brother. Wash your hands and come eat, Mrs. Zhang called gently from the kitchen. Okay, Mom. Mingfan stopped, let second girl hit him twice to vent, then whispered to her, don't talk about that thing anymore. Since Dad knows, whether you tell or not is up to him. Adults matters, we kids shouldn't get involved. Okay, I'll listen to my brother. Second girl trusted Mingfan very much. Hurry up and wash your hands. Coming. Next door, Uncle Zhou stood up, pulled up his pants, and then moved his slightly numb legs with difficulty, smiling in a rather sly way. After dinner, Su 11 didn't take Big Girl to the city. He wasn't short of money now, and he wanted the family to rest well. Big Girl was so excited she almost jumped up. She had never been away from her parents for so long and missed them very much. Big sister, I tell you, those herbs are amazing. They look like wild grass, but Dr. Shin says they are medicinal herbs and they sell for a lot. Second girl and Big Girl snuggled in one blanket, chatting excitedly. Big Girl was shocked. How much? Second girl showed her fingers as she explained. Well, it depends. Some grass, like Gigi grass, is cheaper, only 12 coins. But that black sweet one, it sells for 18 coins a pound. We used to eat a lot of it when we were kids. The black sweet, scientifically called Solanum nigrum, is also called dog milk in some places. It's a small black ball, and when you bite it, it bursts with juice, very sweet. For rural kids who can't afford snacks or fruit, black sweet is a rare treat. During the season when black sweet is abundant, the children in the village go crazy, guarding it eagerly, then grabbing some and eating until their mouths are all black. Sometimes, their clothes would get so dirty that they turned black, which would then lead to their parents scolding them for not taking care of their clothes. Amin quietly listened to the dull stories of childhood told by the older girls, with envy in his eyes. When he was young, he had never played like that. The adults listened to the children's innocent talk and also drifted into sweet dreams. That night, the Su family slept very peacefully. Everyone squeezed onto a warm Kong bed, close together. Although it was crowded, they felt very cozy. Early the next morning, everyone got up and went out of town to pick herbs. Before leaving, Shen Qingfeng carefully checked all the herbs drying in the yard to make sure they were okay before they left. Uncle Shen, when can we sell these herbs? The second girl asked excitedly. Selling the herbs would bring money, which was very exciting for the children. Shen Nanfeng counted on his fingers and said, they can all be sold tomorrow, but one type of stargrass needs to be dried for 2 more days. If it's not dried thoroughly, it could cause problems when used in medicine, which is bad for health. We must be very careful. Whether selling herbs or treating people, everything must be done very carefully and precisely. Because one wrong move could ruin a family. The responsibility is huge. Wow. Are there any other herbs I should pay attention to? The second girl nodded and asked eagerly, following Shen Nanfeng. Seeing her serious and interested look, Shen Nanfeng was actually quite pleased and gave her a few detailed tips. But he didn't say everything directly. Instead, he asked his young apprentices to explain to her as a way of testing her knowledge. If she missed anything or said something wrong, Shen Nanfeng would add his own explanation. Mom, you're listening so carefully. Do you want to learn medicine too? Su Mingren teased with a smile. The second girl had already said she wanted to learn medicine. Although Su Mingren didn't think it was a good idea, learning to identify herbs could be useful for future herb gathering and selling, so he didn't stop her. But when he saw Su Shi also listening attentively, he couldn't help but tease her. "What's wrong? Su Mingren, I tell you, you're never too old to learn. Are you sure I won't need this knowledge in the future? Even if I don't, what's the harm? But if I do need it, it would be a big help. Moreover, who hasn't been sick at some point? Listening to Dr. Shen's free lectures is always beneficial." Su Shi sternly criticized Su Mingren for his lazy attitude. Whenever, knowledge is the most useful weapon a person can have. Not to mention, why did Shin Nanfeng survive when he fell into a bandit's den? And why did they keep carrying Shin Nanfeng along the way? Faced with such a serious Su Shi, Su Mingren scratched his head and said, "But I really can't remember, and I have no interest. If you truly can't remember, you don't have to listen. But you have no right to mock anyone who works hard. Age and gender don't matter," Su Shi said with a calm face. These principles are also meant to teach the three children. As children grow up, they must be guided with correct values. Some might think, what's the big deal? But as a parent, if you only complain and show no ambition for your children every day, how can you expect them to succeed? Of course, this isn't always true. But why should your child be the special case? Mrs. Zhang felt it was reasonable and mentioned to Su Shi that Arya was interested in herbs. "I think it's a good idea, but Brother Mingren thinks it's useless for girls to learn this." Later, he finally agreed because picking herbs can sell for money. Su Mingren. How did his wife learn to complain now? Uninformed people, Arya wants to learn, that's a good thing. Why stop her? Su Shi indeed supported Mrs. Zhang. Such things shouldn't be divided by gender. If a child is ambitious, support her and let her learn. Su Mingren hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, I definitely won't stop her. Seeing his father's compromise, Arya happily jumped up, then hugged Su Shi's waist and loudly said, "Long live Grandma." Su Shi just smiled. Soon, the group arrived at the wild mountain outside the city. Since Su Shi and Arya had never picked herbs before, Shen Nanfeng personally explained to them. Once they were familiar with it, they parted ways. The family each did their own thing, occasionally exchanging a few words. Everyone faced the morning sun, showing happy smiles. Today's harvest is quite good. Yes, yesterday there were hardly any herbs left, but today there are so many. I think it must be Grandma's arrival that brought good luck. You little girl, your words are as sweet as honey.
Haha.
Everyone laughed and talked as they returned to the Zhou family. But as soon as they entered the yard, they saw that all the herbs hanging to dry were gone. Where are the herbs? Who stole our herbs? The children started shouting, and the adults looked worried. Only Shen Nanfeng glanced at Su Shi with a look of quiet admiration. The noise soon attracted old Mr. Zhou and his wife. Old Mr. Zhou didn't wait for questions. Seeing all the herbs gone, his face changed suddenly. He patted his thigh in shock and asked, "What's going on here?" Old Mrs. Zhou also gasped and said, "How could they be gone? We didn't hear anything, and we didn't see anyone pass by our gate." No matter how surprised they were, the herbs were simply gone, completely gone. Shen Nanfeng's face darkened. He stepped forward and said to old Mr. Zhou, "Old Mr. Zhou, these herbs are worth a lot of money. I think I need to report this to the authorities." Report to the authorities?
Well,
Old Mr. Zhou hesitated. He knew they should report it, but if they did, their family's reputation might suffer. However, he was always honest and upright. Even though he cared about his family's reputation, he hesitated only for a moment before agreeing. "All right, let's report it. Reporting early might help find out what really happened. Otherwise, the most suspicious people would be us, the old couple. When that time comes, they wouldn't be able to explain anything." Old Mrs. Zhou sighed anxiously. "Oh, what a mess this is." Just then, Su Shi suddenly smiled and said, "Don't rush to report it. Maybe I know who did it. Mother, you know?" Su Mingren was shocked. They all came back together. "How does Mother know?" Everyone looked at Su Shi curiously, except Hu Qingshan and Shen Nanfeng, who kept their calm. Su Shi led everyone to the base of the east wall and pointed to two very clear footprints on the ground, saying, "Look, aren't these two footprints?" It was probably someone from next door who jumped over, even forgetting to erase their footprints. She even tampered with the wall to cover it up. Who would have thought the other person was so careless as to leave footprints as clear evidence? Old Mr. Zhou, who lives next door. "Can we go ask them if anyone has been there?" Shun Nanfeng asked politely. Although it's likely that the neighbor jumped over to steal, he couldn't say it so directly. Old Mr. Zhou's face turned pale. "Next door is my nephew, Zhou Shujin." He really wanted to slap that troublemaker's head off. How could he be so embarrassing? He wanted to believe his nephew wasn't involved, but Zhou Shujin had said several times he wanted to sell herbs with them, and he hadn't agreed. Now that something like this happened, how could he not suspect? "Old man, don't get angry yet. Let's think about how to handle this." Old Mrs. Zhou sighed and advised. Actually, she was a bit happy inside. Zhou Shujin had made many mistakes before, but because of some reasons related to their family, they had let him go each time. This had led to him ignoring their words and becoming more and more reckless. If this incident could teach Zhou Shujin a good lesson and make him behave better in the future, they could finally have some peace. Old Mr. Zhou took a deep breath and led everyone to the neighbor's house. But no matter how they knocked, there was no response inside. "Should I go get the key?" Old Mrs. Zhou asked cautiously. Because Zhou Shujin had been beaten a few times before, they had given him the house key, so he could bring food when needed. They never took it back. Old Mr. Zhou nodded grimly. "Go get it." At this point, they couldn't stop now. Soon, the door to Zhou Shujin's house was opened. Everyone went inside one after another. The yard was very quiet, and there was no movement inside the house. It seemed no one was home. Second sister shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, Grandma, look. There's a ladder here." On the west wall, a wooden ladder was leaning at an angle. Alam ran over, picked up something, and hurried back, asking, "Uncle Shen, is this the medicinal herb we dried?" Shen Nanfeng took a careful look and nodded. "Yes, Stargrass. Its appearance changes depending on how many days it's been dried. Even if Uncle Zhou collected Stargrass himself, it shouldn't look exactly the same as ours at this stage." Hearing this, Uncle Zhou's body shook slightly. "Does this mean the evidence is solid?" Shen Qingfeng frowned and looked at Uncle Zhou, politely asking Uncle Zhou about this. Although he should report it to the authorities immediately, he wanted to give Uncle Zhou some face. Uncle Zhou's face turned pale, and he nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I will give you all an explanation." Just as he finished speaking, a careless voice came from outside. "Hey, why is the door open?" Soon after, Uncle Zhou Jin appeared before everyone. Seeing Shen Nanfeng and the others, Uncle Zhou Jin's face changed briefly, but he quickly returned to his usual relaxed attitude and asked casually, "Big brother, what are you all doing?" "Coming to my house," and before he could finish, Uncle Zhou Lao slapped him across the face angrily. The sound of the slap echoed loudly. "You scoundrel! How dare you steal? Do you want to die? Don't you know if the authorities are called, you'll end up in jail?" Uncle Zhou Lao scolded angrily, full of disappointment. He always told him to do the right thing, to walk the proper path. But what's the result?
Is it really so hard to do the right thing? Who says I stole anything?
"Why do you say that?" Uncle Zhou Jin's head tilted from the blood trickling from his mouth, and his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Uncle Zhou Lao. "That old man, just wait. One day, I will get rid of you. You're still not admitting it? Herbs were found in your yard. Plus, the footprints you left when climbing over the wall. Compare them with your feet. Can there be any mistake?" Uncle Zhou Lao raised his voice, furious at his nephew's continued denial. Aunt Zhou hurried forward to calm her father, worried he might faint from anger. "You're so old now, don't get so worked up. Let's talk about this slowly." When mentioning footprints, Uncle Zhou's eyes flashed with a strange look, but he quickly turned and retorted, "Even if my foot is the same size as that footprint, does that prove I did it? My good uncle, I remember your foot is also the same size as mine. You also have the key to my house. Could it be that you sneaked into my home and deliberately staged this to frame me?
You.
I don't do sneaky, underhanded things like you. Old Uncle Zhou was almost furious. At this point, he still tried to shift the blame. Uncle Zhou Jin remained calm, mockingly saying, "Yes, you don't do sneaky things. Are you just watching and not helping?" One sentence made Uncle Zhou's face turn pale as paper. Not helping in a crisis. The events from back then. Uncle Zhou's heart suddenly softened. Shun Nanfeng glanced at Su 11, then stepped forward and said, "Old Uncle Zhou, if that's the case, let's report to the authorities. The person who stole the items will likely sell them. We can ask the officials to investigate at the pharmacy and find out who really stole." Moreover, we sprinkled a special powder on the wall. Without an antidote, it causes intense itching all over the body, and after 7 days, it will ooze pus. As Shen Nanfeng spoke, Uncle Zhou Jin couldn't help but start scratching himself, his face twisting in discomfort. Seeing this, Uncle Zhou's heart ached deeply, but he had to muster his courage and beg, "Dr. Shen, I know it's not good, but please give us another chance. I will have him return the money from selling the stolen goods, and we will compensate you with some extra money. What do you think? It's all a terrible fate. If it weren't for him back then, he couldn't let his nephew go to jail, no matter what. I say I didn't do it, then I didn't do it." Uncle Zhou Jin, scratching his body, shouted in a dark, twisted voice to deny. Uncle Zhou, furious, saw stars and stomped his foot. "What are you trying to do? Do you really want to go to jail? Hee, you collude with the officials and can easily traffic people. If I go to jail, it's just a matter of a word. Why bother pretending I stole something? Don't you realize if everyone knew you colluded with the officials to traffic people, what would you do? Still want to send me to the authorities? I tell you, unless you pay me 100 taels of silver as hush money, I guarantee everyone will find out about this." Everyone looked at Uncle Zhou as if he were a fool. He stole something and then asked for 100 taels of silver? Shen Nanfeng chuckled softly. "Are we colluding with the officials to traffic people? Well, go ahead and tell the officials. Maybe they will deal with you harshly since we are in cahoots." Really, does he just say whatever comes to mind?
Shen Nanfeng's glance shifted to Sushi.
Seeing that his expression didn't change, he felt relieved. He was worried that Uncle Zhou's accusations might be true, that the Su family had done something wrong, and then they would be caught in the middle. But now, it seemed everything was fine. "Brother," second sister quietly squeezed Mingfan's hand, feeling a little nervous. She had a strange feeling that something was about to go wrong. Mingfan shook his head at her and whispered, "Don't overthink it. Don't say anything." What was happening now was beyond what they could control. As for that matter, Mingfan lowered his eyes, probably guessing that when second sister told him about it that day, Uncle Zhou next door overheard. What a coincidence. But since Uncle who could work with the officials once, it was likely he could do it again. Mingfan wasn't worried. Second sister also felt calmer, because her brother was so steady. Meanwhile, Su Shi and the others didn't notice the children's conversation. "Report to the officials." Su Shi clearly expressed her stance. She had a feeling that the other side might have overheard or discovered something by accident. But it didn't matter. The officials had already arranged everything regarding the Zhang family's kidnapping. If Uncle Zhou got angry and started causing trouble over this, it wouldn't end well for him. She wouldn't compromise over this matter. She underestimated him. Uncle Zhou grew anxious, his lips moving rapidly as he asked confusedly, "Don't you care at all about your eldest son's family?" This sentence confirmed to Su Shi that Uncle Zhou had definitely heard everything. But what did it matter? Su Mingren nervously held Zhang's hand and whispered, "Wife, don't listen to his nonsense." Without the sentence, Zhang really hadn't thought about anything, but now, she was suddenly shocked. Could it be that what Uncle Zhou said is true? Su 11 repeated again. Shun Nanfeng gave his little apprentice a look, and then a young master quickly ran out. At this moment, Uncle Zhou was truly panicked. He immediately tried to stop the young master, but unexpectedly, another young master ran out from the other side. "Hey, no, don't go. Shouldn't you be afraid?" Uncle Zhou was anxious and stomped his feet. Why was this so different from what he imagined? The ones who should be afraid are you. Why should we be afraid? Sue 11 replied with a smile. Uncle Zhou's eyes flashed with fierceness, and suddenly he turned to Zhang and said, Your surname is Zhang, right? Your mother-in-law sold your whole family. Since he wouldn't let him go, he might as well let everyone die. Zhang's pupils suddenly dilated, unable to believe what she heard.
Sold their whole family?
Sweetheart, don't listen to his provocation.
Things aren't like that.
Mother-in-law is because, faced with Su Mingren's urgent explanation, Zhang only felt cold all over. She clutched her chest and muttered, So, you knew all along? And kept it from me? I was just about to tell you, but I hadn't figured out how, Su Mingren said dejectedly, lowering his head. He had messed things up again. He felt like he couldn't do anything right. No wonder his mother was disappointed in him. Then you could have told me everything. Zhang's voice rose again. Her emotions were starting to get out of control. Su Mingyi frowned, noticing Shen Nanfeng looking at his mother several times, and stepped forward to advise Zhang. Big sister-in-law, we should talk about this later among family.
Things aren't as you imagine.
Let's focus on solving the current problem first. There's no need to make others laugh. So you also knew, but kept it from me, an outsider? Zhang sneered repeatedly, tears and a sad smile blending together, full of sorrow. Next to her, Uncle Zhou was laughing happily. Exactly, they treat you as an outsider. Did you really think they would treat you like family just because you're an outsider? That's so naive. Have you not suffered enough hardships over the years? Uncle Zhou Jin liked to make trouble for fun. Since the Su family refused to leave him alone, he decided to let them cause a fuss. Everyone was willing to die. Shut up, Grandma Zhou scolded angrily. Why is this nephew so mean and nasty? Old Uncle Zhou picked up a stick and started hitting Uncle Zhou Jin hard. Although they are old and young, old Uncle Zhou was already quite old, but he could hit Uncle Zhou Jin without him being able to dodge. Soon, Uncle Zhou Jin was beaten badly, with cuts and bruises. At first, Uncle Zhou Jin was angry and cursed, then he begged for mercy. Who is Uncle Zhou Jin? A group of officers arrived. Uncle Zhou Jin panicked immediately. He got up and knelt on the ground, begging old Uncle Zhou, Uncle, please help me. You have to help me. You stole things and… How can I help you? Old Uncle Zhou cursed bitterly. If it was just theft, he might have apologized and paid compensation, and the other side might have forgiven him. But Uncle Zhou Jin showed no remorse, and even thought he could manipulate the officers. Now, how can he ask the Su family to forgive him? You can't abandon me. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have died. If my father were alive, he wouldn't have tolerated seeing me taken away by the officers. Haha, uncle, you're just an uncle, not my real father. Father, look, this is your own brother whom you saved with your life. You risked your life to save him, but he doesn't treat you like a brother at all. With each loud cry, old Uncle Zhou's face grew paler.
But the officers didn't care about that.
They took the person away directly. Of course, others had to go back with them to cooperate with the investigation. The matter was simple. The officers just needed to investigate the pharmacy, and everything would be clear. Since the theft was not large, Uncle Zhou Jin was punished with compensation and 30 lashes. As for the kidnapping accusations Uncle Zhou Jin shouted about, the Su family denied it, and the officials asked him to provide evidence. He claimed he overheard 2 children talking, but the officials found it ridiculous. They added another charge of slandering the government and gave him 10 more lashes. It was a pointless punishment. Uncle Zhou was crying out loudly as he was beaten, with blood coming from his back and buttocks, looking very miserable. Even though old Master Zhou was very angry and disappointed, seeing his nephew in such pain, he only felt sorry for him now. However, the old man understood the situation clearly and did not blame the Su family. After all, such matters shouldn't be blamed on the Su family, right? Shen Nanfeng waited calmly until Uncle Zhou finished being beaten before stepping forward to report. Sir, I have something to report. The drying of medicinal herbs is very particular. Some herbs, if not dried thoroughly, can have negative effects. The star grass that Uncle Zhou stole was not dried enough. If the herbal shop's people are not careful and included in medicine, it could be. Shin Nanfeng explained everything clearly and carefully. Actually, he didn't intentionally delay until now, he just remembered it now. He also believed that the herbal shop staff would carefully check the herbs during sorting. For a doctor, this is basic knowledge. So, Shin Nanfeng didn't think much of it. Is that so? I will send someone to inform them right away, the county magistrate said. If it really gets into the medicine, it would be a serious problem. Shin Nanfeng then respectfully took his leave. After returning to Zhou village, everyone discussed whether to move to a new place. Although this place was convenient for picking herbs, drying, and doing business, there had been a conflict with Uncle Zhou's nephew. Plus, Uncle Zhou lived right next door, so if they had any bad intentions, it would be hard to guard against. Therefore, Su Shi and the others all agreed that it would be better to move somewhere else. Although convenience was important, safety was even more so. After discussing, they made a decision, and Shin Nanfeng went to talk to Old Master Zhou. At that moment, Old Master Zhou had just returned from the neighbors. Seeing Shin Nanfeng, he felt a bit awkward. But no matter how awkward he felt, Old Master Zhou still expressed a stance. Dr. Shin, look at what this has caused. It's really not our fault. I and your aunt have discussed it. We will refund the rent and compensate your shop.
We're truly sorry.
He had never done anything wrong in his life, but now, in old age, he still had to apologize. Old Master Zhou's heart was complicated. Not only was Old Man Zhou embarrassed, but Shin Nanfeng also felt awkward. He touched his head, cleared his throat, and said, Old Man Zhou, I'm sorry for causing you this trouble. Things have gotten so complicated, and we feel bad about bothering you again. Although they were about to leave, Shin Nanfeng spoke politely and thoughtfully. After all, Old Man Zhou had no bad feelings toward them.
Oh, no, don't say that.
It's our fault. Please don't apologize. Otherwise, my face will really be lost. Have you found a good place to stay? If not, you can stay here for a couple more days. Old Man Zhou understood why they wanted to leave and didn't try to persuade them to stay. Shin Nanfeng nodded to show his thanks. After discussing, Shin Nanfeng and Su Shi went out to look for another suitable courtyard. Because of the bad harvest year, there were quite a few unused courtyards in nearby villages, so it wasn't hard to find one. However, just as the Su family had moved out, the next day, officials came knocking on their door. Shin Nanfeng was taken away. The Su family was in chaos.
Why?
Shunbo was already warned, but their pharmacy didn't listen. Now something happened, and they've taken Shunbo?
Why?
Is this fair? Do they even follow the rules? Second sister was furious. The young girl was jumping with anger. She couldn't understand how people could be so unreasonable. Su Mingren also nervously asked Su Shi, Mom, what should we do? How can we help Dr. Shin? This was such a terrible situation. The pharmacy had sold some stargrass that hadn't been properly dried, which led to the incident. Now, not only had the officials taken away the pharmacy staff, but they also arrested Uncle Zhou Jin and Shin Nanfeng. The Su family desperately explained, but the officials coldly said they would take Shin Nanfeng back for investigation. Everyone stopped arguing. Mingyi, go find out what exactly happened with the pharmacy. See how serious the situation is. Hu Qingshan, here's some money. See if you can do something, maybe go in and check on Shin Nanfeng's condition. Even if you can't, give some money to the officers to take care of him and avoid making things difficult for him. Su Shi arranged everything like this. Su Mingyi and Hu Qingshan nodded and immediately set out. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Mother, what can I do? Su Mingren asked anxiously. Something serious had happened. His second brother and Shin Nanfeng were both helping, but it seemed their mother had no task for him. Su Shi waved her hand and said, Stay home and keep an eye on Shin Nanfeng's two young students. Don't let them act recklessly. She didn't have any clear plan yet. All she could hope for was that the person in trouble would be fine. Please, let it not be something fatal. If someone really lost their life, even if Shin Nanfeng was innocent, he couldn't escape all responsibility. They would just have to endure it. What? That's all? Su Mingren sounded disappointed. Su Shi frowned. Stop complaining and stay out of the way. Instead of asking me what to do, think for yourself. He was already an adult. Why did he always rely on her for everything? Su Mingren's face turned red from embarrassment. His mother was clearly impatient with him. Mingren, Zhang called softly, pulling him out of the room. The children, understanding the mood, followed them out quietly, leaving Su Shi alone. Outside, Su Mingren sighed and said to Zhang Pingping, "Do you think mother looks down on me? Something this big happened and even my second brother and brother, who are helping but me. She didn't even bother to give me a task." He felt completely useless. Otherwise, mother would have trusted him with something. "Mingren, that's just how it is," Zhang said gently. "When it comes to handling things like this, you're not as capable as your second brother. But you have your own strengths. You shouldn't compare your weaknesses to his strengths. If it were about farming, would mother ask your second brother instead of you? Everyone has their own talents. Don't overthink it. If you really want her to rely on you, then become stronger yourself. If you were better than your second brother in this area, do you think mother would ignore you and choose him?" Her words were soft but honest. If you don't have the ability, you can't blame others for not trusting you with important tasks. Su Mingren looked uncomfortable but couldn't help nodding. "Pingping, you're not angry anymore?" he asked carefully. After that day, he told Pingping everything honestly, including what his mother had said about whether to tell her or not. He explained everything openly. Pingping didn't get very angry, but she also didn't say she wasn't angry. This made him feel uneasy. But when he just heard Pingping speak kindly and gently, maybe she wasn't angry anymore? "I am angry, but not because of what my mother did. I am angry because you didn't tell me anything. We are married, and this involves my own parents. How can I not be angry about what you did?" Mrs. Zhang tried to speak calmly. In fact, she still cared a lot about her mother-in-law kidnapping her parents. Her parents were a burden, but she didn't think they deserved to be treated so badly. Kidnapped? She couldn't imagine how her parents were living now, probably in great trouble. But the problem had already happened. Could she say anything? Could she cause trouble? Not only would causing trouble not change the facts, but it might also make her family dislike her for not knowing her place. Her own family had been too harsh and unkind to her. So, she kept her dissatisfaction inside, slowly digesting it herself. She never expected her husband, Su Mingren, to stand with her and criticize his mother. She didn't believe he would do that. Even though she understood this, she still felt sad and unhappy, always feeling down. But when Su Mingren asked about it, Mrs. Zhang didn't share her true feelings. She knew that was enough. "I'm sorry, wife. I was wrong. I didn't know how to tell you at the time. I was worried you'd be angry and blame my mother." Su Mingren looked very worried and kept apologizing, grabbing her hand. Mrs. Zhang pushed him away and said, "I understand your feelings, but you need to give me some time to accept this. Please don't rush me." Of course, Su Mingren nodded eagerly. Mrs. Zhang then said, "I'm going to cook now. Watch the little one and don't let them go outside. Right now, Shen Nanfeng was in trouble and these two people were the most worried." Su Mingren understood. Zhang's wife suddenly burst into tears while walking to the kitchen, without any warning. She knew she shouldn't blame her mother-in-law or even be angry at Mingren Ge, but how could she not feel angry at all? "Mother, let me help you." Her eldest daughter's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang quickly wiped her tears and said casually, "It's nothing. You go play with your sister." If she could handle it herself, Zhang didn't want her daughter to work too. But the eldest daughter shook her head and said, "I'll stay with mother." Maybe the eldest daughter wasn't as lively and clever as the second, or as smart and steady as Mingfan. But to Zhang, she was always the most caring and the most like her. Foolish girl. Zhang hugged her eldest daughter, said nothing more, and the two of them started preparing the meal together. An hour later, Su Mingyu returned, looking serious. "How is it?" "Second Uncle Su, what happened?" Shen Nanfeng's two young apprentices were anxiously jumping around. Su Mingyu's face darkened. He shook his head and hurried into the house. "Mother, it's not good. This time, someone died." "What?" "Someone died." Su Shi was shocked. "How could someone die?" Everyone was trembling with fear, worried not only about Shen Nanfeng but also about the innocent person who lost their life. It was a coincidence that the person who used the stargrass that hadn't been dried was an elderly person with long-standing, severe illness. That's why they couldn't hold on. Actually, even without this incident, that elderly person probably wouldn't have lived past the new year.
But
Dying unexpectedly, or because of an accident, those are two different things for the family. Since it involved a death, it became a big deal. Is Shen Nanfeng okay? This has nothing to do with him, right? It was that Uncle Zhou who stole our herbs to sell, and that's why this happened. We already warned him. Su Mingren was trembling with worry. Why did it involve a death? Su Shi took a deep breath, feeling pessimistic. This is going to be trouble, but what does the master have to do with it? It's all because of the Zhou family. Both young apprentices were filled with righteous anger, especially the older one, whose face was full of hatred, wishing to tear the Zhou family apart. Everyone stay quiet. We're just waiting for Hu Qingshan to come back and see what he says, Su Shi shouted loudly. If Hu Qingshan could meet Shen Nanfeng, it might mean there's still hope. But if he couldn't even see Shen Nanfeng's face, then things would be uncertain. Everyone anxiously waited for Hu Qingshan to return, bringing either good news or bad news. They ate lunch absent-mindedly, and half an hour later, Hu Qingshan finally returned, looking tired. Perhaps knowing they were all anxious, Hu Qingshan entered and said loudly, I saw Shen Nanfeng. He shared the most important news first, so everyone's worries could be eased. Really? How is my master? Did my master say what to do? The two young apprentices looked at Hu Qingshan eagerly. For them, neither Hu Qingshan nor Su Shi's words were very reliable. Their main support was their master. Shen Nanfeng asked me to go to the south of the city to find the Rong family for help, Hu Qingshan said, panting. Seeing Shen Nanfeng was a big effort for him. If some connections hadn't still been in place, he wouldn't have been able to see Shen Nanfeng today. The situation was much more serious than they thought. The Rong family? Does Shen Nanfeng have a relationship with the Rong family? Su Shi asked the two apprentices with doubt. The two apprentices shook their heads blankly. We've followed our master for several years, but he never mentioned the Rong family, nor did he have any dealings with them. Forget about all that. Since Shen Nanfeng said so, let's go to the Rong family, Su Shi said. There was no point in worrying about these things now. I'm not going with you, Hu Qingshan said. He wasn't good at this kind of thing and didn't want to do it. Su Shi naturally wouldn't force him. After thinking it over, Su Shi decided to take Su Mingren and head to the Rong family in the south of the city. The Rong family was easy to find. Just a little inquiry around the city, and they would immediately know where the Rong family was. Young lady, the Rong family is actually so wealthy, Su Mingren muttered softly. It turns out they are the top family in the city. I heard that they used to be very powerful in the capital, but after falling on hard times, they moved here, yet they are still the richest family in the area. Don't mention these things when we arrive, Su 11 warned. The more prominent the family, the more rules they have.
Understood, Su Mingren nodded obediently.
Actually, he was quite surprised that his mother brought him out instead of his second brother. He told himself silently that he must do well this time and not let his mother look down on him. Even if he didn't perform well, he wanted to observe how his mother interacted with others. When they reached the side entrance of the Rong family, Su Mingren went straight up and knocked on the door. After a moment, a young servant opened the door and looked at Su 11 and her son, asking, May I ask what you need? Su 11 quickly said, I have a friend named Shen Nanfeng. Something has happened to him, and he asked me to come to the Rong family. He believes that once you hear his name, you will definitely respond. Yes, that's right, they will definitely respond. According to Hu Qingshan, Shen Nanfeng in the prison didn't say for sure that he would go to the Rong family, but he thought they might help him. So, Su 11 and others were curious about the relationship between Shen Nanfeng and the Rong family. Shen Nanfeng? I haven't heard of him, the young servant said. Please wait a moment, I will ask the housekeeper. Although he knew the family had no dealings with someone named Shen, he still followed the rules and reported it. Of course, such matters shouldn't reach the main family directly. He needed to ask the housekeeper first. Thank you, young man. Sue 11 handed over a small purse. But the servant smiled and politely refused, saying, Please forgive me, madam. The Rome family has rules. But don't worry, I will report this properly. Thank you for your trouble, Sue 11 said politely without any embarrassment. After the side door closed again, Su Mingren whispered, The Rome family has good rules. Not to mention big families, even on their journey here, sometimes when they went shopping, they were often looked down upon. I didn't expect that the Rome family, coming from the capital, would be so well-mannered, without any airs of superiority. Sue nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could they be so successful? Anyway, the young servant quickly found the butler, but since the butler was busy handling affairs, the servant had to wait half an hour before he finally got a chance to speak quickly. Manager Qian, 2 people are outside. They said someone named Shun Nanfeng met someone and came to the Rong family for help. What did you say? What's his surname? The butler was reading a ledger when he heard this. He was so excited that ink dripped onto the paper, blurring it.
But he didn't care.
He threw the ledger aside, grabbed the servant's shoulders, and asked carefully, Say that again. What's his surname? The servant, though confused, answered obediently. His surname is Shun Nanfeng. Shun Nanfeng. Wait a moment. After saying that, the butler hurriedly went to the backyard. The servant didn't dare follow him inside. It's the backyard. It seems that Shun Nanfeng really knows the head of the family, and they probably have a good relationship. So, he thought he had done a good job and might get some reward. Thinking this, the servant felt a bit happy. But unexpectedly, he had to wait another half hour. Manager Qian, these people have been waiting outside for an hour. The servant was sweating nervously. If Shun Nanfeng really has a connection with the family, making him wait outside for so long might cause resentment. The butler's face was complicated as he waved his hand and sighed, saying, Tell those 2 they don't need to wait anymore. Whether we handle it or not, they'll find out tomorrow. The servant was stunned.
What kind of answer is that?
Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Huh? I told you to go, so go. But making them wait so long isn't right. Prepare some gifts to show our apology, the butler, feeling a bit annoyed, instructed. He never expected that Shun Nanfeng would appear at the Rong family. Sigh, forget it. These things are not something he can control right now. The servant, though confused, was perceptive. Seeing the butler so troubled, he didn't dare ask further. He prepared a gift box and hurriedly left through the side door. The head of the family responded this way. I'm really sorry for making you wait so long. This small gift is just a token of respect. Please kindly accept it. Thank you very much. Sue 11 hesitated once, but seeing the other person insist, she finally accepted the gift. She didn't look inside the box and simply handed it to Su Mingren. Is this considered a success or not? Su Mingren asked as he jogged to catch up. Sue 11 shook her head. We've done our best. The rest depends on fate. The mother and son looked a bit disappointed as they headed home. But just as they reached the door, they saw a crowd surrounding their house. What's going on now? Today, this matter must be explained. Hand over those 2 children. Yes, the old master is still in the clinic. We need an explanation. This is terrible. How could the child do such a thing? The heated questions made the scene very chaotic. Su Mingyi was just tiredly trying to hold everyone back. The words he was saying were drowned out by the loud shouts of the crowd. Step aside, Su Mingren shouted, trying to push through. But there were too many people, and he couldn't get in. Suddenly, Su 11 closed her eyes and shouted loudly, I am the head of this family. If you want to resolve this, come find me. The scene instantly fell silent. Then, with a whoosh, everyone turned their heads and stared at Su 11.
Su Mingren swallowed nervously.
It seemed a little scary. Su 11 smiled calmly and asked, I just got back and don't know what happened. I don't know who among you can make the decision. Let's go inside and talk. Rest assured, I will handle this properly. Everyone immediately started talking excitedly, like hundreds of ducks falling into a hot oil pan, making it very noisy. Finally, a strong old man shouted loudly, and everyone quieted down. The strong old man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, white hair, but a straight back, looking very upright and just. He introduced himself to Su 11. My name is Zhou Liangyu, and I am the village chief of Zhoujia village. This time, I am here to ask for an explanation regarding Mr. Shin's 2 children, who caused Zhou Liangqing to have a. Zhou Liangqing? The elder uncle of Uncle Jean? Su 11 quickly recalled the details of the situation. His heart suddenly sank. They actually caused old Uncle Zhou to have a. This. When will the cycle of revenge end?
I'm sorry. How is old Uncle Zhou now?
Which clinic is he in? Su 11 first expressed concern. After all, old Uncle Zhou has been kind to them. They shouldn't let their dissatisfaction with Uncle Jean cause old Uncle Zhou to have a. They should care about the elderly. Zhou Liangyu sighed deeply. His condition isn't good. He has someone to take care of him. Madam Su, let's discuss what we should do now. He came this time to get an explanation. As for caring about his brother, there's no need. The people in Zhou village are many enough. There are enough to look after the elderly who have had strokes. Su 11 sensed the other person's anger. She felt a bit helpless, but didn't lower herself too much. She simply nodded calmly. All right then, please, Village Chief Zhou, come in and speak. The other villagers immediately moved aside. They aren't unreasonable people. They just know that old Uncle Zhou was caused to have a and want an explanation. But the Su family hadn't given a clear response, which made them very angry and lose control. That was the scene Su 11 just saw. Village Chief will wait outside. No need. You all can go back. I see that Madam Su is serious about resolving this. There's no need to stay. Su 11 ignored this. Is she just putting on a show for her? Village Chief Zhou glanced with a corner of his eye and saw that Su 11 remained calm, which made his opinion of her rise even more. He also knew that he probably wouldn't get anything good this time. Village Chief Zhou, please. Mrs. Zhang had already prepared hot water and tea under Minglin's guidance. She also brought some snacks from the gift box Su Mingren had brought back, and she immediately served them. Inside the house, besides Village Chief Zhou and Su 11, only Shen Nanfeng's 2 young apprentices, Nanxing and Jingma, remained. Village Chief Zhou, please wait a moment while I ask about the situation. Su Shi nodded, then looked calmly at Nanxing and Jingma and asked, Did you go to find Uncle Zhou? The taller Nanxing puffed out his chest and asked, Shouldn't we go find him? If it weren't for Uncle Zhou Jin, my master wouldn't have been thrown into jail. The boy tried to stand straight, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. How could he not be afraid? But he just wanted to seek justice for his master. You also said that Uncle Zhou Jin was the one who did wrong. From start to finish, Uncle Zhou never tried to hide or protect him. Su Shi said calmly. Now you're angry and causing Uncle Zhou to have a. Isn't that the same as causing your master to go to jail because of Uncle Zhou Jin? What do you want for your master? He asked gently. When will this cycle of revenge end? Moreover, Uncle Zhou never tried to hide anything from the beginning. Nanxing clenched his fists, his big eyes full of helplessness and fear. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't speak. Jingma, feeling sorry for his senior brother, quickly spoke up for him. It has nothing to do with my senior brother. When Grandpa Zhou fainted, I checked his pulse. He was angry, but it wasn't just because of us. Even if we hadn't gone, he would have had it in these days. Since they all studied medicine, they immediately took emergency measures when Uncle Zhou fainted. Jingma knew very well Uncle Zhou's health condition. It was clearly because he was angered by his nephew. They just happened to go there at the wrong time, said a few words that provoked him, and that sped up the. But in reality, even without what they said, he would have had it anyway. And it happened just a few days ago. Even if what you say is true, Jingma, you should know that no one understands medicine well. People only see that Uncle Zhou was upset because of what you said, Su Shi continued. People always hold on to hope. Hope that maybe, just maybe, if you hadn't gone, Uncle Zhou wouldn't have had a. So, since you really did this, said some harsh words that upset him, you must take responsibility. Throughout, Su Shi never asked Uncle Zhou a single question, only calmly inquired about the children. He was fair, but he didn't blindly let his children bow their heads. Actually, after asking clearly, They only said that they would take responsibility for their mistakes. Old Mr. Zhou couldn't say a word and also couldn't find anything bad to say. He even admired Sue 11's way of teaching children. I understand. Our teacher told us that if you do something wrong, you must face the consequences. I just can't accept it. It's because Uncle Zhou Jin caused trouble for my teacher. Why didn't Uncle Zhou Jin's family even come to apologize? Nanxing said stubbornly.
He knew it all.
When he saw Grandpa Zhou faint, he realized that no matter how right they were, they couldn't argue at that moment. But he just wanted to stand his ground. Good boy, I know you're worried about your teacher. But if you do this, your teacher will also feel sad for you. Yes, Uncle Zhou has never come to explain things to you. But we can't do this. Come with me now, and let's go apologize, okay? Sue 11 scolded indirectly. Nanxing nodded.